about tomorrow more than I ever have before. You're bringing light to my shadows. Every day you leave me wanting more. Every time I find when I'm with you it falls in place. You're one of a kind. 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 You show up first to every party, and you think tequila is your friend. You never say that you're sorry, and no matter what you can't pretend. Every time you kiss me goodbye, as I'm about to board a plane, you can't hold back the tears in your eyes, even though I'm only gone for days. You're one of a kind. 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 When I'm on the road, I need you to know there's lots of chances for love, but nothing's like our home. Every time you come up in my mind, a smile comes across my face. Even though I have no idea what we'll find, when I'm with you it falls in place. You're one of a kind. You're one of a kind. You're one of a kind. You're one of a kind.
Trust me, I don't wanna beg you to love me, won't you feel me? I don't wanna force you to hold me. What if I keep you on your toes? What if I give you the right dosage? Is there somewhere we can go to fix these broken roses? If I told you that we could have a better life, would you bring the old you? Or is that person still alive? If you took him off the shelf, would he even be himself? If I told you that we could have a better life.
No sleep, you'll never find me dreaming these days. Lonely, I had to get another set of keys made. What if I keep you on your toes? What if I give you the right dosage? Is there somewhere we can go to fix these broken roses? If I told you that we could have a better life, would you bring the old you? Or is that person still alive? If you took her off the shelf, would she even be herself? If I told you that we could have a better life.
If I choke on the words in my mouth,
never keep my distance from a little mischief, I admit. Now I'm hanging on my hopes on us and letting you decide. I will never lose my interest if there's something in this. I'm convinced there's a glimmer of a hope for us, or is it just a lie? So why you selling me a lie? La 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 la, la 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 la. Are you selling me a lie? La 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 la, la 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 la. Show me a way to get lost, to run from all I want. There's too many ways to get hurt, when you're my every thought. It's like I'm invisible, visible, 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 yeah. Show me a way to get lost, to run from all I want. So did your luck run out? Are you running dry? Did you realize I was everything you hoped for now? I never had it down until now. From the moment you came over, I'd be anything you wanted me to be. Now I know that it was only curiosity that led you to me. Show me a way to get lost, to run from all I want. There's too many ways to get hurt, when you're my every thought. It's like I'm invisible, visible, 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 yeah. Show me a way to get lost, to run from all I want. So are you selling me a lie? La 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 la, la 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 la. Are you selling me a lie? La 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 la, la 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 la. So are you selling me a lie? La 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 la, la 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 la. Are you selling me a lie? La 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 la, la 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 la. Show me a way to get lost, to run from all I want. There's too many ways to get hurt, when you're my every thought. It's like I'm invisible, visible, 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 yeah. Show me a way to get lost, to run from all I want. Show me how to make it real. I won't let you down. If this is how we're meant to feel, I never had a doubt. Through every test, I gave you my best. I am obsessed, believe me. So take the next step, we'll make up the rest. Try to let go. Just take me for a ride. Just take me for a ride. You wanted me to break the rules. I can read the signs. I can feel it burning through. You see it in my eyes. It's complicated, 'cause all along I've been waiting. Just take me for a ride. Just take me for a ride. Can't fight the feeling that it just won't flow. We've been deceiving everyone we know. Do we let the secret out and take it slow? You say it's time to let it go, but I just don't believe it. Choosing if you take me or you make me disappear. Before the end begins, we lose ourselves and take control again. It's keeping us hanging on, and we know we'll never fall out. We just wanna try some more. This can't go on forever. Can we escape and start again when no one can get us? Now you say that the most we can be is a memory where we are. It's keeping us hanging on, and we know we'll never fall out. We just wanna try some more. We sing it out, the more we wanna know. It's keeping us hanging on, and we know we'll never fall out. We just wanna try some more.
It's the small things that you do to keep reminding me there's magic inside me and you. Dreams to reality. All of my worries and fears fade away with you. There is no limit to all of the things we can do. Let's go, take my hand and hold it tight. I won't ever stop dreaming. Eyes closed, jump right in with Gotta show them how bad you want it. You don't always get them second chances. Don't start chasing till you got it. Do what I gotta do. I just break the rules like that. Maybe I'm just cool like that. Staying focused, don't sidetrack. Always when I don't come last. I'll never go less than 100%. I'll just keep waiting while you're catching your breath. I'm only living if it's close to the edge. So come and dive into the deep end, cause the best is yet to come. I'm like a song you can't get out of your head. You press rewind when you get close.
Don't be missing like somebody. Twerk it like a Roddy, I'ma eat it like a zombie. I'm better when I'm with you. I feel it in my bloodline. Ice cold with the gold too. But you the one shining bright. Pump it like woo, baby. Better get your thing ready. I'm better when I'm with you. So would you be mine tonight? Too bad we breaking whole pink. Might take it slow. Back into the moment. From the summer and the summer glow. Body like somebody, gon' be missing like somebody. All I want is
Underneath the neon, denim jacket you can lean on. In the drop we can be gone. Like a dream, I think I see one.
I'm better when I'm with you. I feel it in my bloodline. Ice cold with the gold too. But you the one shining bright. I'm better when I'm with you. I feel it in my bloodline. Ice cold with the gold too. But you the one shining bright. Pump it like woo, baby. Better get your thing ready. I'm better when I'm with you. So would you be mine tonight? I'm better when I'm with you. So would you be mine tonight? I'm better when I'm with you. So would you be mine tonight? Body like somebody, gon' be missing like somebody. Twerk it like a Roddy, I'ma eat it like a zombie.
Summer night, sipping up the vibe. Here to make you dance now. Feel the heat, taste of something sweet. Wanna take a chance now. We don't care if it's a weekday. We're getting on it like we've nothing to lose. Out out there soaking up the sun rays and feel the rhythm of our favorite tune. Underneath the stars and neon lights, something in the water drives me wild. We got the game, cool champagne, light it up tonight. Our fire won't stop, don't stop. Give me the getting down, funky sound, cherry sugar high. Now raise a glass up, hands up.
My Freestyle Chess Masterclass today and save 20% only during the Grand Slam.
Welcome to Las Vegas and the 2025 Freestyle Chess Grand Slam Tour. We're here at the spectacular Wynn, and for the first time, the Freestyle Chess Grand Slam Tour comes to the United States. I'm your host, James Dash, and over the next 5 days, we're getting ready for a world-class competition with the best players, the best content creators, and of course, the best commentators the world has to offer.
The stakes, sky high. The city, Sin City. This isn't just about chess. It is a showdown between the best players on the planet. And it's happening right here in Vegas. This is Chess Unfiltered, a spectacular test of courage, speed, and ultimately, raw skill.
From rapid-fire moves to strategic brilliance, freestyle chess showcases every aspect of the game. The rules are exciting, the tension is real, and only one will rise as champion. Watching these elite grandmasters compete under pressure is truly unique in the world of chess.
freestyle chess isn't just a tournament.
It's a revolution in the world of chess.
And Las Vegas is the perfect stage for it.
Ready for 5 days of drama, brilliance, and a prize pool of $750,000. Welcome to the Freestyle Chess Grand Slam Tour, live in Vegas.
Baby.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back for another exciting day of freestyle chess here in Las Vegas at the fabulous Wynn Resort. We move into day 3 of our competition. If it turns out anything like what we saw yesterday, Tanya and David, it is sure to be a phenomenal show and maybe another marathon of a day. But as mentioned, as always, I'm here with Tanya Sachdev and David Howell to break things down. Tanya, 10+ hours of chess was played on this very stage yesterday. Can you believe we're already back here to watch them do it again?
Love it. I want more of that today to happen. I mean, everything that we witnessed here in Vegas so far, I don't think it's been on anyone's Vegas bingo card. Magnus out, Hikaru out, before the top 4. Forget any script here, James. Freestyle chess is writing its own story.
10 hours yesterday, around 9 hours the day before. The players, they must be exhausted. This is the moment where they have to really dig deep. We're left with 4 in the upper bracket. All predictions are off. I'm still pretty sure I was dreaming yesterday. It was just incredible action.
You might still be dreaming now, David. Are you sure you woke up this morning?
Yeah.
It's a beautiful dream.
It absolutely was. You talk about 12 players still remaining in the competition. Let's get a look at the brackets so we can put a little bit of a picture to who still remains in the competition and what exactly they're fighting for. There are 4 who remain in the upper bracket. That's Fabiano Caruana. Of course, he played the maximum number of games just yesterday. 7 total games ending in Armageddon to finally take down Prague in the end. He'll be up against Hans Niemann today, who took down Sindarov just yesterday, and then Levon Aronian and Arjun Erigaisi round out our upper bracket. From there, we can flip down to the lower bracket where the losers of yesterday's top ticket bouts will move down to face their opponents. We've got Vachier-Lagrave up against Magnus Carlsen. We've got Norbek Abdusatorov against Wesley So. You can see there Hikaru, he's dropping down into a matchup against Lenier Dominguez. And then, of course, Pragnananda up against Vincent Keimer. A quick note for those of you at home so that you understand how these matchups were determined. The players that actually fell out of the upper bracket got to pick their opponents and did it in the order of their elos prior to coming into the tournament. So Hikaru benefited from getting first choice. He elected to go up against Lenier. Prague got second choice. He chose Vincent. Norbek chose Wesley So. That leaves Javokir Sindarov with the unfortunate reality of facing a Magnus Carlsen, who I think we should start with his performance yesterday, because he played the least amount of chess. There was 10 hours of chess from Fabiano, and I'm not sure Magnus played more than like an hour, hour and a half with how quickly he overcame Vidit Kodrathi.
I mean, James, can we just start with the fact that in our lower bracket, we've got the likes of Magnus, Hikaru, Wesley, Pragnananda, and all the other names, Sindarov, fighting for 3rd place. I mean, that's a stacked superstar field. And David, that's just a sideshow.
Yeah, just the sideshow. As James said, we barely saw Magnus yesterday. He was quick, he was efficient, he was maybe a bit angry as well. And I'm expecting more of the same from him today, just to kind of go with the flow and try to get things done before the 10-hour mark.
You know, I think you saw the Giants fall here in Vegas, and we're going to see a redemption arc. They want to get back up. They want to get that 3rd place. There's 2 points on the line. There's big money on the line. And most importantly for these guys, there's pride on the line.
We had matches end in 2. We had matches end in 7 yesterday. Before we talk about the pairings a little bit more that we're going to see step on stage today, let's go ahead and relive some of the highs and lows of yesterday's action on the freestyle chess stage. Take a look. Hello, everyone.
Day 2 of the Freestyle Chess Grand Slam in Las Vegas. After the dramatic twists of the preliminary round, the quarterfinals only raised the stakes. The matches were intense. 2 of them even went all the way to Armageddon.
I mean, this is entertainment at its max at the entertainment capital of the world. It's a format so brutal that we call it the Armageddon. Problems on the board as well. Big threats. And look at this. This is absolute chaos.
This is great news for Fabiano. He actually brings his queen out. Watch out, Prag. There is a nasty check in the air.
This is going to be Fabi's match. He's about to get the queens off the board. He does it. Prag's got less time on the clock as well.
It's all about the clock now. Fabi is simply winning on the board. No doubt about it. No counterplay at all.
That's 22 seconds. He's got a 1 second advantage right now over Fabiano. They got to absolutely blitz out these moves.
Oh, struggling to move his king.
Completely lost.
More pieces fall off the board. There goes a bishop. Now he's got a full rook like you talked about. He's going to check the king on the side of the board, repositioning towards the middle. The king on the chase as well. Just quick moves, blitzing out. Can't give away a single move blunder, but it's more important to look at the clock. Look at this, 17 seconds apiece, 19 seconds. It's too quick to follow in so many ways. He just has to hold on, and he does just that. Fabiano Caruana in a marathon of the day. He was pushed all the way to Armageddon. 7 total games of freestyle chess, and he does it once again. Mr. Consistency is going to the semifinals.
Before him, Arjun Erigaisi had already advanced by defeating Nodirbek Abdusatorov within the regular time control. And the remaining quarterfinals were packed with drama and tension, both heading into tiebreaks. Hans Niemann emerged victorious over Vachier Sindarov after rapid and blitz games, while Levon Aronian delivered yet another major surprise, defeating Hikaru Nakamura and knocking him out of the upper bracket.
What is this world that we're living in? Pragnananda, Nodirbek Abdusatorov, Hikaru Nakamura, Magnus Carlsen, all out of the championship bracket, playing in the lower bracket for a fight for third. I mean, that feels like an alternative reality right now. Magnus gone, Hikaru gone, out of the top 4.
Get ready. It's time for the next round. After 4 rapid matches, 3 blitz games, and 1 thrilling Armageddon, the semifinals are about to start. The quarterfinals delivered non-stop excitement, packed with tie breaks and intense pressure right down to the final seconds. Now the stage is set for the epic semifinals. Fabiano Caruana versus Hans Niemann and Levon Aronian versus Arjun Erigaisi. But the action doesn't stop there. The lower bracket is heating up with 8 players still in the hunt. They now face off in the intermediate matches, each one fighting for a chance to compete for third place. The tension remains high. This tournament is far from over.
It's open season here on the freestyle chess stage, as all previous Grand Slam winners have been knocked out of contention for the top 2 spots. We have 4 competitors who are still fighting for top 2, 12 of which, though, here on the stage can still finish all the way up to third place. It's time for us to start working through these matchups one by one. I'm very curious to get your thoughts on a number of them, and we have to start with Fabiano Caruana versus Hans Niemann. No better place to start because it was Fabi who had to run the entire gauntlet yesterday just to earn this bid against Hans. That said, Hans had almost the same length of day, just barely escaping in Armageddon himself to ultimately buy himself a semifinal. David, how do you evaluate this matchup? 2 very stylistically different players.
I think it's going to be close on paper. Fabiano might look like a favorite. He's been so consistent throughout the season. He's been runner-up once in Weissenhaus. He's come 3rd in Paris. And I don't know, though, just the manner of the match yesterday, Hans Niemann was so in control. Despite the fact it went quite a distance, it felt like he was the one on the front foot, making the moves, never really in too much danger. For Fabiano, his nerves must be frayed. He's also a slightly older player. A day like yesterday takes a lot out of you, Tanya.
Absolutely. I mean, it was such an epic duel between Fabi and Prag, 7 games, finally winning it in that Armageddon, but that's also got to get that adrenaline going. I think this battle is, there's youth versus experience, but also for Fabi, he's such a powerhouse of all these chess skills that are required, just the consistency that he's shown on the freestyle tour. He's got experience, he's got precision on his side. On the other side of the board is Hans Niemann. He's bold, brash. He's got all the Vegas vibes going for him. He's motivated, he's hungry, and so far, chess has spoken for itself.
Yeah, and I think there's also maybe a secondary discussion when it comes to the possible result of this matchup, just where it would be determined if it were to go one way or the other, right? I think if Fabio were to win, I had more confidence that it happens perhaps in those 30-30 portions of the day. But as the time controls get quicker and quicker and quicker, if he's pushed to yet another 5-2 situation or an Armageddon, maybe I'm leaning a bit more in that Hans Niemann camp. We do want to get some big picture items up on the screen for you guys. Of course, that is one of our marquee matchups in Hans Niemann versus Fabiano Caruana, but we can't forget Levon Aronian versus Arjun Erigaisi. I mean, what a surprise Levon has been in the tournament so far. He's such a storied player, but it's been so up and down for him. You got Hikaru. This is a surprise as well, right? He was the absolute top performer out of the group stage, and yet he falls just in that first round of the upper bracket. Vincent Keimer, he's still keeping his hopes of a third place alive. Wesley So, this is a guy who we thought the format would favor, and he is still very much alive up for third place. Vachier Sindarov, oh, how much it must sting for him to not still be in contention for a top 2 spot, and then of all things to be drawing into Magnus Carlsen in your lower round brackets. But reframing back towards the top of the table, Levon, Arjun. What are we thinking here? Arjun was the only one who was able to get away out of the first 2 games yesterday, and he might come in just a little bit more rested today, Tanya.
A little bit? A lot more. I mean, that was an awesome display of performance by Arjun Erigaisi. Just needed 2 games to wrap up his match against Nodirbek Abdusatrov. He cruised and then he chilled in the semifinals, watching all the other action unfold. And I think today he takes on Levon. Levon, he's been up and up in this tournament after having a disappointing finish in the first leg of the tour in Weissenhaus. Coming here, the performance that he showed back-to-back, taking down the world #1 and the world #2, Magnus Carlsen and Hikaru Nakamura in high-pressure battles. I think for Levon, he's writing his legacy here, and then you've got Arjun Erigaisi, who's forging a legacy right now in his chess career. This is going to be an epic duel, and a bit of a clash between 2 of the most creative players on the circuit.
2 super creative players. Levon is nearly double his opponent's age, which is incredible. Levon cannot be underestimated anymore. We thought he was the underdog against Magnus, proved us wrong. He ground down Nakamura in Nakamura style almost yesterday in lots of long endgames. It felt like he was turning back time back to his peak, Levon, and yeah, this one's going to be very close on paper.
Taking a look at one of our matchup graphics, though, provided by David Howe here on the stage. These are scores given to the players as determined by their 2025 freestyle performances so far, and I think this makes perfect sense, at least when I'm looking at those numbers up top, the overall numbers. Arjun Erigaisi has absolutely surprised and delighted so many people from when he first stepped on stage in Paris up till this point. Levon left us wanting more in Weissenhaus, and I know he wanted more. Didn't get the opportunity to step on stage in Paris, and so this is the first time he's getting an argument to change that number.
Yeah, he came at the bottom of the table simply in Weissenhaus, wasn't at his best, Levon Aronian, while Arjun was fiery on the board in Paris, has won several Freestyle Fridays online on chess.com. So yeah, I did think, at least on paper, Erigaisi should be the favorite, but taking into account the last couple of days, who knows, all bets are off.
I think for me, the big question for Levon is, does that kind of streakiness continue? He's been very successful on the black side of the board. Now, he did get his qualification yesterday from the white side, so maybe he can go ahead and put any superstitions behind him going into the day today. But even still, Arjun Erigaisi has found a ton of winning positions early on in these freestyle starting positions.
Absolutely. I mean, Arjun's been quiet off the board and then really loud on the board. He's been doing it consistently, starting from the round-robin stages, and now yesterday's performance in the quarterfinals. But I think Levon, Garry Kasparov said it, the chess world is a better place when Levon's at his best, and that's exactly what we're seeing in Vegas. This is going to be a big fight. I saw those players card. 90 was the average score to Arjun and 86 for Levon. I think I agree with that. I think on paper, probably Arjun also getting the kind of practice that he's been getting, how consistently he's been playing the format. Probably a slight favorite, but Levon, he's been a superstar here in Vegas.
And Levon is responsible for knocking out the top performer in the group stage. Again, we talked so much about how impressive Hikaru was on that first day of play. 5 wins, 2 draws. I mean, really, through most of yesterday as well, he didn't even take a loss, right? So the fact that he ultimately gets knocked down is something we have to discuss here. But does he become now kind of the front runner within that lower bracket for third?
Oh, it does look that way, maybe. It depends on recovery. It's always tough after taking a hit, kind of bearing that disappointment. And for Hikaru, I think it was just a bit of shock yesterday. Nobody beats him in a 100-move grind. He's the best defender in the world. He's been known as that for a while, so a bit of a badge of honor. He will need to just reset and just try and shake off that disappointment.
You know, I think in the Levon-Arjun matchup, for me, the big differentiator and probably a key factor, David, would be the time management. Arjun known to be super fast on the clock, and Levon, you know, he's been taking his time in the early stages of the game. I wonder how much that would come out to play in that matchup.
Yeah, the clock is key. We've seen it so many times. So many scrambles, blunders, even losses on time. And yeah, who knows what today has in store.
It's the 17th piece.
Clock is key. The starting positions and your evaluation of them as well is key. One notable difference for me yesterday was whether or not it was, a wounded Magnus or a Magnus that just has, that doesn't have the weight of fighting for first place anymore. He went his own way, and he absolutely had the quickest and most decisive games of the day. Will he continue that trend? Will other people start to notice that? Or are they going to start going their own way? How do you approach this as you get deeper and deeper into the tournament?
Yeah, it's hard here. You don't have time to sit back and watch the other boards go on and try to copy. Today, Magnus, he's playing an equally quick player. Vachier-Lagrave is super speedy, super instinctive. Those games, I think, are going to finish first. It's just about which way they go.
And that's a rematch from their group stage. And that was not an easy match for Magnus Carlsen.
And it's also a rematch from the Weissenhaus fight for third place, Magnus versus Vachier. And that was an absolute roller coaster as well. Magnus eventually coming out on top and winning that. And that's the table he'll be sitting on. But I think where he wanted to be was right here, but he doesn't get that fight.
You're right. That's where he wanted to be. And instead, it's Hans Niemann and Fabiano Caruana. So back up to that matchup, because again, for me, stylistically, I think it's so interesting. We had a discussion yesterday about picks to make it to the final table. And from my perspective, especially considering that a number of the other favorites have been knocked out, Fabiano should occupy that slot as maybe the pervasive favorite. Again, just speaking to the consistency of his performance and it being hard to bet against him. But at the end of the day, we're in Vegas. This is the city of making bets and trying to come out on top, right? So I think for a lot of people, it's about that heat, the fire that's underneath Hans Niemann and whether or not that can overcome the stability of Fabiano Caruana.
Yeah, and from my experience of the chess world, of these kind of big high-pressure moments, is that the only thing that can be consistency is that type of energy, the fire Hans brings to the board, the intensity, the tactics, the tricks, the speed, everything. So, yeah, this one, it's going to be very interesting. Another clash of the generations.
I mean, right here again, I think these numbers as an overall make sense to me, 91 to 85, giving the edge to Fabiano. This is our first time getting to see Hans on the actual stage playing live. When you evaluate Hans's numbers, though, is there anything that he's done here on this stage that you feel immediately would earn another bump up in points in one or two categories?
Attacking, when he's on the front foot, he often gets a chance and takes the chance to put the ball in the back of the net and take the win. Time management is just incredible. I think that's in the high 90s at this point. He's always ahead on the clock, always kind of putting pressure, using it as a weapon. So yeah, those numbers going up as well for Hans.
Let's go to Pragg and Vincent. Pragg and Vincent are two players that we haven't talked too much about. I think, again, it's been tough road for Vincent just because of those initial losses. He would have been a constant part of our conversation if he had kicked off his group stage in a slightly different way, but he barely missed out on the top four. He had a solid performance yesterday, did go into the tie breaks against Ray Robson, but ultimately came out on top in that first round of tiebreakers. But now, of course, he's got to go up against Pragg, and Pragg topping his group and just barely falling down to Fabiano. I mean, this looks like you're running into an absolute titan right now as Vincent Keimer.
Yeah, Vincent Keimer, had he started on day one differently against Magnus Carlsen, I think we would have been talking about a totally different narrative here right now. For Pragg, the big question will be, I think Vincent, he's sort of now adapted to the situation. He wants to give it his best. Yesterday, he had these long fights, big fights, really came out on top in convincing manner at the end of it. For Pragg, it comes down to how he's feeling right now. I mean, after that 7-game marathon session with Fabian, to be on the losing end of that, it's got to be hard dealing. You know, that means a sleepless night in Vegas, and then you come fight the guy who won the first Grand Slam in Weissenhaus. It's a clash of the youth here, both hungry for that win. I think it's going to be a feisty battle, but I would give Pragg as a slight favorite in that one.
So Pragg is slight favorite there. Are you in agreement, or do you think the young German is going to strike back?
I've seen Vincent win too many games in freestyle at this point in 2025. I think he's moving into top gear now.
Break the tie.
Sorry?
Break the tie. I say Pragg. He says Vincent. Who are you taking?
I can't bet against Pragg right now. I cannot bet against Pragg. There's no way that you can do that after the performance yesterday. He might be tired. He might be tired, and that would be, I think, the one thing that's working against him.
But I think tired, that word just doesn't exist in the vocabulary of the young.
And I just want to point out, at the top bracket, 3 out of the 4 remaining players are American, so I'm hoping our home fans here in Las Vegas are cheering loudly later.
Well, the fans are filing in, and they have been loud when they're allowed to be. I think that's been finding their ways to insert themselves into the conversation has been a fun aspect of the Las Vegas event. Either way, we are moments away from getting these players on stage and drawing that first position. Let's meet those 12 who are still in contention at the Freestyle Chess Grand Slam. Well, there you have it. Those are the players doing battle here on the Las Vegas stage. But now we have to draw our position for the first bout of the day. In order to do that, I'd like to invite Alyssa Yokota on stage. She's an ambassador for freestyle chess in the Japanese region of the world. So, if we could get her up on the stage. Lovely. Alyssa's big responsibility. First position of the day. I'm going to have Tanya release the remaining starting positions and then get you over here.
Five, five, five.
Ooh, that feels like a lucky number here in Vegas. Position 555. Alyssa, thank you very much. We can place this right here. Just a quick question from you, as you've been a part of this live audience and the new experience here in Vegas. What has it been like to, be sitting so close to 16 of the best and watching them do battle for some of the biggest prize money the chess world has ever seen?
It's very exciting. Yes.
Well, we appreciate you coming to join us. We appreciate you drawing this number. The players have their normal 10 minutes to discuss within their pods. Again, down to 6 players apiece. After those 10 minutes, they step on stage to do battle, and we'll catch you in the studio to break down all the action. We'll see you soon.
E4 G5, yeah, maybe.
Yeah, E4 G5. 93 followed by G3.
Yeah, you can try 93. I think they will put like, I don't know, maybe. Okay, maybe they can put something like Sicilian, C5, knight C6, D6.
Are we sure what is F4? I don't know. Sort of time, no? Taking knight E6. What? Yeah, get big, yeah?
Or do you go E5? E5 F4?
E5 F4, yeah?
G3, G5, probably not good.
So we can take and play F4. Yeah, maybe this is enough.
Yeah.
But if you go here?
Oh, G5, yeah. No, I don't like it.
No, I don't like it. Where's the rating? E4 is...
Yeah.
Wait, but by the way, 95, it's not like tactically.
No, okay, E6, G5, yeah, C6.
Maybe.
What about F4, F5?
Okay.
Yeah, I was wondering about like F4, F5, G4 or something.
Take the jab, you have to you can make this with long. Gearing up to 10, Queen G1.
There's also Bishop H5.
But I mean, F5, G4, take G5, what can we do?
Yeah, that's what we were thinking about. But G5 you can also do Queen G2 maybe.
Yeah. You are also attack B7, yeah? Queen G2.
Yeah, knight on D8.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Because Queen G1 he has this.
Yeah, but is it really so? Queen G2 also is probably.
Tricky, no, knight E6. Oh, E7.
No, but this looks tricky.
You're white, you're fake. This is too risky for Magnus.
Well,
Yeah.
I mean, you just lose the pawn, no?
I mean, you can play nice e6.
Rook G5 maybe. Yeah. It's H6. No, you just lose pawn maybe.
No, it's the pawn. Yeah, just take on G5. Like H5. Yeah, maybe this.
The pawn's like that.
Yeah.
G3.
But G3 is just very boring.
No.
Yeah.
What about G4 maybe first move?
Yeah, G4, G5 is the other question. I mean, G5 is forced.
What about G6?
G6, F5. Yeah, that's forced.
But G6 we can actually play 93. Stop set up.
93, E6. I don't like the knight on E2.
I mean, E6 is probably like 4. I'm not sure.
Maybe we should try something like F4, F5, G3, G6. I don't know. Then knight C3.
Okay,
Then
yeah,
E4.
F4, F5, G3.
Yeah, I kind of like this for white.
If you go E5, yeah?
Maybe we should try to build it up, yeah? Ourselves with C6. Yeah, E5? No, I mean later, yeah?
It's also interesting. C6, like Fabian played. Yeah. This was actually the best.
Yeah?
Yeah.
And C6, C4?
All this King C7 stuff.
Take D5, queen h3, king C7. Oh, but okay, here bishop is dead.
Yeah, bishop is on the A. Yeah. This should be a better version.
H7 is hanging. Yeah?
Okay, this. Knight F3. You want to play with G5, huh?
D4, G5.
Yeah. Yeah, it's okay, yeah. Bishop comes to H5.
Also, instead of C6, we can go E5.
But C6 I like, kind of.
C6, yeah, if you go D5, then slightly better,
Yeah, black is okay, yeah.
97.
Uh-huh.
So this is trapeze.
If you go 1 D4 here.
D4, yeah? Yeah, we should start considering the central openings, yeah?
Yeah.
G3, G6, C3.
G5, bishop G6.
This is G3, G4.
G6, but what's the big deal if I just play G6?
Fine. Okay, copy this.
Yeah, right now he doesn't have bishop H5.
Yeah, but
Maybe.
C6 is...
Okay, now we cannot play E4. Take.
This is fine. Take G6.
I don't know.
I feel like that's going to transfer. The bishop...
I want to take something like in game, better a little bit, yeah.
We don't like it. But G4 is better version because now G doesn't have to take G5 or Queen G5.
Yeah, maybe. Thanks.
Yeah, Queen G1. But let me go here. What do you
Yeah. E3 maybe?
E3. B4. I mean.
Yeah, something like this, I don't know.
With the knight on C6, yeah.
But also because it's E3, E6 should bishop H4. Maybe you can activate this bishop because the bishop on E8 doesn't get active now. Maybe.
Yeah.
And you can never cast out.
Maybe, yeah.
Like
Maybe.
yeah, I like this G5 knight E6 and Vincent like
And if you go Queen G2?
yeah, Queen G2.
Hey, what about H1?
8. I don't know, but here you have bishop D5. Bishop D5, no?
Knight E3.
Maybe. You want to do this?
The black is not worse here. All pieces are good.
Yeah.
So maybe we should have used this knight. No? But then the general is G4 plan, I think doesn't offer.
Yeah, I don't. How do you get? I mean, so E4. What's wrong with E4?
F5.
E4, F5.
Yeah.
So it takes.
G4 doesn't work, yeah.
Are we so sure about that? G4, Queen F4, and then I don't know, like F3 or something. Go bishop g3.
What are we on?
And this is double edge.
No, this is risky.
Is it?
Risky for white.
Risky for who?
Okay, now they go here.
G5. I think.
F5, bishop g3.
Yeah.
And then f4.
But why is that a big deal?
Oh, I didn't say it's a big deal. I just assumed it should be slightly better with the diagonal.
Queen
Maybe
F6.
it's not. Yeah, you're right.
Oh, I thought like all there's a thing of knight c3.
Knight c3.
Like, no, I mean with
Queen f4, knight c3.
And off we go into our third day of play here at the Las Vegas Freestyle Chess Grand Slam. Getting a look at Magnus Carlsen as he evaluates position 555, all on his lonesome. Tanya, I like the number. I like the consistency. It feels good to kick off day here in Las Vegas. It's not sevens, but either way, what do you make of the position itself, and what it might provide for us in terms of some early action?
I also love how it's completely different from any standard 5-1-8 positions that we see. You know, you've got only two pieces at the usual starting position, the rook and the knight at the corner of the board on the left side. I spot one undefended pawn on the other edge, on that H line there. So much about this will be activating those long-range pieces, right? One of the first moves that come to my mind, you've got to play a move with multiple grooves, David, and I would want to activate as many as possible. That G-pawn in front of the rook, get that going up the board. I get my bishop out, I try to get my queen out, and a potential rook up the board at the same time. I feel like that would be on my radar.
It's on your radar. It was on the players' radars when they were discussing the positions as well. It's a triple purpose move, which is quite rare in chess. Activating three long-range pieces as well. That looks like it makes a lot of sense as we see the players take their seats. The teams with black were looking at far modest responses, and Hans Niemann himself was just looking at pushing black pawns one square. Maybe this is the type of position where black's going to have to prioritize solidity first of all.
Already down to the 30-second countdown here, and as you mentioned, those players taking their seats. You'll notice we've gone from 8 tables down to 6, so the field slowly whittles here in Las Vegas as everybody's vying for the top placement they can achieve. Again, only 4 people still in contention for number 1 and number 2. That's, of course, Hans Niemann up against Fabiano Caruana and Arjun Erigaisi looking across the table at Lavanaroni.
I kindly ask to the audience to keep the mobile phones in silent mode and please be quiet during the games. Before we start, we will have the return of the owner here, please.
Receiving word now that Niemann is missing from his table. You can actually see bottom right-hand corner of your screen there. Hot pink jacket, empty chair. Either way, the arbiter has given the okay for the games to start, has politely asked the audience to silence their phones. But of course, the players are also provided with headsets so as to cancel out any noise.
And as they all get ready, I'm thinking about how much of a factor endurance is going to be in that match. You know, after that marathon duel that Fabiano Caruana had to go through against Praggnanandhaa to get to the semi-finals. Do you think that's something Hans is thinking about, David, that he perhaps needs to strike early and quick in this one, try to get Fabi into those complicated positions where he might not have that kind of same energy?
Yeah, perhaps that's the strategy. Perhaps you tire Fabi out by going the distance again, bring it down to Armageddon, and surely Caruana can't deal with that 2 days in a row. In the meantime, it's a mystery. Hans Niemann, he's very enigmatic, and where has he gone? He was at the board analyzing. He was even making moves on this specific board earlier, but there we go. It's a handshake, and we are off. Fabiano starting with a rook's pawn, a corner pawn. Very rare sight in freestyle chess here.
But we have seen this, Aka, especially when the rook are on the flanks. You know, you don't need to always necessarily think about developing them with a castle. You push that alpha zero-esque pawn up the board, and you're looking at some rook lift ideas. I want to ask you guys, where do you think, just intuitively and instinctively in this position, where does the king belong? Would it be on the left side of the board eventually, or the right side of the board?
Well, I'd want to say the left side of the board. All you have to do is get both knights out of the way, right? Well, you know, it just feels easier to achieve castling there, right? Just have to get far fewer pieces out of the way in order to do so. That said, Hans Niemann, you know, he had a move yesterday that kind of showed us the power of the, you know, castling here in freestyle chess, particularly when you leave it as a maneuver for much later in the game.
Yeah, his king moved across 4-5 squares yesterday, which was very impressive. And as Tanya points out, you still need to kind of get pieces out the way. I think this last move does show some of Fabiano's intentions. By pushing this pawn forward, it makes it very unlikely that white will castle on the left side, just because the white rook might be needed to protect that pawn a bit later. That pawn also slightly vulnerable to an enemy bishop. Normally when pawns like this are pushed, we do see a bit of symmetry. It's like an autopilot response by the opponents. You block the advance of these pawns, especially if you've got a rook in the corner. But Hans Niemann tends to go his own way early on.
Was this first move one of the 2 or 3 engine top choices by Fabi? Because it's a flank move, it doesn't control the center, the usual standard traditional way of developing. The other move we were looking at was the other rook pawn moving up. That's not the path chosen by Fabi. How does the computer evaluate this one?
Yeah, and Hans puts a pawn in the center, very logical. I'm just going to go back to check the all-seeing oracle as to what the top moves are. At least on my slightly weaker engine at low depth, it says that your move, Tanya, was the best, followed by potentially pushing another pawn to open up the white queen or bringing out a knight. But I don't think Fabiano's move kind of damages much, changes too much. And top computer response was Hans Niemann's reply, occupying the center. Center versus wing strategy here.
Center versus wing strategy, seated and unseated. Hans Niemann getting his steps in early in the day, get that blood flowing.
It's a high heart rate to start the day, over 100 heart rate already, and the action hasn't even begun.
You know, every player's got a different approach. I remember back in Wiesenhaus, we talked to Vincent kind of about what his approach to the day was, and it was always getting out for a nice early morning walk, crisp, fresh air, get the heart pumping, listen to some good music, and get in the right headspace for it all. I gotta wonder what the pregame ritual is for the rest of these guys.
You know, we've spoken about this, right? In freestyle chess, it's so hard to get any kind of preparation in because you have no idea what's coming up. So probably just get some sleep, get some good food, and, you know, just be ready and fresh for the battle. And then that comes back to the conversation, how fresh can somebody like Fabiano Caruana be, who just had perhaps 11 hours of play yesterday, you know, in such a high, tense battle. And Hans, you can see it on camera, also looks more relaxed. And I'm just wondering if now we'll see pawn moves on the other side of the board. He does eventually open up the bishop. And David, to your point, it's a more cautious pawn move rather than going 2 steps forward. I think Fabi has it on his mind that if he requires to castle, he will be going towards the right side of the board.
Yeah, that's a big indicator, right? If you push pawns on both flanks, your options are reduced. But as Tanya says, watch out for the white king to run the whole way over to the right. First up, it's an attack on a central pawn, and Hans has to defend it.
And a trap being set up. You can give a check with your queen, which is just opened up, and it's a double attack. You're checking the king and that undefended pawn on h7.
Missed that one. I wonder whether Hans will miss that. And now we also know why Fabiano pushed the pawn just 1 square forward, not to block the queen's diagonal towards the black king.
Okay, so Niemann has to find a way to refute that idea here right away. Could obviously slide that light squared bishop up 1 square, just target the landing spot of the queen. That's an option. I do want to pull out to just a wider view, both of our semifinal bouts, I should say, because Arjun Erigaisi, interestingly enough, spent 4 minutes of his clock time just to end up committing to the same first move as Fabiano Caruana. Levon as well now taking the page out of Hans Niemann's book, and will launch that pawn in front of the knight forward towards the center of the board.
Copycat chess, almost identical positions on both boards. Arjun, taking this makes it clear that this is one of the positions you can't rely on pattern recognition.
And the fact that Arjun and Fabi decided to go for the same first move makes me think we take the engine going out of the window. This is the kind of chess that I think works from a practical perspective. It's a difficult move to respond with something that your opponent was not expecting. Arjun playing his best. No single pawn step. That's a G pawn moving 2 steps forward.
But that's intriguing considering the kind of tricks that you laid out just before, the threats that you had laid out just before, right? Because now we're occupying that light square. So the queen doesn't have the same opportunity to deliver a check and target a weak pawn.
Well, there are ways that trap could have been countered, right? So I think Arjun just wants to play more aggressive. I think Fabi has a more strategic approach to his position. He knows that Hans will stop the ideas
the threats that he set up. That's the right side of our board here. You know, bishop attacking the central pawn, the queen check coming in. If black moves his central pawn, the one in front of the bishop, just one step forward. You block the check, you also defend your pawn. And Arjun just wants to get all the pawns rolling up. You know, you get them all on the 4th rank, A4, G4, F4, everything on the 4. He's going for the attack here.
Yeah, going on the front foot. Arjun Erigaisi, very creative, but Levon Aronian, with black, he's been so effective. He's a counterpuncher. Just to whether he gets a chance early, whether he gets a chance later in the endgame, he's shown he can do it all with the black pieces.
Yeah, he has taken longer to make that first move than Fabiano, but now they're the game that's moving at a slightly faster clip. We can kind of zoom in just a bit more. That way David has the ability to draw some arrows for us as well as we start to talk through some of the ideas available to each player. Obviously, now Aronian with that little pawn push in front of the rook of his own. That same kind of triple effective move. The opportunity to the bishop. The queen now has a way out as well. But let me ask that same castling question on the other side of the board. Is it pretty much certain that everyone's going to the right side since we opened so many spaces in front of our king already?
Yeah, for the white king, I think it's unlikely at this point. It just looks so airy. You never really want to get your king on a side where you don't have any pawn shelter. For the black king, far more viable, but still takes a while to get the pieces out the way.
Yeah, I'd agree with that. And if I had to make a guess of which move David Howell would have liked to play, having known him for about 20 years now, I think it would have been the G-pawn, 1 step forward and not 2 steps forward, David. A more controlled approach. And of course, everything is uncontrollable when you've got Arjun Erigaisi playing on the board. He doesn't stop at just 3 pawns moving forward. He gets that 4th pawn on the 4th rank, and this time it comes with a face-off in the center. David, this is starting to look very scary for black on move 4.
Yeah, all the pawns. It's the 3-pawn attack on one side. It's a wing attack on the other side, potentially. I'm sure he will not stop there, Arjun. Given the opportunity, he would love to gain even more space, cramp the enemy army.
And how could you not love this approach and this style of play here? He's just so quietly up for conflict at all points in the game. I absolutely love Arjun's approach to freestyle chess.
Face of an angel, but the chess of a devil.
Yeah. Float like a butterfly, sting like a bee.
Trade of pawns. First piece is moved this game. The white bishop does actually feel a bit uncomfortable out in the open. Bishops never really like to lead armies, but the bishop will slide back at some point. And the key is that he's taken away black's kind of space there. The fact that he traded off black's front pawn means that black is struggling for central control now.
And knowing Arjun, I think what he wants to do is he doesn't want to stop on the 4th rank. He's already thinking and planning of ideas. How does he get those pawns rolling further up the board? You know, the A-pawn can march up, defended by the rook. But also, more importantly, the one that you're pointing out right now, with the queen behind, asking some big questions. Are you going to open up further diagonals, further path towards the black king? That F5 push starts to look very dangerous and something that needs to be on Levon's radar. One thing I will say for Levon here, he's played fast, he's played quick. He hasn't been intimidated by Arjun's aggressive play right now.
Well, he's playing from his comfort zone. He's playing on the black side of the board. He's just been putting up numbers from this position, so we'll see if he can do that in game 1 of the day. But I got to take us back over to the Hans Niemann-Fabi game because we were wondering how would Hans respond to the threats that were on the board from this queen delivering checks on the light squared diagonal, as well as that kind of soft pawn, let's say, towards the center of the board. He elects to move his light squared bishop out, protecting that central pawn, but giving, as far as I can tell, Fabi the opportunity to deliver this check and attack a weak pawn on the right side of the board.
Yeah, he's sacrificing here, Tanya.
It's amazing. I mean, I'm thinking about something that's very famously said in chess. You know, Patzer sees a check, Patzer takes a chess. Patzer sees a pawn hanging, Patzer takes the pawn. I mean, I would play that move in just an instant, but you're playing against Hans Niemann. We've seen him do this through the whole freestyle tour, right? Where he comes in, he sacrifices material for piece activity, for initiative in the position. But I'm going to admit, it's not so clear for me. I mean, it has to be around the ideas of getting your knight out into the game, trying to target that queen if it did get hungry on that H line. But maybe we dive a little deeper, David, because that's got to be the move on everyone's mind right now.
Yeah, this is the acid test of what Hans Niemann has just done. This check, winning a pawn. Just to very quickly point out, Hans could have dodged this. I think something you mentioned earlier, Tanya, he could have just pushed his central pawn forward, defending its fellow here in the center, but also blocking the white queen from delivering a check. He decided not to
solve this problem, instead to develop his bishop, which does look like it's on a clumsy square. You rarely see bishops here kind of locked in behind their own pawns, so very interesting idea here by Hans Niemann. A check, though, to put it on the board. This would be met probably by a pawn block or a knight block, as you mentioned. Maybe this knight block, maybe the other knight block. Let's say this one. Queen takes pawn, and where is the compensation? How does black try to get the energy going? The white queen does have an escape route. It's going to run away. It's cost a couple of moves already. It's going to cost a couple more with the white queen. So maybe just to push this pawn forward. And if the queen tries to flee here, black can establish a big pawn center. We might see the Arjun effect here with 3 pawns in the middle of the board. And yes, you're a pawn up, but the pawn count probably doesn't matter so much for white.
Yeah, well, and interestingly, rather, if we return to the live position, you'll take note that Fabi doesn't take the bait. He's not going to go for it.
I think much safer here, much more logical. And saying to Hans Niemann, okay, I'm not going to call your bluff here, but I'm also going to say that your bishop looks a bit silly on this square.
Yeah, I think that's a very pragmatic, very professional approach. I mean, the position that David had on the analysis, black got everything going, white only had the queen out, right, which was being targeted and chased around the board. So that's playing with fire, something you don't want against a guy like Hans. Just look bad for white, honestly. I like this move. Not only does it open the diagonal of the bishop next to the white queen, but it also stops Hans from advancing his own pawn further up the board, offering the trade of a key fianchettoed bishop. You know, you're stopping the e-pawn moving forward, also the d-pawn stepping one step ahead, taking control of some squares that the knight could have landed on. And perhaps we can show that if we just put the d-pawn back, the move that Fabi just made. I mean, give one more move to Hans. E-pawn, d-pawn, everything coming forward, and then you're just very unhappy with no development with the white pieces. So a really nice approach by Fabi there.
Yeah, nice clamping move there for Hans Niemann. If he had been given the opportunity, he wasn't, as Fabi now stepped forward. And very early days, of course, but I quite like the fact that Fabiano is playing nice and solid chess. I also like the fact that Hans is playing provocative chess. It feels like they're both being true to style, and it's only three moves in here. There's a lot behind the surface. Again, this check is on the table, but black's response will be to block and another central pawn hit.
And that's what you want to see in game one, right? Both guys coming in and playing their own, style of the game. I would have questions of confidence if either came in and felt like they had completely altered their approach from yesterday to today, but that does not seem to be the case.
And I hear you guys, but my only concern in this position is this strange bishop that Hans has placed on that c6 square. It just feels like, what's the future of that bishop, you know? Now that the pawn's been stopped, I mean, what bishop am I even talking about? That's a big pawn on the board. How do you even get that going? And to me, that feels like a bit of a misplacement of piece, David.
Yeah, it felt like he was just playing for that one trap. He's like, please go take my pawn. Please waste 3 moves with your queen. But, of course, Fabiano is not going to play into his opponent's hands. And right now, one bad piece often makes a position bad. So we'll see whether Hans Niemann can kind of break this bishop out somehow later by striking in the center, maybe here and now, or whether he has to play a bit of a quieter game. But just like yesterday, Hans Niemann spending a lot of time in these 30-minute games.
Yeah, it's kind of peculiar.
Yeah, he's normally Mr. Speedy.
You know, we saw that same narrative in his first game against Vachier as well, where he was a little indecisive about his first few opening moves. And I can understand why in this specific position as well, because it's not easy to decide where you're going to be placing, how you're going to be finishing your development here. Again, just pointing out that weird bishop on c6 for Hans. And also, I just realized that our entire top championship bracket feels like a fight where there's a clash of generations, right? You've got Fabi and Levon against Arjun and Hans Niemann. And I wonder in freestyle chess, will it be the experience of the youth that's going to prevail today?
Well, it's our age-old question, event over event. First one of the year, it felt like maybe we got an answer with the performance of Vincent Keimer. Granted, it went kind of Vincent, then the rest of the old guard, and then the rest of the youngsters. Obviously, in Paris, Henrik Grenke, Magnus Carlsen had something to say about that, as well as Hikaru Nakamura going up to that final table, and Fabi taking a 3rd spot there in Paris. So ultimately, I think that question is still unanswered, right? There has been no definitive answers to whether or not one generation is particularly suited to this or not. To the point, though, about Hans Niemann taking longer in these, initial games, these 30-30 games, I think you could make the argument, and correct me if I'm wrong, it's rare that you would see Super GM games in standard classical chess end within the first couple moves.
True.
But in freestyle chess, that can absolutely happen. You can see an entire position be lost by a misplay within the first 5-10 moves.
Yeah, and that's kind of number one priority, 101 of freestyle chess. You just don't try, you don't blunder anything. You try to kind of stay solid if you can, or you go straight on the attack. Here it's tough as black. It's a bit of a locked position now in the center to get too active. So Hans, that's why he's trying to spend the time, invest it here and now, so that he can guarantee he gets his type of position a bit later.
And Levon's investing a lot of time on his boards. It might be a good moment to check that out, because that's anything but solid or cagey right now. You know, we saw the opening approach that Arjun had, just throwing all his pawns up the board. And Levon in a bit of a deep think right now. Last time we checked in with that game, it was Arjun who was behind on the clock. But that narrative has completely shifted.
Levon approaching that 20-minute mark.
He hasn't made a move.
We did have a trade of pieces at the center of the board there. That's how that bishop found its way there. A couple pawns leaving the table.
Should we do a quick action replay? A slow-mo of this absolutely wild position, as expected from Arjun, and how it's arrived here.
How slow can you click?
Here we go. This is the start
Slow
position.
motion, David. Do it right.
Number 5, high. And Arjun started by pushing his pawn forward.
Oh no, we got to pick the editing back up. This cannot be.
Not for this game.
Not for this game, but I do feel that Levon Aronian, maybe around here, should have invested a bit more time. Just this pawn push alone feels a bit wrong. It takes 2 squares away. It takes, an important square away from 2 of the black steeds. The 2 black knights both want to use that square. Maybe pushing the other pawn was more kind of key in this position to keep that square vacant, because the situation he's found himself in, if we fast forward now, after this exchange of pawns, it's the black knights. Both of them struggling to get out. As Tanya pointed out, given one more move, Arjun is going to push this pawn forward, for example, here. And the black knight in the middle, which kind of clogs up the whole army, prevents black from castling. It just can't get out. And already you're pretty much playing against what's soon going to become a big attack. The white A pawn as well, ready to strike, as Tanya mentioned. This looks ugly for black, simply.
I think Arjun's loving life right now. I mean, he's got exactly the kind of positions that he thrives in about 4 moves.
Loving life, but also I'm noticing the highest heart rate I've ever seen for an Arjun Erigaisi. Up to 89.
66?
I mean, that's like a 33% increase over his normal heart rate. So, you know.
You know, that's something Arjun's really worked on.
Is it?
It really is. I mean, actually, all the Indian kids, they give so much importance to mental coaching. And we've seen that play out with Gukesh in the World Championship matches, in all these high-stress situations, and also, you know, Prague as well, keeping his calm. But Arjun, I think it's especially spectacular just simply because what's happening on the board is absolute madness.
Yeah.
It's crazy. And yet we always see him sort of around that 60 mark. Like you said, this is very uncharacteristic as it's slowly going down, but steadily going down. They do practice meditation a lot. They have a lot of these gurus that they go to understand how to keep your nerves under control. So it's a big part of their training.
And speaking of high stress, it looks like things are about to get mighty stressful here for Levon Aronian. He does ultimately commit to a move, but even after spending all of that time, the computer is definitely not a fan.
Call the ambulance, Arjun over 100.
Whoa.
I wonder if he's already realizing how good of a position he's in, and now just really trying to work through, okay, from even 5 moves into this game, I'm in a winning position, but now it's about how to, you know, bring it all the way home.
Yeah, at this level, this is a significant advantage. That is for sure. This bishop coming out, I'm not exactly sure the function. I think he was trying to break out Levon Aronian with a pawn potentially. That has been clamped down. We'll show that in a second. But just to point out, it's also taken a key square away from the black knight. Huge traffic jam for the black pieces. Just to point out, Levon Aronian, he did want to strike by pushing this f-pawn. This is my analysis, not on the board, but after some trades here, white would trade off a set of rooks and then win a pawn. That's why Arjun Erigaisi, he just brought his knight out so that the bishop and knight prevent any activity by the black army. And maybe Arjun just had a coffee. I'm not sure what it was. Maybe that's the excuse for his heart rate spiking. But either way, very impressive calmness and very impressive play early on.
Yeah, he seems to be settling in a bit. I want to jump down to our lower bracket, maybe take a little trip around the horn. Let's start with Magnus Carlsen and Vachier-Sindarov. I want to start with Magnus because, again, his approach yesterday in the first couple games of the day was very different than the number of our other players. Number one, he was playing fast. But number two, he took different strategies. And this is a funky-looking board from my first look.
Yeah,
To my eyes, it just looks really, really nice for white. Maybe we roll it back and go from the start, because Magnus, he's been playing super fast in these games so far. This is move 7, he spent 3 minutes, but he's always going for these Sicilian pawn structures, and I'll highlight it here after pawn to f4. Normally we would call this the bird opening, but this one, it activates the queen. And we see already some question mark moves appear. This pawn stepping forward. Maybe Magnus should be actually striking on the other flank, but instead he builds this structure. We see some misses, some red crosses according to the computer. We'll ignore those for now, but the main point here, Tanya, is that he loves this pawn structure with white, with black. He wants to control from afar. The black dark square bishop with a lot of influence as well. But the computer doesn't approve now, and it does look in the game position like white is about to jump forward, potentially with a knight. Very active pieces, central control. And again, tough for the black knights to get in this game.
I'm loving what he's created, and he's taken about 3 minutes on the clock to do just that, right? Magnus has... But yes, for Sindarov, the activity, I think that's awesome. He's down on the clock, but up on the board. The knight, like you said, has jumped forward. And I think what he wants to do is neutralize Magnus's bishop at the corner of the board. You know, you want to get rid of your bad pieces for your opponent's good pieces. That's one of the attackers in the position. So Sindarov aiming at getting that bishop onto that c3 square, eventually trading that off. And then you've got all these light squares to jump on, because if Magnus does the same with his bishops on the longest diagonal, look at the holes that have been left behind because of the pawn formation that he's chosen. Very healthy play by Sindarov right now. It's advantage white.
All right, advantage Sindarov dropping from the upper bracket quarterfinals into a matchup against the world #1. But perhaps this is the wounded Magnus that Sindarov can manage to overcome. From here, let's hop over to Nodirbek Abdusatorov up against Wesley So, continuing our trip around the horn here. In the lower bracket, all 8 of the players down here fighting for a top placement of 3rd place in our Las Vegas Grand Slam. And look at this, we got bishops kissing each other on the side of the board. A lot of open space here on the right side, but very few pieces yet have been developed.
And we'll dive into it, but in my head, I'm just thinking about it. And David, I want you to tell me on this. Talk to me about Magnus right now. I mean, how motivated is he going into that fight for 3rd place? You know, he's rushing his moves. He's barely taken 3 minutes on the clock, and he's got a worse position against Sindarov in the first game. Also, by the way, the disheveled hair is back right now, as we saw earlier. Do you think that's a bit of a factor that Magnus is just never interested in these kind of fights, and anything below the 1st place, the tournament's trash for him?
Yes, I wish I could say Magnus is super pumped, super motivated. He really, really wants this, but ultimately it's a bit of a consolation prize. He loves chess, so he'll be getting into the games, he'll be enjoying the moment, but I don't think he's going to expend every single ounce of energy. He does have he does have the Esports World Cup coming up. Maybe he'll be trying to focus on that now. 3rd place for him is not really a success. I remember him not even turning up to prize ceremonies at Olympiads to pick up an Olympic medal because it was only bronze. And yeah, for him, 3rd place. Maybe he'll be looking at the tour standings thinking this is important, but I think he'll just be trying to blitz through these games and not get too stressed in the process.
I think he just wants Viva Las Vegas right now. You know, he doesn't care as much about the chess. He cares about having fun here, but there's still a lot on the line, and especially, I think, for this guy playing with the white pieces. Wesley with everything to prove. I mean, he's had, you know, some disappointing tournaments in recent past, and what a beast he was looking back at pre-pandemic, you know, the 2018 to 2020 period, winning the first ever Fischer Random World Champion, doing that by defeating none other than Magnus Carlsen in that epic final battle there. He starts here with the white pieces. There's a bit of symmetry going on the right side of the board here. You know, all the pieces in a face-off. I mean, the only difference here is the A-pawn. For white giving more space, black slightly clamped down.
Yeah, this is good and bad for both sides. Everything else being equal, white has gained the space, so white has more activity with the rook. The rook can come up and slide. But in any endgame, the white pawn is maybe overstretched, over-advanced here, and could just become a weakness. It could just fall prey to the black knight. So Wesley So has to play very energetically and maybe try to solve this game a bit earlier on before that pawn just drops off later. Either way, it does feel like neither side wants to commit. It's a relatively safe position, just due to how many exchanges there already have been and likely will be. Rooks soon to leave the board when one side blinks. And yeah, yet to be seen. I think this matters maybe more for Wesley So than Abdusatorov. Wesley isn't getting the same invitations to big tournaments as he used to a few years ago, with the young guys coming to supplant him.
Yeah, so looking to reinsert his name into the conversation, right? And this would definitely be one of the stages you could look to do that. A very stable position, though, overall, because of that, relative symmetry, between the two, and the propensity for a number of these pieces to fall off the board. So let's go to Vincent Keimer versus Pragnananda. Vincent Keimer, our Weisenhaus winner from the beginning of the year. He's taking on the Group A #1, who fell down just yesterday to Fabiano Caruana. But within that matchup, he as well playing with the white pieces. He's got a solid advantage here, about a point given to him by the computer's evaluation. And just as we get here, he's going to jump the knight in, trying to get a bit of a nice offensive square, offering a trade, though, for that light squared bishop.
Yeah, this just looks really nice for Vincent Keimer, I've got to say. This strategy, we've talked about it a few times. We saw it, Hans Niemann playing a bishop to this square. It was blocked by his own pawn in that case. Here it's blocked by a white knight. And this bishop trade is really desirable. You want to neutralize your opponent's strength, the fianchettoed bishop, as Tanya pointed out in the Sindarov game. But if it's blunted, if the bishop is forced to sit on the square, it just feels really uncomfortable. It's within kind of striking distance for some of the white pawns, which might march up the board later. It's within striking distance of some knight forks, potentially, if the black queen ever moves away. And you never really want to trade bishop for knight, because the white light square bishop would then be uncontested and just conquer all of the light squares on this diagonal. So this white knight is, it's a bit of a thorn in the black side. Tanya, early days, but Vincent Keimer showing his opening magic again, maybe.
And he's shown that throughout the tour, right? Just his understanding of these freestyle positions, where the pieces belong. He takes his time, but then you always come into the situation where you see that Vincent just played all the best moves in the position. In early days, and I think it's going to continue for the next 10 moves by him. Just super impressive stuff. I mean, when we were doing our pre-show, I said I would think that Prug, world #4, would be a favorite in this match, also given just the form that he's shown in the round robin, the big fight against Fabi. And then you said that, Vincent, he's so hard to write off, David, when it comes to freestyle chess. And I think he's proving your point right so far, that he's the one with the upper hand and the better understanding of the position currently.
One more lower bracket battle to check in on before we hop back up to the upper bracket, and that's, of course, Hikaru Nakamura up against Linier Dominguez Perez. A sour finish to the day yesterday for Hikaru. We're wondering how he'll rebound here today up against Linier. This was his choice of opponent. He got first choice in being the highest rated player, knocked down to the lower bracket. And so far, still relatively even. Most recent move getting a question mark. David, what do you make of it? Is this really anything to be concerned about, or we still got plenty of room to play?
Yeah, plenty of room to play. I don't think it's not a concrete blunder. It's not a serious mistake. Maybe it's just a bit loosening. The base of the white pawn chain now is slightly weak if a black knight can ever attack. This one, we're highlighting the dark squared pawn there on the e-file. Again, it just feels like all the players, they're falling to temptation of trying to challenge their opponent's bishops on the long diagonals. But every time this happens, the computer says, it's not a good plan. But that's what Hikaru is going for either way, and it's going to become very slow, very strategic, this game. And actually, on paper, that favors both of their styles.
All right, so this one's still with plenty of maneuvering to happen. We're going to be hopping over to Fabiano Caruana and Hans Niemann. But as we go, we want to toss to an interview, get a quick word from our competitors as they came off their grueling battles yesterday.
Fabiano, you just played 10 hours of chess, but you're through to the semifinals after a crazy match against Pragnananda. What does it mean to you to win at the end of the road in the Armageddon?
Yeah, of course, it's amazing. I've had a few of these matches, but none quite this long. And also with so many swings, losing the first game and then coming back, and then also losing with white. I thought it should be over at that point, but then somehow coming back in the rapid and then reversed, and the Armageddon was also crazy. It was very, very complicated, and then he was also trying to flag me. But at some point I looked at the clock, I saw that I have 17 seconds. I looked like a few minutes later, I still have 17 seconds. I thought, okay, I'm probably not going to get flagged.
I think you're the only player I've ever seen Armageddon in freestyle. In Weisenhaus, you were the only player, if I'm not mistaken, to play in Armageddon against Sindarov. Do you think your extra experience compared to your younger opponents helps in these spots?
Yeah, I've even had 2 matches against Levon as well, and it ended in the same way. I got black in Armageddon every single time. Yeah, I think that I realized probably it's good to have black. I don't know why, but it feels better to have black even down a minute. In each game, I felt like in each game that I've played in these matches where I went to Armageddon, I've always felt like it's easier to play a bit faster with black. You have less to worry about. Like with white, you always have to consider so many things, and it gets in your head that you have to like get an advantage or something. So it feels a bit easier to play freely with black. Which is why I went a bit lower. I wasn't even disappointed when I saw he was like nearly 430. Of course, I could have probably, gotten an extra 20 seconds out of it, but I was happy just to play black. That's why I went a bit low.
And Fadi, we're gonna let you go to dinner, but one final question: your thoughts on the matchup against Hans Niemann tomorrow?
I didn't even realize I would play Hans. I wasn't sure if it would be Hans or Levon. Well, of course, it's going to be very tough. I mean, He's been playing well. He beat Sindarov. Okay, it wasn't super smooth, let's say, but it was a tough match, but still relatively convincingly. And yeah, he's obviously in good shape, and he's a very, very tough opponent.
Fabi, congratulations on a stunning day of chess, and best of luck for tomorrow.
Thank you.
Respect to Fabi, concluding a 10-hour day, giving a gracious interview there, reflecting on his very marathon of a day yesterday, and of course this matchup here against Hans Niemann. But as we return to the board, Tanya, it looks like Fabi has not missed a beat. We were wondering, would he come in tired? Would he come in fatigued? And so far, it's looking like he's firing on all cylinders today.
It really does. I mean, this looks like Fabi on high energy, let alone talking about how endurance will be a factor after that crazy, crazy battle that he had. Maybe it's the adrenaline. Maybe it's the confidence that, you can get the job done. Maybe it's the feeling that the stars are aligning for you in Vegas. Because Fabi, what a power performance here right out of the opening. Look at the position that he's got. The knight at the center of the board is such a key piece. The only way to get rid of it, you give up your bishop pair. And that would leave Fabi with a monstrous bishop of his own unchallenged. So you can't even do that. Black's knight at the edge of the board is still a whole move away from really doing anything. It's not really jumping into play, and it can be stopped with a really nice square that Fabi set up for his queen. I'm looking at ideas, David, eventually the white queen landing on that c4 square, taking control of any knight jumps, putting pressure on that central pawn. Not just that, Fabi can also push that central bishop away by advancing his own pawns and building a big pawn center, eventually putting his bishop on a nice diagonal on that square in front of the queen. Just feels like easy development moves. Meanwhile, for Hans, going to be difficult, one, to decide where is the king feeling safe, and also where are you placing your pieces?
Yeah, I think this might be a key moment for Fabiano, this next 2 or 3 moves. That's why he's investing a bunch of his time now. If he can prevent the black king from castling to safety, I'm not sure which flank, as you mentioned there, Tanya, but if he can prevent that, then Fabiano's just going to have a fantastic position and attacking chances down the road. But for now, he's just maybe mulling up whether to push the pawn first, whether to bring the queen out first, whether to trade off pawns first. A whole selection of tempting moves.
It is, and the last one that you mentioned, it is on the board, so great call there by you at the end. And I wonder if Fabi wants to go for that exact same idea where you want to get rid of the bishop, the most active bishop your opponent has, by placing your own undeveloped one on that c3 square. I will also point out that one of the tactics that we've been talking about from the start of this game, the queen check, pick up that pawn at the edge of the board. Earlier it was about it would give too much compensation. Now it would just be a massive blunder, David Howell.
Yes. For white? For black?
For white, I was saying, just simply because your queen gets trapped at the end of the board, at the edge of the board.
Yeah, Fabiano brings his queen a better direction, but I'll just point out, put it on the board here, what Tanya was highlighting there. A queen check could be blocked, for example. Now, if you do get greedy, you do get trapped as well. The white queen with no escape.
Disaster.
We've seen queen traps before in Vegas, though.
We have. Many. And queen coming out. I'm very surprised Fabiano did it in this fashion, I'm going to say, just because now Hans Niemann can challenge queens and try to trade off queens. If Fabiano, just to wind it back one move, if he'd done it before the pawn exchange, if he'd now brought out his queen, black is unable to challenge, unable to trade off this beautiful active piece here, because if he'd brought his queen out, we would see a trade and a devastating knight fork at the end, winning the black rook here. This check, and you win the piece. Now, though, if Hans Niemann tries it, after queen takes, the bishop drops back and defends this square. So maybe this alleviates some of the pressure, although Fabiano's still with the strongest piece in the game, the white knight in the middle.
That's very cool, though. I mean, again, the small differences, a single move order, you know, a single tempo can make here in the game of chess.
That knight is truly the MVP, the most valued piece in the position. And I wonder if Fabi's idea is to consolidate it further, David, by bringing his own knight to a central square, the one that's not developed yet, and make sure that that knight isn't going anywhere. Because it's really the one that's stopping Hans from getting any sort of harmony going in the position. You know, it's eyeing the dark squared weaknesses. You get rid of that bishop, the knight will jump to the f6 square. You have to watch out for threats on that pawn in front of the king. I mean, for Hans, it would be a dream to try to trade off this knight. But to your point, I think the queen move is the most natural one. You want to ease off the pressure. You want to get into an endgame where you feel at least you're not getting checkmated anytime soon.
Yeah, two natural moves for Hans Niemann, either bringing out the queen, offering a trade, which we might well just see, or the black knight coming out, developing, defending its bishop, and both sides are ready to castle. If they just get their knights out the way, the kings will stay where they are, and the rooks will slide on into the center here, with a gain of time, potentially.
You know, the pawn trade that Fabi made in the center before this queen move, to me, just feels like his intention is to place that bishop on the long diagonal and trade it off. If it's going to happen after the knight move, maybe after the queens are off the board, but that's where that dark squared bishop is headed for white.
Agree. And Hans leaning back.
Yeah, doesn't seem pleased with the little grimace on the face there as he's trying to find what is the answer in those couple of moves that he has available to him.
Yeah, it feels like it's not a Hans type of position either. Firstly, he's on the defensive, but even if he trades off the queens, he's still slightly worse in an endgame or what's kind of a queenless middle game. And no real activity. Hans loves the kind of unorthodox tactics where he can put some pressure on, ask some difficult questions, give his opponent a lot of choice. But here it's relatively safe and straightforward for Fabiano.
Well, Hans ever so slightly worse perhaps, but somebody who is already struggling in their bout is Levon Aronian up against Arjun Erigaisi. If we head back over to that one, our other semi-final, Arjun Erigaisi, time and time again, within the first 10 moves of a game, has found incredible advantages. And again, I'll remind everybody that he was quick to make it through the quarterfinals yesterday, has to be well rested, and is staring down a Levon Aronian who has really had to run the gauntlet just to get here.
Yeah, Arjun, ever since the first game of the round robin stage on day one, where he just got wiped out by Hans Niemann, ever since that game, he's upped his level so much. Just as we say that, he makes a small mistake, but nothing significant. And yeah, he just looks in full control. He's going for it here and now. He senses weakness from Levon Aronian on the clock, and that's why he's changing the pace of the game, going straight on the attack. Tanya, are you surprised he's gone for it now? It looked like occupying the center with some of the white pawns equally strong.
This was always going to be the move that Arjun will play. I mean, we're talking about Arjun Erigaisi. You know, he gets the option to push for that advantage, to push for that initiative with an aggressive move. He's taking it with both hands. And he's been sort of setting that up for the last couple of moves as well, getting the bishop out, getting the knight out, getting the pawn up the board. It comes with the tempo as well. And not just that, I think long-term what Arjun's done is opened up a really nice diagonal for his dark squared bishop, eventually landing on that g3 square, really stopping the king, putting the black king in a bit of a kill zone there. You know, there are checkmating patterns that can appear because of that bishop. I like it. I don't care about the question mark. Also, with 8.5 minutes on the clock, it's a very difficult move to deal with.
It does feel a bit like he's jumping the gun, though. I like that other pawn move that you offered just because it completely shuts that knight out of the game, right? I mean, it would have to reroute all the way back to in front of the king and then forward if it eventually wants to get involved. But those knights then feel very blunted.
Yeah, I guess he's arguing here that if the black knight does, for example, jump to a square that now isn't under control, attacking the white bishop will slide back, also preventing a nasty check, a nasty fork, and only then he'll hit the knight with gain of time, gain of tempi. So, yeah, he's just that type of player, as Tanya says. He will never back down from an opportunity to change the pace and go on the attack.
This is vintage Arjun. I mean, this is how he plays chess, you know? And I think in this format, he's just putting pressure, so much pressure move by move on his opponent right now, on Lev right now, down to 7.5 minutes. And David, what you pointed out about the knight jump, if that's not a possibility, you know, retreating with the knight to any of the squares is extremely unpleasant. I mean, do you put it on g7 in front of your own rook and bishop? That's hideous.
Yeah, fianchettoed knights, just terrible pieces in general. And first a trade of pawns. Maybe we'll see a trade of rooks. Levon just needs to get pieces off the board. Trading does sometimes bring safety and at least cures the traffic jam problem. But yeah, where the knight goes after is anyone's guess. It's not a pleasant decision.
Yeah, very tough to respond now for Lev in this position. But I agree with you. He probably should get the rooks off the board and then think about where you want to place the knight. And that's a tough question to answer for Lev.
I just love how quickly, too, Arjun puts it back in, the ball back in Levon's court. Great. 7 minutes and 30 seconds? How about 7 minutes? How about 6:30? Watch that clock tick down. I'm still working with 20 minutes to my name.
And I'm not playing slow KG moves. I'm not playing positional strategic chess here. I'm putting pressure on every single move. I'm coming in with a threat. And this is what we spoke about in our show open, that the clock might be the differentiator, the key factor in this matchup.
And although Levon is known as a creative force, he's a very attacking player by nature. His success against Magnus and Hikaru both were founded in the endgame in slower positions. So maybe Arjun's just saying, oh, you're not going to get that. You're not going to get the time luxury there. You're just going to be facing all of these threats, non-stop momentum, and good luck with that.
I haven't been giving my other opponents endgame chances. Why would I give those chances to you?
Mm-hmm.
And it's so tempting to put that knight on that c5 square, right? It comes in with a threat. It's the more aggressive-looking move. But the deeper you look, the more you understand that the knight there is actually just trapped. And I think Levon makes his decision. He eases the pressure off just a little bit, trades a set of rooks, pauses.
Where's he going? Where's he going? He's got a whole bunch of squares to choose from, 6 safe squares. But none of them look very impressive right now.
Yeah, I feel like I can eliminate the one that cages in my dark squared bishop.
100%.
That one okay.
Oof.
Was going to be the next one I eliminate, because that also feels like, again, I'm aiding Arjun in making my A6 knight super ineffective.
Yeah, and it's going to be even more ineffective after Arjun pushes a pawn in the center. The two knights are just super stuck. At least he might get to castle, Levon Aronian, but he's really struggling for air right now. And Tanya pointed out this diagonal with the white bishop. Maybe he'll even hesitate pushing this pawn with white, because the white queen is staring down a nice diagonal. There we go. He brings the bishop out first. The white queen might start going towards some pawns if black does get castled. Oh, this is just painful. It's just beautiful harmonization, centralization for the white pieces. The black pieces are just stuck.
One of my takeaways from freestyle chess has been, if white is able to get an f-pawn to f5, it's not just about the space advantage. You actually take away some really big developing squares from your opponents. You're creating a lot of weaknesses in the position, and I've seen the players aim for that. Of course, it depends on the starting position, but this pattern has emerged time and time again. I'm also going to point out Arjun developing the bishop, knowing the guy, he's thinking about what's next. And he wants to get the knight into the game as well. Knights are the best attacker. I wonder if he'll go ahead with the plan of rerouting that knight, which hasn't made a single move. A3, C4.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, the knights are coming. In the meantime, Levon Aronian's knights are dancing backwards. It started on the square next to it. It's literally made 3 moves just to end back on the first row.
Yeah, essentially every piece in Arjun's position feels like it's better placed than its counterpart on the other side of the board.
Yeah, better rook. The white rook, at least slightly better than the black rook, who can actually move. The white knights are coming out to active squares. The white bishop's clearly superior, and the white queen a lot more potential than its counterpart, as you say.
And in this position, David, the bar gives a huge advantage to Arjun, right? Do you think, from a human perspective, from a human evaluation, that is close to how Arjun looks at his chances as well?
Probably. I think he's just busy calculating rather than saying, oh, I'm winning, or I'm better. Arjun, he's super focused and relentless.
You've got to feel it, right, though, that you've done this right so far.
Yeah, exactly. He knows he's done it all right. And yeah, he doesn't let emotion cloud his judgment ever. That's why he's so effective. He's always been known as a bit of a well, he beats the lower-rated players. He's been a bit of a lower-rated bully there. He just takes them all down. But against the top guys, occasionally struggling to put the ball kind of to finish it off. Yeah. That's the only thing I would say, but he's getting closer every day.
He's called the Iceman in chess, and I think you make a great point there, because, his brand of chess, his style of chess is so difficult to handle for players who are lower rated than him. You're looking, and that was the reason for his success in 23-24, where he was winning open tournaments after open tournament, just crushing and crashing the field, finishing at the top. But facing the elite, you have to be more universal in your approach. You can't force the matters. You can't always take the fight for him. But Arjun sometimes has struggled with that, because intuitively, instinctively, even when the position hasn't demanded, wanted, he stuck true to what he does best. And that sometimes backfires. But I wonder how much that has to do with experience. The more you're playing against these guys, the more you understand these things, and that universal approach develops further. For Arjun, every opportunity to play against the best in the world, something he's been missing out on, something he's been very vocal about in the chess world, just means everything to him.
But also perhaps a characteristic that really suits him well in this format of freestyle chess, right? Where intuition seems like sometimes the best thing you can bet on in these positions. There just simply isn't enough known quantities, there aren't enough patterns established, and there isn't enough time to work through everything. And so this is a guy who, you know, might very much benefit from just having the feeling.
Yeah, and I'm very proud of myself. Back in 2021, I got crushed by Arjun Erigaisi in a blitz match. He was around 2,500 level. Imagine that was 4 years ago, and he was 300 points lower on the rankings. That's how fast his ascent has been. And I've never felt so powerless. I've played Magnus plenty of times. I've played Hikaru plenty of times. I always feel like I'm in the game. But against Arjun, it was just this power play, intuition, super speedy. And when he got a chance, he would kill me on the spot. And I literally said to him in the conversation afterwards, "You're going to be 2,800 in a couple of years." Lo and behold, he's here now, and it looks like he's here.
Call him the Oracle, David Howe.
I wasn't the first one. Probably plenty of people predicted it. But,
you know, even James, to your point, I think the format that's designed to bring out this raw skill, this raw creativity for the players, that is freestyle chess, it actually does suit Arjun so beautifully. I think that's why we see him with all those back-to-back Freestyle Fridays victory. His debut as well, so strong in Paris, you know, making it through the round robin without any problems. And I think his performance here is just that he has this unnatural, this otherly world approach to chess already, and that's what's required for freestyle chess. No familiar patterns, creativity from move one.
Well, it's been a minute since we've been over to Fabi and Hans's board, so let's hop back over there just to see how that one's developed. Fabi earlier having a solid advantage. We saw that slip away ever so briefly there a few moves ago, and now it seems like he's just slowly building that advantage up again.
Yeah, it's step by step in chess. You can't always just knock out the opponent immediately, and he's doing it, kind of in stages here, I would say, Fabiano. Let's just backtrack to the last position we were at, because the moves we predicted did come to pass. We saw Fabiano last bring his queen out, and this is where Hans had a bit of a think, but ultimately he did decide to try and trade queens, which we thought was the most logical step. The black queen passive, the white queen active, logical to trade off. Queen takes queen. The bishop had to recapture to cover any checking squares for the white knight. Now the other white knight joined the party, stepping forward. There are threats of this white b-pawn kind of leaping forward with some targets in mind, and hitting a bishop, hitting a knight and bishop afterwards. So Hans Niemann decided this is the time to trade off. Bishop takes knight. He was hoping here for Fabiano Caruana to take back with the knight. When bishops would be traded, the bishop pair would disappear. But Fabiano actually happy to ruin his own pawn structure. Very instructive, prioritizing the bishops. And pawn takes, showing that Hans has actually made a strategic mistake, the black rook coming across. And I just feel that this black knight on the edge of the board is ready to be hit in the near future. This looks super tempting for the white pawn to step forward. The white rook has also got an open line, and even this isolated white pawn in the center isn't too weak. It can even protect its knight if need be.
Yeah, I was going to say I wouldn't mind sliding that dark squared bishop up and out of the way at some point, castling, bringing my rook over, and just supporting that pawn, beginning its eventual march down the board.
But there is something to be said about the fact that the clocks have totally leveled out right now, which probably also means that Hans is feeling better about his position than he did just a couple of moves ago with all the pressure that was on. You know, it is the end game. A set of minor pieces have been traded off. Yes, the big advantage also long-term for Fabi is the bishop pair in an open position that you've got, the open F line that you were talking about. But David, Hans also has something to play for. I mean, give him a few moves. Get that knight to c5. Get the other knight towards the center of the board and castle. And that's 3 moves in all. And actually, Hans would have consolidated his position. So even though it's the end game, even though the queens are off the board, I think time is truly of the essence of Fabi. If he wants an advantage, he needs to play energetically over the next couple of moves as well.
I think you're touching on something, a concept that can comes secondary in chess learning for players of my skill level, right? So often we get stuck just, what is my strategy, and playing towards my strategy, not thinking so much about, okay, what would the next couple moves of my opponent look like? What are they attempting to do, and how can I maybe dismantle that opportunity? So taking those, 3 steps that you just laid out for us, Tanya, if I'm in Fabi's position and I know that that's, what's coming, how do I prevent those things from finding their way onto the board?
Yeah, I think that's why Fabi's investing his time. Chess is a race, as you say. It's like you always need to know what you want, but then you look at what the opponent wants, and if you feel you're quicker, you go for it. If you feel their ideas are quicker, you stop them. You prevent it before it arises, and then you later go for your plans. And Tanya, I think the key one, like you said, this knight is getting off the edge of the board, most likely, unless white now pushes a pawn. I think that's why I was very attracted to pushing this b pawn forward. But the other idea is twofold, the black knight coming out, and then black is able to castle. So one way to stop this knight moving is to slide the white rook across, just to tie it down to this pawn. And that would kickstart a sequence that becomes very forcing. Firstly, black can grab a pawn. Black can take this knight off the board and try to win a pawn with the rook. I'm not sure whether this greed is particularly good here, because firstly white can take, but also your idea there, James, of castling, and suddenly the white heavy pieces look like they're ready to fire, and black's army still sitting at home. So this would be one way, but the kind of key that Fabi's calculating is what happens if here, after the white rook slides, the pawn pushes, and then the knight moves out, and then he castles, and here there's all sorts of moves. You can try and break open some lines for your pieces, and the game is going to take on a very different nature. It becomes much more concrete.
I love that first move that you're suggesting. Get the rook on a better square. Right now it's staring at its own pawn. You know what's better? Stare at your opponent's pawn. Slide it one step forward. Stop Hans from getting what he wants. But David, the response to what you said after that f-pawn moving forward comes with a pawn sacrifice. You're actually gambiting a pawn, and that's a huge decision, right? It's only a best of 2. You have to be sure about your initiative and compensation. And Fabi, as a player, likes more control on the board, I think. So it would be awesome to see take him the fight to Hans with that. But in case he wants to play a more controlled game, do you think he does have the time to, let's say, defend? Because right now you can't go... he's about to make a decision. I was going to say you can't go castle because a4 is hanging. He first pushes his central pawn, consolidates the knight at the center of the board, stops that f-pawn from moving forward. A flurry of moves coming in.
Yeah, so he lets the knight back into the game, but immediately attacks it here with his dark squared bishop. So the knight either has to be defended or moved out of the way. Could be an opportunity to develop that knight in defense of its brethren. Otherwise, you're, forced to push a pawn up and kind of soften again more spaces in front of the king.
Yeah. There are some pawns under fire. I should mention, I think he will play one of these 2 moves, Hans Niemann, just because he doesn't have too much time on the clock and there's a lot of calculation involved. But black, if he's feeling brave, can grab this pawn in the center. I don't think you can grab the other pawn with the black knight, because Fabi's idea by developing the white bishop to this square is a check. The white knight will land a check, and when the king moves, knight takes bishop, and at the very end, the black knight on the edge of the board will fall. Rook takes knight here, and white is up some material. But yeah, taking the central pawn...
He's gone for it.
Tanya, he's gone for it. Wow. I was going to say, this one, I can't see a refutation. I can't see a reason not to, because when the dust settles, the black rook or the black bishop will always be defending this knight.
This is a feisty endgame. I mean, who said endgames are boring, right? Queens are off the board, but he's just sacrificed a pawn for compensation here, for playing for those bishop pair. It's a big pawn. I mean, he's got to prove it.
Oh, we can jump knight to f6, yes, hitting the rook and the h-pawn. Oh, he takes the check line instead.
Yeah, the knight was covered in that square, but the king
my bad.
Out now.
Good call.
And Hans was...
Backwards knight moves.
hardest to spot.
They are the hardest to spot.
And Hans was ready with his response. Did you see the speed with which he played that king? But it was also the most natural move. You don't want to block your own rook at the edge of the board by sliding it over closer to that. He brings it to the center. He gets a surprising question mark. I wonder if that means it's a bit exposed to certain checks that Fabi can give of his own on the D line.
We can check him with a castle right here.
Yeah, it looks super scary. The fact that Hans played this immediately shows how confident he is as a person, as a chess player. Fabiano first removes the knight, I think this one is even more accurate because the black knight could have come back to block any checks on that open file. The black knight was ready to drop back to the d6 square. Now look at this black king out in the open, in the firing line. Has Fabi calculated something here though, Tanya, because he is a pawn down and rook takes knight is a big threat to win material.
Yeah, you give Hans one move, Fabi's lost. Rook takes knight, it's game over. So Fabi has to have a very big response in this position. But David, king at the center of the board, you've got some majors remaining, the two rooks. You know, one of them not doing anything. I think the most natural move in the position is slide it over, get a pin in. But what I'm trying to understand is what happens if black pushes that f-pawn 2 steps forward, consolidates the bishop, still threatening the knight on e7.
Yeah, that knight is going to jump. It's trapped, actually. It only has one safe square, so just to put your move on the board while Fabiano thinks, Tanya, the knight can come back to this square due to the pin along the e-file, and this knight is untouchable. It also has threats in the air. Fabi plays a move. Wow, he brings his knight back first. That is flashy from Fabiano.
A for style. This is amazing.
Yeah, gets the exclamation point. This black king is looking very shaky here on the 6th rank.
But David, you got to show, right? It looks like you're hanging the knight there. The bishop can take it. What does Fabi have in mind? He's just switched up the move orders of what we were discussing.
Yeah, Hans makes a move. He defends this pawn. Logical. Just to show there, Tanya, as you point out, bishop takes knight. Looks like it wins a piece for black, but at the end, black actually gets skewered. The king hit, the rook hit behind it. The only way to defend the rook behind the king is to slide back 1 square. But here, Fabiano would take the bishop with a check, again driving the king away as a defender. When the king moves, you have plenty of moves, but for example, rook takes rook, king takes, and at the very end, a pin wins a piece. The white bishop swoops in, and the black knight overwhelmed. This is so deep, and Fabiano's spotted it all.
A 6-move calculation, what are you saying? You spotted it all as well, you know, move after move. I mean, this is amazing tactics, and he found it in about 30 seconds, got the knight to the center of the board.
That's the impressive part, Fabiano. He foresaw this, like this whole sequence. It literally, when he pushed his central pawn forward, what was it, 5 moves ago now, Fabiano has spotted this position. He had to. He sacrificed the pawn. But it's about what comes next. Hans has something to suffer for. If you don't kind of win material here or checkmate the black king, you're just down as Fabiano. So you need to keep the energy going.
Yeah, so Fabi saw it, but Hans sees it too, so he won't be baited into picking up that knight and ultimately dropping a piece at the end of a very long sequence.
That was actually a 7-move calculation by Fabi from when he pushed the pawn, spotting that the knight is trapped over there, and he's got this beautiful tactic at the very end, which would have in fact won him the game had Hans taken the bait. So incredible stuff, and he also keeps his advantage. I think the biggest problem for Hans here is king safety. Queens are off the board, but the king is still absolutely bare at the center. He wants to try to rush it to the right side, but there are dark square weaknesses, right? It's not even safe. You can't actually get that king to f6 and to g7. The bishop will... He's trying to do it, though.
He's trying to do it. According to the computer, Fabiano had something much, much stronger. Just to very quickly rewind, in this position, he could have dropped his bishop back first, still on the same premise that the knight is untouchable due to a check. And look at this, the black pieces would be falling prey to some nasty knight forks. This would have been a very big advantage for Fabiano, but instead dropping his knight back, the most human move. And the king sliding, he's got to keep it up.
Can we still move our bishop, though, back? Another king check. Don't let him continue along that diagonal and tuck away into the corner.
Yeah, I think that's likely to happen.
What Hans is relying on is to move the king back in front of the rook and then try to go the other way around, because he really wants to get his king to that g8 spot where it'll start at least well, resembling safety, so to say. But the problem is that it's still a far way off, David. After a check, the king falls back. Can then Fabi make the most of the pin? I mean, this is just so complicated. Get the rook to the center of the board. Threats everywhere. Advantage Fabi, but is it enough to make something out of it?
Yeah, the next 3 or 4 moves are vital. Fabiano is either going to get a big, big advantage, or black's just going to be a pawn up.
6.5 minutes on the clock for Fabi. Half the amount of time that Hans has.
Oof. He's using the clock as a weapon again, Hans Niemann. He's also been helped by the fact, ever since grabbing the pawn, he's been playing only moves, Hans Niemann. It's always easier to calculate when your path is narrow, you only have 1 move to survive. He's just reacting to whatever Fabiano does, which is scary, but at least it saves a bit of time.
What about moving our D-Rook all the way down to the 7th rank right now, just getting super aggressive. You talk about, you know, kind of the material that Fabi gave up and the need to kind of keep the pedal to the metal. That to me just feels like a complete unfettered aggression threatening the 7th rank right away.
Yeah, I think we'll see it now or on the next few moves, definitely.
I want to point out something that I completely forgot about in this position, that Hans still has an extra pawn, and it's an endgame. Fabi has to continue the attack. He can't let Hans's king get to safety, and that king will start feeling extremely safe once it gets to that G7 square. So for Fabi, very important, he first slides the rook over to the center of the board. Now he's threatening a big check on C3. It's time for Hans to get the king all the way to G7. And then to G8.
Run away.
Run away.
Run away, flee. Black King has done a lot of legwork already this game, but it's still very vulnerable with the white rooks on the board, the white knight on the board, and all the dark squared weaknesses. I think there's only 2 logical moves here. You can't touch your bishop, you can't touch your rooks. You either have to bring the black knight out, or you have to run away with your king. But if you do bring the black knight out, it means your king is running forward in response to any checks, which looks even more daredevil. Oof. Key moment.
Key moment. But this is where I take a look at the clocks again and the story. The script is flipped from the beginning of the day, right? Hans Niemann investing a ton of time early on in those initial moves, but as we've moved through the middle game, he's really begun to sped up, and it's Fabiano who's had to eat into a bit of his time to try and figure out how to press his advantage. It's just Niemann on the defense.
Yeah. Remember what he said in the studio with us? He was like, the first few moves don't even matter anyway. The games are decided later. The kind of nervous pressure moments. And he's hoping he has enough time when those come.
I'm actually surprised by Hans's decision. I thought it was time for him to hide, run, escape with that king, but now he's allowed a check on the board. And suddenly you again start feeling that Hans's king cannot be safe. He has to march up the board. There are still majors hanging in there. I mean, you could end up in a bit of a kill zone with that king.
And as Fabi makes a move, you mentioned having players in the studio, and that's a perfect transition for us to welcome one of our players, and Bibisara Asabayeva, who's joining us here in the studio today. First of all, thank you so much for joining us. Welcome to Vegas.
Hello, thank you for the invitation.
My first question to you is, what was the experience like stepping onto the freestyle stage? This was a big endeavor and a big commitment for you, especially considering the events that you forewent, you know, to have this opportunity.
Yeah, it was an amazing event and very good tournament, and it was maybe too strong for me, but I was very happy to play, and it was very interesting experience. Yeah.
Well, it was very exciting to watch you out there putting up a fight. I'm curious, when you take a look at freestyle chess, what aspects of a professional chess player do you feel like it demands more of? You know, what types and styles of players do you think maybe it suits as compared to standard or classical chess?
Here a lot of positions are not standards, and actually it was much harder to play, for example, for me, because I don't have any plans in the beginning. And, you know, we discussed before the game, it was super interesting, but also we don't have a lot of time, and all players give some ideas, and I think the analysis wasn't very deep, and I think at some games we played, I don't know, very bad openings. For example, in the second games with Dominguez, I think a lot of players play some stupid plan with F4. Yeah, I think here you should be a very creative player.
So of the remaining players in the top 4, right, we have Fabiano Caruana, Hans Niemann, and then of course we've got Levon Aronian and Arjun Erigaisi. Is one of them, do you feel, the most creative, has a step up above the rest in that battle for first place?
Levon and maybe Arjun, but probably I will rooting for Levon. I think he is playing very interesting here, and also he beat Magnus in the match. So, and yesterday he have a great comeback against Nakamura in the second game. So, I think he deserves to play the final match.
Well, speaking of Levon, why don't we flip over to his game and just check in, see how he's doing, because it's been a bit of a struggle start to the day. And BB Sara, I'll maybe turn it right back to you. Obviously, him on the black side of the board here, he's found a lot of success with the black pieces in this tournament, but this is looking like a somewhat scary position. What's your evaluation as we dive into it?
But I think now it's much better for black, because I saw it maybe 10-15 minutes ago. It was much worse for black, and the time difference was much bigger. Okay, now white have better position, but I think black can survive somehow.
Well, do we want to take it back just a few steps? Sure. Maybe that 10 to 15 minute time mark, and we can kind of see how we got to this point. It does feel like Arjun still owns a lot of space here on the board. But looking
also,
for those.
That was the time different, like 20 minutes against 6 or something like this. Yeah, I didn't like this position at all for black. Now it looks better.
Yeah, this was the position just 5 moves ago, and here maybe it was better to immediately go on the attack with the white knights. There are some ideas even of sacrificing, but just to bring the white knights forward, Arjun pushed a pawn. Just one question mark attached to this move by the computer. Maybe a small inaccuracy here. The black knight then given time to develop, kick the white bishop away, and importantly, getting castled. I think maybe the reason this was a mistake is because the white queen no longer stares down this diagonal, making it easier for the black king to get to safety. And after a retreat, this is the position that we find ourselves in. The black queen at least with some targets now, and the black rook coming across, the black knight's coming in. Yeah, it's a position. He's alive.
But 2.5 minutes on the clock. And still, I think it's still quite complicated. No, this position, how much of a factor do you think that will be with Sara to try to hold this position, defend it with such little time?
It's very, I don't know. Black have some ideas. For example, maybe they want to play rook g8, knight e5, and somewhere e6 or e5. I don't like d4 move. Yes, I agree with computer, because now knight on e3 is not the strongest piece, and also black did the castle. So I think 2.5 it's not enough, but it's quite well, because Arjun also have 5 minutes now.
And there's 30-second increment.
Yeah.
That you can build on. You know, baby Sara, it's been so awesome to have you in this tournament. You've been the first female player on the tour. And of course, that's just a start, I think, for women freestyle chess as well. And I wanted to ask you, because you had qualified for the Women's World Cup, and then you get this invitation. It could not have been an easy decision for you.
Everyone thought that I play Las Vegas and then withdraw from the World Cup, but the true story is I played the Cairns Cup, and I was very tired because I played a lot of tournaments in a row since February, and I just decided to not play in the World Cup and planning to have the rest until September to play Grand Swiss. And after 2 hours, when I withdraw from the World Cup, I received the invitation from Las Vegas. Yeah, and because it was in the same day, everyone thought that firstly I get the invitation, but the true story was...
So Vegas happened after you had already...
Yeah.
Well, it's good we could set the record straight on that then here on air. Exactly, you heard it straight from BB Sara herself. Well then, given that you were planning to take a break, you then received this invitation. Why is it that you're willing to, set your rest aside?
Yeah, but it's an amazing tournament and amazing opportunity for me. Okay, I lost a lot of games, I know, but I know that Magnus already not young, like when I was a small girl, and maybe, I don't know, in 10 years, I'm not sure that he will still playing when I hope I will be in the top. So I want to play with him and all the best world players. So also it's a rapid, not the classical tournament, and I don't have a lot of stress. But actually, I think in the first day I stressed a lot because I don't understand what I'm doing here. And I even asked Levon that why I'm playing here, because I feel like, okay, they're much stronger than me. And he said, but do you think other women will earn more points than you? I said, maybe, but it doesn't matter. I have good experience, and I hope next time I will play much better. maybe in classical I will play better because I need to think, and to play with hand, I'm not so strong.
You know, that is actually so inspiring to hear that you've had such a good time here despite facing the absolute best on the planet. And do you think this is just a start and you're going to be playing a lot more freestyle after this?
Yes, for sure. I played first my Grenke tournament in... I played first freestyle tournament in Grenke, and I really like it.
And you were awesome there, by the way. Congratulations.
Yeah, I lost only one game to Caruana, but this tournament was going tough for me, but I don't know. I'm very happy that I'm here.
But I think you make an interesting point about the difference in time controls as well, and that was a very distinct difference coming into this event as opposed to the events that happened in Germany or in Paris, where the group stage, it happens on just one day, and it's 10-10 time control, so it's a very unforgiving and brutal format. Maybe you can even speak to kind of some of the fatigue that a number of these players must be feeling after that grueling group stage. Players like Fabiano having to play for 10+ hours yesterday, and to wake up again and do it today, that just seems crazy.
Yeah, I don't know, I feel bad a little bit about them yesterday because I played only 6 hours, but I was very tired, and I come back to my room, I do some stuff, and then I saw it was 8 p.m. and they still playing. I come back to the tournament hall and saw a fantastic match, Caruana against Prague. I really liked one of the game. I think when the Fabi come back, it was b6, 8 takes b6, king d7. Yeah, it was amazing tournament, amazing show. That's, I don't know. I think classical chess, with classical time control, it's a much stable game, and in rapid, a lot of blunders.
Well, just a couple of minutes ago, you mentioned how you were starting to, like the position more and more for black, and it looks like the computer is starting to agree with you as well as the moves come out.
White want to play knight b6, right?
Oof.
Big threat.
Yeah, okay, but maybe black can play knight d5 now? Or, no, I'm not sure that after rook g8, maybe they still can play knight b6, yes?
Yeah.
And it's over.
Very cool tactic. Just to put it on the board, if the black rook attacks the white queen, we would see the bar shoot up.
Knight b6, it's over.
Check. Giving up the knight, giving up the queen as well. But when the black
it's
rook
very
hits the
beautiful,
queen.
actually.
Whoa. That's a gorgeous sequence.
Sacrifice the knight, sacrifice the queen to get to the opponent's king. A back rank checkmate.
Okay, so we can't let that happen. So what do we do instead?
Maybe knight d5, it's a good move.
Maybe one of the only moves in this position.
Taking advantage of the pin with the queen and the king lined up.
Yeah, there's a pin here.
But knight b6 idea is unpleasant because white maybe can play now king b1. Okay, here I can take AB, and knight b6.
Yeah, just to show here.
Yes, and now it's unpleasant because they still want to play, knight b6. Not queen e3 again.
Not queen e3 again. But king b1, as you point out, and still ideas in the air after a knight trade.
It's unpleasant to play with black, actually.
Yeah, he's going for it. Arjun Erigaisi, he's kind of giving away his long-term advantages to go for checkmate. And computer says it might not work, but hard to play like a computer with just 1 minute on the clock.
And it's also his style, right? And we want to see him playing his style. I do want to make sure that we don't miss a thrilling conclusion to this game, but we should check in with Hans Niemann and Fabiano Caruana as well. Both of these guys have a little bit more time to work with on their clocks. You'll see 7 minutes to Fabiano's name and 6 minutes to Hans Niemann's name. But only a few more pieces remaining on the board. I see a knight and a bishop a piece, a rook a piece, and even the trade of rooks being offered here with Hans Niemann's most recent move, Tanya.
But Hans was up a pawn. And now do the math, right? Hans is now down a pawn. It's 5 versus 4. And we were scared about Hans's king getting checkmated somewhere in the middle, but it's his biggest strength right now. That's what's giving him the compensation, the activity. That king is headed towards those 2 king side pawns given the opportunity. The bar says it's balanced, but to me it looks like it's still a game for all 3 results. Hans's last move, offering a rook trade, trying to get rid of the rook that's pinning that pawn on g5 so that he can attack the knight and continue his king march towards the pawns. I would evaluate this as enough compensation. What do you think, Bibisara? Does Hans hold this, or will Fabi have enough to try to convert?
Yeah, I think he will hold it easily because the rook will change now, because after rook g8 it's bishop h7 probably. And after white can play now knight d5, rook g7, bishop g7 and king h3.
That idea that Bibisara pointed out, I think you just lose, right? Rook g8, bishop h7, and you're losing a piece in that.
Yes. So knight d5 looks good. I don't know.
Knight d5, forcing the rook trade.
Rook g7, bishop g7 and maybe king h3.
Give me those pawns.
Oh, wow.
Okay, here white maybe can play bishop h6. I want to play after g4, bishop f4 and then take on c7. But it feels scary a little bit because after king h2, knight c7, knight d4. Black without...
This is about 20 moves in.
Yeah, whack.
I just want to mention you found all the computer moves in this.
Whoa.
That's incredible.
But also, let's point out, it's an opposite color bishop endgame if the rooks were traded off the board. If the knights come off, that's a draw immediately.
Yeah, now black want to play knight e2 and also pawn on c2. If white will play king d2, I think maybe black can take on c2 just.
Can you just put the knight on e6? I was thinking, can you just go e6 and then just trade and...
But I wasn't sure that it's very easy draw for black because white will try to make a pass pawn.
Not easy, and the bar agrees.
If you could put the black king somewhere back now.
Yeah, here it's on the h2. I'm not so sure.
That's the next variant of chess. We put little teleportation holes all over the board and pieces start hopping. Well, so then by all accounts, I mean, this is a pretty remarkable recovery, I'd say, overall for Hans, considering, you know, again, the evaluation of earlier positions on this board. Fabi, for the most part, has been in the driver's seat or advantaged. I'm getting the signal that we have action on other boards. So let's go back over to Arjun Erigaisi and Levon Aronian. Again, these guys working with a little bit less time to their name. So definitely want to stay there, as we see a question mark given to Arjun's most recent move, regardless of the fact that he still has a slight advantage, centralizing his queen here onto the d5 square.
We got to do an action replay. I mean, this has changed a lot. There were these checkmating ideas that Bibisara was earlier pointing out. It still looks incredibly dangerous. What happened, David, here?
Yeah, I'll just take it back. Bibisara pointed out the white king could move out the way, out of this pin. Now, re-establishing the threat of taking the knight and some nasty knight checks, going for checkmate against the black king. Levon found the only move not to lose on the spot. He offered a queen trade. That was dodged. The white queen stepping to the side, and now a check from the black queen, kicking the white king to the corner, taking a pawn now, and Arjun in his own right taking a pawn. Computer points out that pawn to a6 is quite a strong move in this position, but that wasn't played by Arjun Erigaisi. Instead, taking a pawn first. And now the black queen has dropped back. Levon's consolidating, defending everything. He's got the two bishops with black.
We can pick up another pawn, though, now, no?
Yeah, he probably will. And white will be one pawn up, but at least it's not checkmate.
True. Then we're threatening the h-pawn at the same time.
Greedy, James.
Yeah, I've learned from you.
I know.
Mr. Materialistic over here. If I see a pawn, I take a pawn now.
I've corrupted you.
Yeah, you have. Hey, if I get corrupted into a grandmaster, I'd say it's worth it. It's worth selling my soul.
You're welcome.
Pawn grabbers in the building makes a lot of sense right now. I will say, though, so super impressive by Levon, the way he's managed to get his queen from the right side of the board, the maneuvering that he's done to actually get it to the rescue of his king on the other side. That queen had a little bit of a dance and a journey to take all the way back to c7, which is why now Levon feels extremely safe. He's got the bishop pair. The attack is not that clear. The clocks have completely leveled out. This is a brand new game now. It's reset, and if Arjun has to win, he has to do it all over again.
Yeah, critical moment. It's getting level.
Is a6 an idea that you'd be thinking about as white here, Bibisara, in this position, just trying to get some diagonals open?
Now I'm not sure because black can play bishop c6 and then bishop d5. So it's unclear now. I also wondering white can take on f7 or not. Because after bishop
we have a decision. He's gone for it, by the way. Queen takes pawn has been played.
Yeah, bishop c6 and knight e3, right?
Given a question mark, this is turning.
Knight e3 I don't like, yes. Maybe they can he can take on h7 and after bishop d5, b3, but for human it's very hard to play like this.
But would you also say knight e3 is such a human response? You don't want that
Yeah.
bishop on that square, so you just do everything to stop it?
Yeah, because you know, if he will play, for example, I don't know which move was the correct, but if he will play queen h7, bishop d5, b3, I'm wondering if I can play there, for example, I don't know, immediately or not, maybe bishop d4 now, or firstly take on c4, then take on d4, queen a5, queen d2, maybe it's... No, it's not working.
Whoa, look at what Lavon's done.
Whoa. Okay, similar idea to the one you just pointed out, Bibisara. Bishop takes d4.
Yeah.
Whoa. Sacrifice, double exclamation point for the first time today. That is genius. It's the idea you mentioned there, Bibisara.
Yeah. I think Arjun blundered it, and now you have a very unpleasant position.
Just to point out the reason here, if you take this bishop, queen takes pawn, check, hits the king, hits the rook behind it, and if you drop back, now this diagonal has opened up thanks to the sacrifice of its bishop, and when the king moves again, queen takes knight, re-establishing the material balance. Black actually has an extra pawn here. Not just that, another pawn is falling, and at the very end, bishop to d5 check.
And also, Levon played with low time a lot of moves, and I think he managed how to do this. Arjun have time advantage, but now he's low on time.
You know, it's what you said earlier, James, that you're sort of so entrapped in your own concepts and threats, trying to make them happen, that sometimes you forget about the counter chances that your opponent has. And this is completely turned around with this last move. I think it's Levon now who's probably going to try to push for the win in this one.
And we've said it on previous days. He's been somewhat of a magician here on the Las Vegas stage, and it seems he's not run out of magic just yet, finding a brilliancy to keep himself and even find an advantage coming down the home stretch of this first game of the day.
Yeah, this is the one thing that Arjun needs to cure in order to really be considered a kind of elite player. He's very rarely beaten the top guys in classical chess in longer formats because he's always going for these checkmates. Earlier he had a positional advantage. He could sit on it. He went straight for checkmate. It didn't work, and now it's full 360. He's turning around. He does find a good defense, though, protecting everything. Can Levon keep the momentum?
Well, but can I pick up the knight? Gets traded back with the queen, and now we pick up the f-pawn?
The f-pawn will be defended by the white bishop.
Oh, excellent.
You can pick up the other pawn, the a-pawn.
Ah, with the check as well.
Okay, lots of choice here for Levon Aronian. The bishop pair, though, do you keep it? Do you trade it? Very tense moments.
Well, that's a very good question. And while we wait for the answer to that question, I can reveal that somewhat out of nowhere, the other top bracket bout between Hans Niemann and Fabiano completely liquidated down to that opposite colored bishop game that we were talking about. And here you can see the replay of the final moments as the players will ultimately find their way to a draw. Half a point apiece here through game number one. They will flip sides of the board going into round number two. So it'll be Hans Niemann with the white pieces up against Fabi with the black pieces. If a decisive victory is found, that will be the end of that semifinal, and the winner will move on to our grand final.
You know, Bibisara, you mentioned earlier between the Levon-Arjun matchup, just simply given Levon's run in the tournament, taking down Hikaru Magnus, you're hoping to see him in the final. What about in our other matchup, Fabi and Hans? Who do you think makes it through, and who are you rooting for?
Can I say no one?
You can say no one.
Yeah,
Why not?
I don't know. Okay, Fabi plays well here, Hans also, but I don't have favorites in their match.
Big moment in this game, by the way. We've repeated the position a couple of times. The bishop is attacking the queen, and there's a bit of a dance going on. And if Levon Aronian wants to draw, he can force it here and now by continuing this dance. Bishop to attack the queen, a check, bishop block, etc. Moment of truth, it's Levon Aronian with his fate in his hands. He actually has an advantage, though, if he does play on.
That's a tough question to answer. If we were to plop you into Levon's position right now with a minute on the clock, Bibisara, would you be happy to come away with just a draw on this one, or do you feel like you would continue fighting for the win?
No, I think Black should play and continue to play for a win.
Levon agrees. He is playing for the win. No repetition here.
He's about to go up a pawn. Not much risk, I would say, for Levon Aronian, at least in the near future.
Yeah, he can take on a5, king b1, queen c5. It's look normal.
Yeah. Pawn up, safer king. Small advantage. 3 minutes versus
black,
1 is the
white
danger.
have chances, good chances for a draw, but it's not very easy.
So if you're playing this position with white, you know, you've had this big turnaround, you were the one who was pushing for the win, and then suddenly, out of nowhere, it's Levon who's declining the draw. As white, where are you finding your chances in this game? How do you keep things under control down a pawn here?
I don't know, I need to think, because it's very hard when you play rapid time control to switch.
Yeah, that's the hardest thing, no?
Yeah.
In your mind as well to understand.
Because you also think that I lose my advantage. Yeah.
I think it's something we've all struggled with.
Yeah.
And, Bibisara, you won a lot of fans this tournament, and we were watching your match against Lenia Dominguez. It was a very close match in the end. What did you make of the first game there, that long marathon encounter?
I don't like what he did in the first game. I think it's... Okay, I don't understand him, because when I was 13 years old, I played in the World Rapid and Blitz for the first time, and my rating was 1-9 something something, and I take 10th place. And I play with Vachier-Lagrave, and we played the rook in game 3 against 2. I was 2, and I offered her a draw. And she said to me after the game that without material you can't offer a draw because I play for a win. I said, okay, no problem. And after this, I never offered a draw without a pawn, but here was absolutely equal position. And okay, he tried to win, but when we have one pawn against one pawn, I was shocked and I was upset on his behavior. But okay, it's not my mind. It's his decision, what I can do.
But I do believe that that shock was shared by a number of people within the chess world,
okay,
that game kept going.
I understand that I'm the girl and he wants to win me because he have 2700, but not in this position. I know how to play chess, and okay.
And you defended it perfectly.
Yeah, and I played this. I checked the accuracy. It was 98 or something like this.
Very high.
So, okay, I will understand if I will have losing position and he blundered and he can't agree with this, but okay.
Well, you talk about learning, some lessons or being taught some lessons by the older generation at the earlier stages of your career. But I mean, you've done and accomplished so much already at such a young age. The youngest person to win the women's, World Blitz Chess, title. Stepping onto the stage like this, we do kind of have a consistent discussion about the older generation and the younger generation, and whether or not this format suits. The older or the younger players. Do you feel like you're noticing a pattern within the groupings at all?
No, because I think young generation and old generation both are very strong and they work a lot of chess, a lot of in the chess, so they're not tired a lot. For example, I saw yesterday much of Karan. I don't know how old is he, around 30, 32 maybe, but he's in perfect shape, I think, and also, okay, Prag was young, but I think he also very tired after the match.
Well, how do you think freestyle chess might change the development of players in the next generation to come, right? If you think back to, when you were 10 years old, if freestyle chess existed, at the same level, obviously, Fischer Random did exist, Chess 960 did exist, but it wasn't much a part of the conversation. Do you feel like that will change the way that young players start to develop as chess players?
I don't know, we will see, but I think for young generation it will be very good to sometimes play Fischer Random, because they should start from the first move, and this I like a lot, because you don't know, for example, first 15, 20 moves. It has some minuses. For example, I don't know the typical ideas in this position, and I don't know what I should do on the first move, but I know that we were participants. We were upset that in the second game, when I play with Dominguez, the position looks very normal. Like king on E1, bishop on F1, knight on G1, and we tried to find some ideas, and the 4 was for sure a bad idea, but we're tired of playing normal chess because you should prepare 3 hours, then you play the game 5 hours, and then you again should prepare 3 hours. So that's why I like Fischer maybe more.
Well, this position is anything but normal right now, and we've seen a couple of moves come in, and Levon's putting the pressure. You know, the queen's swooped in. It's Arjun's king that's not feeling so safe. There's a big pin at the center of the board. That knight now being attacked by the rook and bishop, but white can grab a pawn with a check. Super complicated position. Vivisara, what's going on here? How would you break this down?
I don't know. I tried to find what will happen after knight e7, bishop e7, queen e7.
Instead, he gives a check with the queen, David.
Yeah, apparently he had to take that pawn. Suddenly things are turning, and Levon Aronian can block this check with his rook, saving that pawn that the white knight could capture, or he can just shuffle his king into the corner, which to my eyes looks equally healthy. The black king then would be super safe, and the white king, it's just a matter of time before it starts getting checked itself. Arjun here is playing with fire. Feels like the white king is really open.
I think if, for example, king b8, knight f6, he takes f6, queen f6, maybe black can give a check, for example, and then somewhere take on d3.
So, for example...
But I'm not sure that it's here working b3. Queen d5, bishop c4, unfortunately, yes?
Yeah. And the game goes on, although black still has some kind of attack. Let's go back to the game. We did see the king move from Levon Aronian. Okay, given a question mark, I think that's harsh, a very natural move. He could have self-pinned, but that's very difficult. The black rook blocking was maybe the best move.
I mean, I'm going to let you decide, but this is crazy position. Do you think we can do a super fast action replay from where we left so we can get our head around what's actually happening here, James?
Okay, earlier we challenged you to slow-mo. Now we need fast-mo, David.
Fast-forward action.
Fast mode, we were last at
Make
this
it 5x.
position. And here Arjun is a pawn down. He decided, okay, he doesn't want to suffer being a pawn down for too long, so he accelerates the speed of the play. This comes at the cost of white's king shelter here. We saw Levon try to cut across the king's diagonal line here, which was broken. The white rook stepping up, a check. And now the black bishop pins the knight. This is where we left it. Knight takes pawn was the best move, but missed by Arjun Erigaisi. And here we find ourselves. Maybe again, he needs to take this pawn. This knight is hit anyway. Some checks are coming anyway, so you might as well try and grab some material back. Otherwise, you're just suffering for nothing. He takes the bishop. We're actually going down that variation we showed a moment ago.
But that variation looks good for Levon. And look at the body language change from Levon. This is something I've noticed over the last couple days. If you remember maybe 10, 15 minutes ago, it was head in double hands. When he feels like he's in a rough position, like he's the one against the ropes, it's usually a bit of a face more of consternation. Now, he's a little bit more upright, mirroring, in fact, the position of Arjun Erigaisi on the other side, the two of them.
It feels like Levon's up for any kind of fight, right? He's got a difficult position. He gets those resources, defensive plans in, the creative queen maneuvers to defend his own king. When he's got the upper hand, when he's on the attack, it feels like he's finding the best way forward. He's finding those aggressive moves. And when you've taken down Hikaru, when you've taken down Magnus, you know, the inbuilt confidence, that just spikes through the roof. And you know when you get that opportunity, you have it in you to convert that to the full point. I mean, Levon realizes it, that this is his window. This could be the moment he takes the lead in the match.
Only winning move, though, if you miss this check, then your chance disappears. White then will get enough time to, I mean, first hit the rook, but then slide back the white queen, centralize it, and he finds the best move, it looks like. There we go, it is a check. He hits the white king.
Precision, this is what I was talking about. He's just finding the best way forward. I mean, there were 3 checks on that rank, David. You know, you could have given it from the square right next to it and on the other side as well. With Levon with seconds, what's the difference? Why is this the important one?
Now, if the white king steps forward, the key is that you can continue giving checks with your queen. And when the white bishop blocks, you can continue giving checks with the queen, and everything comes with a check. Centralization is key in queen endgames. We've learned that this week. And momentum, Aronian, the king drops back instead. But this looks like a mistake, apparently. I think Bibisara's idea is coming into play soon. Rook takes bishop is on the menu after a check now in the corner.
Okay, so the queen is attacked, the black queen is attacked, the black rook is attacked. Let's just point that out. You can't just pick up the bishop yet. And for some reason, it was important to place the queen on a certain square before going for this idea, so that you could swoop back and give a check from the center of the board and pick the white rook.
He does
I think
track.
we're going to see this being played out.
And queen d5, right?
Yes, that's the point. Why you needed the queen on the h1 square.
Queen d5, it's a double attack. We saw similar
Yeah,
yesterday.
okay, it's over if you will find queen d5.
He reaches out and he does it.
Yeah, okay, I think he won the game.
It's over.
Wow, what a beautiful find. I mean, Levon Aronian, again, for the majority of this game, he was on the back foot, but all he needs is one moment to strike and completely flips the script here in Las Vegas. Arjun Erigaisi, the most solid-looking player out of the quarterfinals, not having to go so deep into the tiebreak scenario to earn his bid into a semi, now comes up against the magician in Levon Aronian, working some more magic.
I think Arjun's about to resign. He realizes this is over. This has been incredible. You know, we spoke about the difficult psychological situation coming out from the back foot there, being on the defense, getting that one opportunity, refusing the draw offer, refusing the repetition, going on to fight for a win in an unclear position and executing it flawlessly right now. This last sequence of move, again, absolute precision by Levon Aronian. He's on fire.
It's black magic. He wins nearly all of his games with black. He's only dropped one game so far in the event with the black pieces. I think this is his 6th or 7th win. It's counter-punching chess. He was on the back foot the whole game and then suddenly turned it around, kind of took a risk, avoided the draw, and he's about to take this one. Yeah, lead.
Minute and 20 seconds to Arjun's name. He's just making sure there's nothing he's missed before he likely extends the hand and offers the resignation.
I think it's going to happen this move. There's absolutely no coordination, no move that can defend the two pieces. Not just that, you're probably going to end up in checkmate. You might be forced to sacrifice your queen right now to fight that threat, and that only delays the inevitable.
Yeah, you can take the black rook, give up your queen, but that's the same as resignation, which we see. Levon Aronian takes the lead.
Wow, what a showing here from Levon. You called it out at the top of the day. The oldest player in the field, nearly double the age of his opponent here today. And after a marathon and grueling day yesterday, he's showing no lack of fight here on our semifinal stage. Talking in whispers, being very considerate to all the rest of the players who are still under play out there on the stage. But Bibisara, maybe you can give us an understanding of what it's like to be a part of these conversations immediately following a high-level chess match.
It's good when you won the game, you have good mood, but when you lost the good position, it's a little bit heartbreaking. I like to talk after the game, but unfortunately nothing changed in the result.
The result doesn't change, but do you find that they're effective learning moments?
Yeah, sure. I was like to talk with Magnus after the game, and he said to me that something like, you should play more aggressive at some moment. I said, I don't want. I was upset that I played at some moment aggressive, like a3. I should stay. Okay, he will win, but he should show how he will win. Yeah.
You know, that's what makes it so impressive, what you said about these post-mortems, that when you're on the winning side, it's always kind of easier to do it. But it was Arjun who actually initiated this discussion. And I think you said no lack of fight, no lack of respect as well on the board here for these youngsters. I think at the end of the game, they want to learn from these absolute best in the world, you know, who've been on the scene for decades.
Yeah, so Levon will move into the second round of the day with a 1-point advantage over Arjun Erigaisi as compared to Fabiano and Hans, who go into that second game in a drawish position. We're going down to a couple of our lower bracket battles. I think this is a surprise to a lot of people, Bibisara, that Hikaru is in the lower bracket already, considering how incredible he looked on the first day on the group stage.
Yeah, but it's very strong tournament. Everyone can be in the lower bracket group, so even Magnus there, so it's not a big deal, I think.
Who are you cheering for in this match, Bibisara?
In this, for Hikaru.
Just checking.
A bit of history there.
But also we played in the same team on the Global Chess League. So
Oh, yes.
Yeah.
How is he as a teammate? And
I was shocked that he's a very nice person because I thought he's like a superstar and will not talk with the team. But in London we have some meetings every evening, and I even learned him and the other team how to play Spy. And we play for a few hours, then we go to the room. But it's nothing changed for our team because we played not good. But it was very nice atmosphere.
Well, there are some Avalon games going on here. I know that James and David, so in case you're ever up for a game night, it's
great.
a lot like Spy, I think Avalon is.
Yeah, just anything to unwind after a long day of chess.
Yeah,
More
like
games.
Mafia also.
Exactly like that. I think the real question is how long of a day does Fabiano have? Because usually we're relying on him to kickstart game night.
You know, I think Levon like Avalon or something like this because in 2021 in Riga, I don't know how it happened, but I was in Armenian group. I was only girl in whole Armenian guys, and we play Believe Not Believe, and also he wants to play Avalon. Maybe I also played, but I don't remember the rules.
Levon is an absolute chaos agent in those kinds of
I
games.
think he knows all games.
Exactly.
Chaos agent on the board and off the board. I mean, what chess he showed today was incredible. You know, coming from a position of defense there, such a difficult opening start, and then turning it around and getting a win. It's a best of two. Arjun Erigaisi is in a must-win. The other match ended in a draw more peacefully. The game was anything but peaceful. But I think Levon, I mean, he just continues to be the superstar in Vegas.
Yeah, these GMs, these game masters with their mastery of all these different games, and Levon Aronian taking the lead, very well deserved. In the meantime, this position, we should try and break it down. It's level material, but White's Queen and Knight super active. Nakamura with some potential threats. White Queen check, but the White Rook is pinned, immobilized for now, and Black's Rook is potentially quite active. It jumps in with a big threat to take a pawn. And given a question mark, Hikaru, sorry. Looks like he's got the advantage, but I'm going to say it's very hard to figure out exactly how to push it.
I think it's Queen C5, King A8, D5, right?
Let's
Maybe it's work.
Let's show this. A check, forcing the king in the corner, and now pawn to D5, blocking the Black Queen. And if the pawn is captured,
I don't know. It's dangerous, but
Well, jump in with another check.
Yeah.
maybe I can check and take on D5, but it's not much.
Still looks nice for White. We should point out only Hikaru can win. Anytime he wants, he can give a check and kind of start forcing a draw with some knight checks and continue dancing. Just to point out, the computer thinks that in this position, trading queens is the way forward. This is what Dominguez might have missed. A queen trade, a check, and it's not just any old queen trade. The white knight sneaks behind, and this pawn is indefensible.
And because of the lack of pin now on the white rook, we are effectively defending the base of our pawn chain from the infiltration of the black rook at the same time.
Yeah, and Hikaru loves a queen trade. He loves a kind of technical endgame these days. That looks like it's right up his alley.
So is this a sequence that we would expect Hikaru to be able to find here with about, what is that, 2 minutes to his name?
Yes, I think so. I think with 2 seconds to his name, he would...
Okay.
The first move is the most obvious one in the position. The second one is the tricky one, the queen trade, especially because white's queen is so active. That's the only thing that can stop him. He might think his queen is active, the enemy queen's passive, white trade, but it wins you a pawn.
Yeah, you have this feeling that there has to be, with a queen and knight combination, the deadliest one in chess when you're on the attack, that you probably have something stronger. You know, your knights are jumping around. There are all these checks, these discovered ideas. You want to go for the king, but instead he might have to settle for that endgame with that extra pawn. I'm actually surprised that it's taken this long for Hikaru to make a decision, and I wonder if that's sort of reflective of everything that's happened in this tournament. Because it feels like these kind of positions he sort of converts or plays for the win, you know, for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. It comes so easily to him.
He eats opponents every meal, and there we go. It is a move from Hikaru. It's a check. And
what's his decision?
well,
bam, bam, he found it.
Of course he finds it, Hikaru. He changes the nature of the position. That's what the top players in the world do. They don't have this one-track mind about attacking. They can transition the game to a favorable endgame any moment.
Vachier, what was it like? Because I see these, we've got our players with the headphones on. What was the experience like also playing in front of live fans and sort of having those applauses after the game and having them cheer for you all?
Yeah, it's very interesting. At some moment, I even, before the game, I hear that some from the audience screaming my name. I feel uncomfortable a little bit, but it's very interesting. But it's a little bit uncomfortable to play with headphones because I don't like it. But with these small things, it's much better for me. And I think for audience and for popular of the chess, it's very good.
Yeah. Do you think this is sort of the future of our game where chess will be played?
I hope so, because of course we have some problems with the cheating, but if we will solve it, it will be amazing because other sports have audience and it's very important.
I think events like this and looking ahead towards like the Esports World Cup, right, is going to be another interesting example of how the chess world can evolve and become even more of a friendly spectator sport.
All right, but Dominguez also getting in with some of his own attacks against Hikaru's weaknesses. That backward pawn on e3, now targeted by the knight and the rook, about to be picked up. And he does swoop in with the rook. It's going to be a race, but one has a feeling that the g-pawn has to be the stronger one of the two.
Do we trade rooks or no?
I would calculate trading rooks. It also lures the black knight away from the defense of this pawn. Just to point out what Hikaru is calculating, he was looking away from the board. Okay, he's actually going to put this on the board for us now. A rook
there
trade.
It is.
The knight has to come back to defend.
Okay, he's off to the races. Knight will get there just in time to defend the promotion square.
And I think, yeah, King e7 probably better.
Yeah. Where is the win though? How is Hikaru going to finish this off? Black has counterplay. Black has a pawn of his own, ready to run.
But white can play King b3 and King c2.
And then your knight goes pawn hunting for that other pawn on the board. So I think that looks like a really straightforward plan that Bibisara is pointing out.
And for black, it's very hard to activate king because if knight on f6, you should lose 2 tempo to play knight f6 and knight g8 or knight e7 and knight g8 because otherwise white have knight d7.
Mm-hmm.
Just to show that on the board while Dominguez thinks here, if the white king moves across, the black king cannot cross over onto this half of the board because of this knight 4.
And after knight g8, I like knight d7 move because the king is out.
Yeah. That's beautiful.
Full paralysis.
That is beautiful. Trap
yeah, it's
king
amazing position.
Black can just resign here. The white king is just going to slowly march over. Eventually the white knight might go pawn hunting. And it's a matter of time.
And wow, Hikaru's managed to really gain that time on the clock as well with a flurry of quick, fast moves. So he kind of calculated his way to the end. But Dominguez, I think the realization that this is over is setting in.
Yeah, an incredibly tough spot here for Linier Dominguez. Again, as with many of our players, he'll use those last minute just to make sure that he's not missing anything before maybe extending for the resignation, which gives us an opportunity to hop over and check in on Prague versus Vincent, because Pragdananda, again, maybe a sour note to his day yesterday in dropping down into the lower bracket, and he's up against Vincent Keimer, our winner of the first event of the year. But here in game number 1 of the day, he finds himself with a solid advantage. I'm seeing an extra knight on the board for him, of course, an extra pawn over there as well for Vincent Keimer, with the cameras flipped in just a moment.
You know, it was very interesting previous position. Can you come back one move, please?
Mm-hmm.
Computer shows that g2 is a draw because of rook g8, rook g7, and the only move was rook c2.
Wow.
Otherwise, it's equal position. It's fantastic.
A whole knight up, and there's only one move that wins to start picking off this pawn. And as you say there, Bibisara, just to point out, if the pawn advanced, this check is very hard to get out of for the black king, because when you continue checking, I guess at the very end, the white rook steps up, threatening a checkmate from behind. And the only way to deal with this is to use the black rook and drop back, but then the black pawn would be loose. So Prag has actually made a mistake anyway. He brought his rook across to the f2 square. And, okay, is it the same thing? Is it more checks? That would be the most obvious move. Okay, no, he doesn't check Vincent Keimer. He pushes a pawn. Bad news for the German there.
Another opportunity for Prague here.
He made that move with 11 seconds on the clock, so I think that's the other factor, right? Trying to decipher how important move order is, how important it is to give the checks in this position, because you really want to start pushing your pawns.
And the big difference now is that the black king, if you start checking it, it's going to run up the board, and it actually has a safe square that was previously covered by the white pawn on c3. So there's no perpetual check against the black king. You cannot continue chasing it up the board, and now Prague should be in time. Okay, he brings his rook back. Very interesting move there, but he wants to block the g-file.
Both players seem to keep, you know, extending chances back and forth across the table to each other.
Yeah, I'm not wondering now where is the draw here, because like you pointed out, you don't have the king trapped on the edge of the board, even if you keep checking it. You know, it marches forward, it has a run route to it. How does Vincent hold this, and is it a very narrow path?
Well, apparently you have to start with a check, and I think that move is crystal clear. You have to at least try it, because black's next move is going to be to step across with the black rook, and the g-pawn will be unstoppable anyway. You cannot defend this passively with white, so he does reach out and start with the check. Vincent Keimer.
Oof, made that move with 2 seconds on the clock.
To keep checking, I guess.
Peter Leko's heart rate must be through the roof right now.
And that's the difficulty of Keimer's position, right? Is there are only moves for Prague off of things like those checks. So as quickly as he got 30 seconds back on his clock, it's starting to get chipped away at again. He does make a move back up to 40 seconds, but King is kind of pinned here to the side of the board. Still well on that journey to make the run down south, like you mentioned.
I don't understand how this is a draw.
It's unbelievable. I mean, black has a whole extra piece and a pawn that's 2 steps away from being a queen. Beautifully defended and a huge threat on the board to build a bridge and get that pawn to become a queen. All right, checkmate in one being threatened.
Wait, maybe... I thought maybe... Yeah.
So you get the king up.
Yeah, it's very hard to understand.
The whole idea, I've realized, is you're driving the black king away. So if the black king now moves up the board, then you drop back with the white rook, hit the black knight, and I'll just very quickly put this on the board. Now you have to step back with the rook. The black rook steps across. You have to take the black knight and give your rook up for the black pawn. And when the dust settles, you've driven the black king far enough away that the white pawn will save you and cost black his rook.
This is why you had to give the checks, because the same position, if you put that king, David, on that starting square of b8, had you given your rook in that position, you know, the king is close enough to stop everything. Yeah. So you need to go check, 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 and only then sacrifice your rook.
Yeah.
Wow. Open the escape route and then funnel your opponent into that escape route. That's a wild strategy.
Does Vincent find this?
He has to. He's a process of elimination. There's nothing else. And the longer Prague thinks, the more time he has to work it out. The black king is running away, and there's no other way to stop this black pawn. So to give your white rook up for the highest price possible, that is the key.
So the only other move that comes to mind, if, he does go up with the king, because you need your rook exactly where it is to build that bridge. And now, has Vincent spotted this rook sacrifice is the big question. Is the differentiator between a loss and half a point?
Key moment, only move.
Only move for Vincent Keimer. Rook sliding back.
It's a bit of a miracle, so I can't blame Prague for kind of missing this from afar. This resource from Vincent Keimer. It just looks totally winning visually. But yeah, unfortunately, ooh, he does move his rook.
Yeah,
okay,
the board lied to us for a moment, but in a critical moment, Vincent Keimer finds it, the only move.
Only move. Exclamation point there. And Prague, unfortunately for him, he's left his knight in a square. It cannot be defended, and it has to protect its pawn. So this whole variation is forced.
That is impressive. That's not 1 exclamation point. I think that deserves 5, because Vincent had to spot that he first needs to drive Prague's king far away, and then this only resource, defensive resource that he has in the position. Incredible stuff. You know, we have the bar, we've got a grandmaster, we've got 2 of them with us, so it's easier to figure these things out. But for Vincent on the board by himself, incredible resourcefulness.
Yeah, just the clarity of mind when you've only got 40 seconds left to find such a narrow path. It's super narrow here. And it's not just been this last move, it's been 4 only moves. And I guess you're kind of desperately trying to calculate at this point, but still impressive.
And to do it against another young guy who's just had such an incredible year. Only 6 months in, 7 months in, and Pragg has been racking up victories across the chess world.
He has to go for it, though. There is no other option because you can't move the knight. The pawn is hanging. Pragg makes his decision. We're going to see this line being played out where Kaymer's going to give up his rook for the newly promoted queen and start pushing his own pawns.
Yeah, this was so difficult. Luckily for Vincent, he had to find these moves. And the black king is so poorly placed on the edge of the board. Cannot cross over. It's what we call shouldering, when the white king is shouldering the black king away and cannot cross over to block. This one's going to be a draw. Vincent, his heart rate is high because he's so relieved right now.
Yeah, maybe getting away with a little something here in game number 1, hoping to enter that next game on even footing. You can see on the top of your screens there, the big screen showing that we had a result in Hikaru's game after he had found that incredible sequence earlier with the queen trade. He ultimately does pilot that game to a victory over Linier Dominguez-Perez.
Yeah, in the final position, the black knight paralyzed, the white king was eating up some pawns, and as we predicted, black just had no moves. This was the final position, the white king about to get greedy, and it's actually the white A pawn that would have won this game. The white knight protecting, blocking black's pawn in the center. Very convincing endgame technique.
So beautiful display by Hikaru. Now just needs to get it done in the second game of the day to buy himself maybe a shorter experience here on the freestyle stage, but a good recovery from him. We had a lot of questions about where the headspace would be coming into the day. I think to many can sometimes appear to be one of the more emotionally driven players out there on the stage, definitely feeling the highs and lows of his career.
And Hikaru doing some calculating. That's face number 555 for Hikaru, as he tries to work out whether the Vincent Kaymer against Praggnanandhaa game is indeed a draw or not.
And I think that's the hardest part to figure out, right? And Pragg starts with a check. That's actually pretty instructive, you know. He's got this move, you can promote, but first you ask a question to your opponent, make things slightly difficult where you want to place your king. And I think Kaymer takes the most logical decision. He moves forward, which would be an assist once the pawn starts marching up the board. And now Pragg has an option. Does he keep checking? Does he want to bail out? Does he think it's too dangerous to actually go into that position where white's got those pawns? Or will he take his chance and promote?
Yeah, both should lead to a draw. The black rook checking would see the white king retreat back where it came. I think we'll see it play out. I think we might see it end in king versus king.
Could you actually get your king up the board? You know, now that the white king has sort of marched up, could Pragg have a third alternative here instead of checking, instead of promotion, get the black king closer to the white pawns?
Yeah, very interesting there, that option, Tanya. The black king could also step in here and now, or after another check. First we see the position start to repeat itself. Vincent Kaymer, he's the king of the death stare. I played him recently. He was staring me down. He's staring Pragg down now.
Well, as we watch these two, our final table here in play, find their way, most likely to a draw. I do want to make sure we thank Bibisara Asabayeva for joining us here on the set. Thank you for being a trailblazer, both in the chess world and here on the freestyle stage. It was such a pleasure to have you, and we can't wait to see you at the next event.
Thank you very much.
That's awesome.
Go have a good rest before your next event in September.
Yeah, thank you.
All right, as BB steps away, we are going to watch these two play it out to the expected draw. We already saw there the promotion and the rook traded off for the promoted queen. Now it's 2 pawns to a rook on the other side. The pawn march begins for Vincent Kaymer.
And Pragg there goes hunting for 1 pawn, but he's just 1 move too short. He will grab a pawn with his rook with a check, but it is Delroy the d-pawn here that is going to save the day from Vincent Kaymer. Pragg looking away, he knows this result is almost inevitable. Vincent just doing the last minute checks. Last minute calculation.
Yeah, Kaymer knows it. He knows that this is the path forward. He also places the king at the right spot. What you don't want to do is allow the black king closer to the pawn, so you don't want to go towards the right side of the board. I think it's going to be a bit of a back and forth, with Kaymer coming back to the square from where the king just came, and then push, push, push. Takes, king's left, and that's how this will end.
Yeah, the battle of the kings. And Great shouldering there. Again, this is the diagonal opposition where the kings only have one square between them on the diagonal. Shouldered off, the black king cannot get back. And we see a check. King driven away. There we go. The black king trying to desperately get back, but the white pawn is one square away from now from promotion, and this is it.
The rook gets traded off for the pawn, and that will be the draw, as only kings remain on the board. Half a point apiece, Vincent Keimer and Praggnanandhaa to conclude our first round of the day here in Las Vegas.
Yeah, no, rook c to c4, I can take and rook c7, no? No, you have to give a check first. Rook g8, rook g7.
And look at that, even as the last two on the stage, diving straight into the analysis.
Yeah, long game, but the players then hushed tones, discussing missed opportunities, especially for Praggnanandhaa. Vincent Keimer actually got off to a great opening start, had a big advantage in the early middle game. Prag turned it around, was totally winning in the endgame, but a miracle save there. Endgame study-like for Vincent Keimer.
No such thing as too much chess for these guys. I mean, they've got another rapid game coming up, you know, another 30 plus 30 coming up, but the fight that they had just full of complications, ups and downs, and both trying to get to the truth of it. But Prag knew that he had missed an opportunity there, you know, it had to be winning somewhere, but with seconds on the clock, always a tough fight, and Keimer just being so resourceful in that end game. Brilliant stuff by both players.
Only 2 victories in our 6 games here to kick off the day. So a lot of players entering the second round on even footing, but it's Levon Aronian who sports an advantage over Arjun Erigaisi in the upper bracket. And of course, it's Hikaru Nakamura who has an advantage over Linier Dominguez-Perez going into his second round of the day. A reminder to everybody that there's still the possibility of tiebreakers, much akin to what we saw just yesterday, from 30-30 down to 10-10, 5-2, and then of course, if we're lucky enough to get it, a little bit of Armageddon. We had the perfect position draw to kick things off in Vegas. It was a 5-5-5 position start. Magnus Carlsen elects to sit alone just like he did yesterday to evaluate the position. The majority of the field, though, diving into those groups to strategize.
Yeah, very balanced games, I think, those draws. For the most part, maybe the biggest chance was for Praggnanandhaa there, but ultimately those 2 victors. Hikaru, very happy now after yesterday, but Levon Aronian, man of the round.
He's been the man of the tournament so far. Everything that he's done in Vegas is absolutely spectacular, but I think today, such a Houdini act by him, right? Just being on the defense, this dangerous face-off that he had against Arjun. Arjun, all guns blazing, surviving it, turning it around, getting that first win in. And this matchup, Hans versus Fabi, you know, that ended peacefully, but the game itself, absolute chaos. Fabi tried to push, Hans held his own.
Fireworks on display here in Las Vegas, and still plenty to play for. Again, 4 people in contention for the top 2 spots. They remain in the upper bracket up here. There you can see Caruana and Neiman already overcoming the likes of Praggnanandhaa and Sindarov. They go into the second round of the day, tied at half a point apiece. Aronian, he's got that advantage against Arjun. He's hoping to make it a shorter day for himself than what it looked like just yesterday. In fact, maybe taking a page out of Arjun's playbook in ending it in those 30-30 portions. We can flip down to the lower bracket, though, to see how things stand with 8 people in contention for up to a total placing of 3rd place. And as we get there, you'll see just one decisive result. It comes there on the 3rd row down. It's Hikaru Nakamura over Linier Dominguez-Perez. The rest of the field all sits at half a point. Still plenty to be decided here today.
Yeah, just really tense action. A bit of a shorter round than some of the ones we saw yesterday. It feels like some of the players maybe conserving a bit more energy, not trying to push the games right to the bitter end. But yeah, it was in the end a blunder by Arjun Erigaisi, but it was Levon who carved out that chance, and all eyes on him now. So close. He just needs to do what he struggled to do so far this event and shore it up. Be solid with the white pieces.
It's a good point, though. It's a very distinct difference to yesterday, where we had 1 or 2, you know, drawish games really extend, and ultimately then cause a lot of players who ended early to maybe sit and wait, cool off. You know, there's always questions in sports about whether or not, you know, a person can kind of keep and maintain their energy when they've been sat on the bench or they hit a cold streak or something like that. And so not going to have to sit here for 2-3 hours watching another game fizzle out to a draw before they step back on the stage necessarily.
I mean, this is Vegas. The lights are on. The energy is already there for these players. And with what's on the line, the high-stake matches and just the players having to give their best, I think the adrenaline just pushes you after the journey that they've had across the days getting to this point. For Arjun, the task is cut up, right? He just needs to do what he's been doing all this way long. Stick true to his style of chess. The chances, the opportunities will be made where both players can go wrong. He will get his kind of positions. For Levon, it's the same story. Do what he's been doing all throughout. He needs only a draw to book that final spot. You know, the chessboard is not big enough for two. Only one will be left in the end, and the other matchup as well. I mean, Fabi having the pedigree, Hans walking in with fire, that one's going to be an absolute showstopper.
Yeah, Levon hopping to the white side of the board, as you mentioned, just needing the draw. So maybe stable play, just looking to stem any kind of aggression there from Arjun on the black side. But Fabiano and Hans, I mean, Fabiano has got to have tucked in the back of his mind the idea of going to those quicker time controls. And so really, you know, he might be best suited to try and just seal it up here and now with a victory over Hans.
Yeah, Fabiano, he's super stable mentally. He kind of rolls with the punches, as we saw yesterday. He'll play the moment, but there has to be a little tinge of regret. He had a big opportunity in that game against Hans. He kind of forced Hans out of the hole, out of danger there. And yeah, it just feels like 50-50 this next game.
Well, round one is complete. We are going to head to a short break, but we got something very special for you on the other side of that break. It's our halftime show, which sports a show match between Ray Enigma and Julian Song. And it won't be us who's commentating. We're giving up our spots here on the desk for the likes of the Botez sisters and Anna Kramling, who will be here to bring you all the action. Following that show match, we'll dive back into round number 2 to watch all 12 of our remaining competitors do battle on the Las Vegas stage. We'll see you back here in just a bit.
Thinking about tomorrow, more than I ever have before. You're bringing light to my shadows. Every day you leave me wanting more. Every time you come up in my mind, a smile comes across my face. Even though I have no idea what we'll find, when I'm with you it falls in place. You're one of a kind. 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 You show up first to every party, and you think tequila is your friend. You never say that you're sorry, and no matter what you can't pretend. Every time you kiss me goodbye, as I'm about to board a plane, you can't hold back the tears in your eyes, even though I'm only gone for days. You're one of a kind. 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 When I'm on the road, I need you to know there's lots of chances for love, but nothing's like our home. Every time you come up in my mind, a smile comes across my face. Even though I have no idea what we'll find, when I'm with you it falls in place. You're one of a kind. You're one of a kind. You're one of a kind. You're one of a kind.
Trust me, I don't wanna beg you to love me. Won't you feel me? I don't wanna force you to hold me. What if I keep you on your toes? What if I give you the right dosage? Is there somewhere we can go to fix these broken roses? If I told you that we could have a better life, would you bring the old you? Or is that person still alive? If you took him person still alive? If you took him off the shelf, would she even be herself? If I told you that we could have a better life. I can never keep my distance from a little mischief, I admit. Now I'm hanging on my hopes on us and letting you decide. I will never lose my interest if there's something in this. I'm convinced there's a glimmer of a hope for us, or is it just a lie? So why you selling me a lie? La 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 la, la 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 la. Are you selling me a lie? La 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 la, la 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 la. Show me a way to get lost.
It's this thing.
Okay.
Hello and welcome everybody to this beautiful, beautiful halftime show. I am Women's Grandmaster Dina Belinkaya, and together alongside me is the wonderful Emily Plays Chess, as well as Sabo Pasha, the Turkish superstar of content. And today we are here to host the match of the century. Julien Song, international master from France, the king of French content, versus the most suspicious of them all, Ray Enigma. Ladies, gentlemen, how are you feeling today?
I mean, it's pretty exciting, and I can't even guess who is winning, so it's better. So maybe Emily can help us. What do you think?
I think I'm going to be relying on you guys to handle that part. But I'm very excited to see these two legendary content creators.
Yes, and they're going to be playing 2 games only, so there is absolutely no opportunity or chance for them to make any mistake. And as far as I know right now, Julien is actually losing. He is down 4-6, which means that he needs to stand up for his rights and fight back.
So today you already play against Julien. How do you feel? How is his form?
Yeah, I did prepare Julien this morning. We played freestyle chess, and I feel like he is now warmed up. So 11 games of Blitz were very good. So I believe in my man. I think he's gonna do well, and we should be seeing the board soon. So I'm excited.
I'm excited too. We will be able to also see them, and the position is not...
Oh wait, we have Fiona. I think we have Fiona who is ready from the playing hall. Please bring us the players.
Thank you so much, Dina. Welcome everyone to our first ever halftime show. We had one scheduled yesterday, but the games went on a bit too long. So today we are going to see 2 Blitz games between Ray Enigma from Spain and Julien Song from France. And without too much further ado, I'm going to invite them to the stage. For the little audience we have in the room, give them a round of applause. Ray Enigma and Julien Song. We are going to immediately start with the position draw to find out which position you guys will play first. Does one of you want to pick the position?
It's position 366.
So position 366, gentlemen. Maybe Ray Enigma, quick question. Are you excited for this match?
Very excited. I am willing to play against Julien. That is a very strong opponent, so let's see how it goes. Not easy.
Who's gonna win, Julien?
I mean, I think Reanima is stronger, and I want my revenge.
So we're gonna find out. I'll let you take your seats. We have commentary by Dina, Emily, and Sabri. So, gentlemen, best of luck, and to our audience, have fun.
And here we go, position 3-6-6. My favorite one, with the king between the two rooks on the queen side. Lovely. I'm so excited for this. Those two bishops and the knights in the corner. All right, ladies and gentlemen, this is the last moment to take any predictions. Emily, who do you think is going to win?
I mean, I think Julian is definitely the favorite, but, you know, I don't mind seeing an upset.
All right, Sabri, who are you rooting for?
I mean, I like the position for white here, since I think we saw similar position yesterday or the day before yesterday, so I like f4, e4, and, you know, just like playing, like attacking to, you know, like a7 would be so nice to, yeah, start with f4. I'm rooting for white here.
You're rooting for Reanima.
Yeah.
All right, well, let's see. Is he gonna push the F pawn, Henry the A?
Already?
No. Ooh, nice, D work out. All right, come on, Julian. I have trained you well, so let's see. Okay, so we have this massive control of the center from the white side, and black just developed the knight and trying to counterattack. Very interesting. White is also developing the other knight. Things are going very fast in Blitz, so usually you just have time to commentate on what's going on. So pawn takes, queen takes. What do I say about queen developments, Emily?
You never want to bring the queen out too early, Gina.
Exactly, and watch this queen being punished after bringing the bishop. Oh, changing queens? Seriously? Ooh, Sabri, what do you think about this one?
Yeah, I think, oh, okay, f5 is interesting. I was thinking maybe knight g3, so then we can develop our knight to also the center. But yeah, okay, I think this is a little bit good for white, and a4, a5 is coming, so yeah.
Julien is still trying to trade queens, but this move is slightly deep with. I do say over and over again, when you are in the opening, whether it is classical chess or freestyle. Oh my god, bishop a6!
Oh my god, how he missed it. Oh my god.
No, bro! No, come on,
So
keep it up.
bad.
Just rook, push your rook. It's
So
okay.
bad.
It's just an exchange. It's a blitz game. Come on, Julien.
I was thinking it's checkmate, but like rook. Yeah.
Oh my god, it's a rook. It's an entire rook.
So
Oh, no. Well, you know what? Maybe we have time for 3 games. Who knows?
yeah, it looks like.
Yeah.
I mean, why he took with b pawn? It's
It's
so
okay, but
strange.
honestly, I think it's important to fight, continue fighting, and then just, like, you know, keep yourself composed and do your best. Like, you will not believe this, but earlier today, me and Julien were playing a game where I had the entire queen up, and then I, like there was an opportunity that Julien just captured it. Like, I had a queen up, and then he just tricked me. So this is just a rook. I believe it's still fine. It's all good.
I love how you approach the position, but it's just the rook is like, I mean, okay, yeah, knight is going away. I mean, I would just go.
Oh, see, you're ready for a pawn.
Okay.
Yeah,
Maybe
and then
I'm
now aiming another pawn on the G file. Very interesting, and yeah, it is lost objectively, but you know, it's blitz, and it's stressful.
It's very stressful. Yeah, this is how we allow, you know, freestyle chess. So in the opening, just 5 moves and it can be over.
I see the famous commentator in the room watching us, so we have a lot of pressure right now by the one and only Grandmaster David Howell. And, oh, another pawn. Look at
Another
this.
pawn, yeah.
Now 2 pawns for a rook. It's better than nothing. Maybe black is gonna try to develop the knight somewhere, you know, push the pawns. What?
Wow.
What?
It's
Sacrificing the knight?
Wow, it's super nice.
Wait,
Super nice.
what's the idea?
Maybe bishop c8? Maybe bishop c8 here?
Oh.
No, okay.
No.
Both
And
of
the discovery check and grabbing back the bishop. Seems like, you know, Emily was right. We might be seeing the upside.
The upset, Dina, yes. What do we know about Ray Enigma and his chess strength? Obviously, he's a strong player, but he's not titled, if I'm not mistaken.
That's a great question. And the problem is that we do not know anything. We don't know nothing. Like, I used to believe that Ray was around 2000, but after seeing him, you know, leading the score in this matchup for the third day in a row, I'm not so sure anymore. You know, maybe he's a master. Maybe he's a secret grandmaster.
Maybe. I played against him 2022 in Madrid. Okay, of course he beat me, but yeah, I had a winning position. So I think that, yeah, he's strong, but I don't believe that he's a grandmaster.
All right, well, he's definitely showing a grandmaster skill in this matchup, as you can see. He certainly did see all the blunders.
Need to be
from
careful.
His opponent. Ooh.
There's a checkmate idea. Rook
Oh,
F1.
that pawn on e7.
Oh, yeah.
Okay. Rook F3 to stop all the activity on the F file. Now black rook goes
Now we can take, right?
away.
Yeah.
And then the pawn takes, and the rook takes the pawn. And then the knight jumps in, attacking the other pawn. Maybe white king could be in a certain danger, who knows?
Oof.
Honestly, I think it's a game over. Oh, check, and the king goes away. Oh no. Oh no, there is a checkmate incoming! Honestly, even if...
It's a nice checkmate idea, actually, with the knight.
Even if Emily was playing with white pieces, I wouldn't be able to do anything here. It's just so lost.
Do you think that it's possible Julien was a little tilted from your match this morning and he was not going in the right headspace?
Good question. Good question. I definitely, messed up his moral state of mind, and that affected this blunder. But it's okay, buddy. Just resign and then start a new game.
Exactly. Oh, okay.
Uh-oh. It's a checkmate! He blundered a checkmate?
He blundered checkmate.
It's a checkmate! GG's, game over. Congratulations, Ray. Well done, well done.
So, what do you want to say to Julian? If you would have a call, just like 30 seconds, what would you say?
Wait, let's hear what they're saying. I think we can hear them discussing.
Is it the same position for the next one?
The game.
Ah, yeah, it's the same, huh? I don't know.
They're already discussing the second one.
So we do the same position?
Lena is coming.
You guys. Okay.
Same position?
Yes. Same position.
So knight.
Okay, knight.
Rook. King.
King.
They're gonna play the same position.
Queen.
Perfect.
Bishop. Knight.
Yeah, this position is super nice for white, so I believe that Julian will come back, but need to focus the game.
Up.
What happened was so
Ready to start? Don't tilt, my friend. Don't tilt. Don't smile, don't laugh. Focus.
So, second game. Let's
All
take
right.
some guesses.
Let's go. Is it gonna be the same pawn? Here we are. Welcome back, everybody. Let me just... Allô? Julien? S'il te plaît, est-ce que tu peux être un peu plus focus? Parce que là, ça va pas. Tu as donné ta tour. Bon, c'est... bon courage, mon ami. Allez, ciao. Okay, it's good. He's set. He's right. He's set. I told him what to do exactly. You're gonna see the right moves here.
Okay. Do you want to translate what that advice was, Dina, for us non-French speakers?
Actually, no, because I'm afraid that Ray might actually, hear that and then take something for him. But Emily, you know me as a coach. You know that I can give only good advice. Isn't that true?
Yes. Dina's a very principled chess player. And so, however, with freestyle, the principles are maybe not as reliable as they are with your classical chess.
I will tell you the secret. In freestyle, everything that matters is actually principles, because there are no openings. So, ladies and gentlemen, if you want to get better at freestyle chess, you need to study strategy. You need to study tactics, and you don't need openings. No fried liver, no cow, no nothing. Why are you laughing?
The cow opening.
A good one?
I mean, I haven't played.
Okay. Up here comes
The same opening.
the moves, and Julien repeats the same opening choice as his opponent. So we have the F-pawn push, and then the two knights are developed. Let's see if Julien's gonna grab the center. Now black is thinking.
Yeah, F5, and if it's E4 or not. Oh, okay, he didn't like the idea.
Yeah. E4 or D4. I'm confused with this D and E, these files. Okay, and then another pawn protecting the center.
E4.
Ooh,
E4
white
directly.
is better. Interesting. Why would white be better? Yes, attacking the center, control the game. We all know that.
Yeah, you have to take, otherwise maybe E5, so...
Okay, pawn takes, knight takes. Great. Knight in the center. What do they say about the knights on the center?
Emily?
They're very good. They control lots of squares. So hopefully Julien can maintain.
Yeah, I think
That's
D4 is
right.
a really nice idea. But computer didn't like it.
Well, it's different. It's it's different. It's complicated, right? Because you have the evaluation of the computer, and then you have the human assessment.
Yeah.
Okay, let me put Emily on spot.
Oh, great.
What color would you choose in this position? White or black?
Probably white.
Just pretend you don't see the eval bar.
Okay, well, white, I would say.
Why? Why would you say so? Why would be that your choice?
You have the nice knight in the center, as we addressed. The light squared bishop is fairly active. You have your rook on d1 that's getting a nice
support of the pawn. That's correct.
Yeah.
Very good. Yeah.
And the center is super nice, right?
Yeah, that's true. And now bishop takes knight, and that is not great either.
Queen
because-
A5? Queen A5?
Wait, what? Queen A5? Oh my god.
Same idea with
And then rook A1, right? I love that. Wasn't played.
Queen A5, and you cannot play A6 because you can basically take, right?
Wait, what? What's your level?
My level is 1900.
Wow, you're
Hey there.
good. I'm impressed. This guy near me is calculating all the moves ahead. No, but honestly, white is definitely better, as Emily said, by all those means. The rook is in the center, the pawns are in the center. Whoa!
Oh,
What
there was
that?
idea. Knight D6.
Yes, but what?
And the checkmate. Queen C3.
Whoa! Knight D6 and Queen
Knight D6
C3
again?
checkmate! Oh my god, in 2 moves! No way!
Julian, you
is thinking,
should check.
I know this body language. Look at his head. It's right
Yeah, calculator.
inside the...
Oh no!
What?
Still there, still there.
Oh,
The king is gone.
Oh,
The king is gone.
The king is gone.
Oof.
Emily, how do
This
you
is
like
the freestyle
castling?
chess. This is the freestyle chess. So exciting.
You know that move? It's called castling. Impressive, isn't it?
Yes, very much so.
When the king can jump from one side to another. Believe it or not, but in my today's match, I actually messed up 3 times. Okay, good thing for white is that they still have an advantage. Probably because, how do you guys like the knight on h8?
But the problem is... Oh, okay.
How do you guys like the knight? Well, he just heard me, but how do you like the knight? That knight, it's a bad knight. Man, these people have no class. Look at their pieces. What, you disagree?
No, I do agree. That knight is going to have a hard time developing, especially, you know, it's going at the cost of the activity of the rook.
Yeah, and now the pawn on b7 is attacked, so things are going really weirdly.
Yeah, after that checkmate idea, I'm not impressed by white here because like it was already, you know, like over.
Yeah.
And hopefully, Julian will not lose that one.
Yeah. Well, the rook of black is on the open file, but luckily there is no danger on this open file because none of other pieces can participate in the attack. And I think we can just take that pawn. Take that pawn, baby. It's free. Don't be shy, my honey. It's all good. You like my trash talk?
Of course, of course. The computer likes white here. I mean, how do you think, from a human perspective, how easy is that to convert?
Yes. Indeed, the good thing is like we didn't lose any of our advantage, right? Everything is developed, everything is cool. So yeah, taking the pawn is probably the right move. Most likely rook attacking the knight and then skewering the queen, but I don't think there is any discovery attacks, so should be good. Queen back to e8, protecting the rook. What a weird choice.
Yeah, knight c5, I guess. But the problem is like our bishop on g1. How we will develop that?
Well, you know, step by step.
Step by step, right?
One thing at a time. Queen attacking the knight, which is protected by the bishop. Oh, I see what black is trying to do. You see that little queen and the rook?
Yeah,
they are trying to double on the open file and cause a very scary checkmate. Are you scared?
I mean, I cannot find any idea for white here. I don't know why.
Okay, now our queen is attacked. We can move the queen back somewhere to b4. You guys still like white position?
Computer likes, I feel like we have to like, but like how? Yeah, queen d3 was a really good move, actually.
Careful, careful. That queen is coming after us. Knight a4, but wait, you didn't have to give away the pawn.
Yeah,
and that doesn't stop the idea.
You have to play.
That does not help you anyhow, bro. What are you doing? Okay, now we have to push the pawn on c3. See, guys, that's what I call tilt. Have you heard of this word? Tilt or letters.
My God,
and he gives away another pawn!
it's incredible.
No way!
It's incredible.
So nice of Julian. He's so kind. He is such a sweet soul, but he might forget that chess is a sport.
He needs to play so fast, like c3 is something. Like.
Just try to intimidate your opponent, right? Just push pawns.
And also there's, 50 seconds left.
Okay. All right.
c5 idea is strange. c5 and king c4 or what? c5.
Yeah. At this point, the king moves. The good thing, as you guys know, black only needs a draw to win the match.
Yeah, it is true.
So that's tough.
He wants to play with two bishops, so he didn't take.
Yeah, two bishops. It's good when you can use them. Maybe there is an idea of a checkmate. Somehow. What do you think?
What are you thinking?
Nice.
Okay.
White is pressing right now. d7.
Okay, rook attacking pawn. Pawn push. Bishop takes.
Trades.
Bishop takes, king takes. And then pawn push. No, we attack the pawn. King comes up, pawn push.
Oh,
Rook attacks the pawn. Oh my god, we're gonna lose.
Oof.
We're gonna lose again.
Julian will be so upset when he see the idea. Checkmate idea.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's already...
We're losing all our pawns! And the c4 will... Actually... Okay, rook protects pawn. Okay, check, king moves.
Okay, fast.
Okay. Whoa,
Trade.
things are going so fast. Check.
Oh, okay.
Oh no! And the other pawn is falling! Oh my god! And that's a change of pawns. It's a checkmate!
Ooh.
You were much better again.
Wow.
Much better.
I didn't even realize.
Yeah, I don't know.
Incredible.
Because I mean, my only trick was that 5.
That was a wild turn of events from what he had a mate into, Julian.
Yes.
To
Sacrifice the knight with a fork and checkmate.
Supposed to allow this queen.
yeah, those sacrifices are tough to see though. So, but yeah, he's gonna be disappointed to review that for sure.
Very disappointed. Let's hear what players are saying.
It's funny because first game you played this rook a6, and second game I played this rook
They
a6.
didn't talk about it.
Same trick. Yes, for sure.
Oh, they just saw it.
When you played rook a1, then I saw it. But
Oh, no,
again,
you
if I
saw it.
had to play like rook a8 and taking on b6, and I didn't like it.
Emily, now
But
you
still,
have to
I mean,
take
I
to stand up
convinced,
for our
counterplay,
friend.
But it was my only chance.
You have to be
For sure, like,
right now.
losing, but,
You have to
not
challenge
that easy
him.
with-
Yeah, I'm not
Yeah.
super
Revenge.
encouraged.
Revenge.
You're gonna just give him 20 seconds. Time. Odds.
It's kind of stressful. to
Let's
play
maybe
this.
show the idea. Can we show or?
I'm not sure.
On the stage,
Because we cannot go back.
Yeah, just before rook a6, there was an idea.
Ay.
A rough day for Julian.
Oh, they actually have a little bit more time. I didn't realize. There's gonna be another position.
Oh.
Oh, it's a final game. Now I see.
Nice.
All right, guys. Well, I'll have to torture you a little bit more here in the studio. Are you guys having a good time?
I think it's super nice. We should do it every single day.
Any imposter syndromes in this room?
No.
No? You guys
That was
have-
directed at me, Dina.
No. How are you doing, Emily?
I'm doing well, yeah.
Is your first time commentating a chess game?
Well, at this level, you know, more amateur players I have.
My first time as well
Yeah.
is
Really?
in English.
Really?
English.
Yeah.
Wow.
Ooh.
So, thanks for that. It's special.
Nice. I hear we're about to have a pairing, that the new position is being picked, I believe. So, oh, we can let chat pick the number of the new position.
You want to just manipulate them, saying some numbers?
That's interesting. All right, guys, let's decide together what is going to be the new position that is going to be played in the game number 3, the decider of the match that is already decided. Why is no one laughing?
What? You want to say any number?
All right, let's say 69 something. Like 900, no, 691.
691.
691. Let's do it. Bring it up. I want to see 691 on this screen right now.
It's yeah.
Why did you choose that number, Dina?
Well, producer told me. It was pretty random, I can tell you. Okay, that's
Pretty
the
random.
position. Let's see. That is the position. So we got the bishop. Okay, Emily, I'll let you introduce pieces from left to right. It's like, you know, when you go to the eye doctor. Can you read the line like letters? Can you read the pieces, please?
Yes, we have the bishop on A1, followed by the rook, queen, king, the 2 knights, rook, and bishop.
Wonderful. Is the position legal?
In freestyle chess, yes.
Correct. So as long as we have the king between the 2 rooks and the bishops are on the opposite colors, it means that the position is legal. Well, in any case, here this was set was meant to be legal because it's one of the positions, right? But just in case, guys, you were playing a freestyle game and you want to shuffle the pieces whatever you like, you got to make sure that the king is always in front of the 2 rooks, and then the 2 bishops are always on the opposite colors, okay? If the king is not in front of the, if the king is not in between of 2 rooks, then you do not have the legal opportunity to castle, which is super important. We'll talk about castle later, but...
Do you think we're going to see Ray as white again here, I'm assuming?
That's a great question. Logically so, I believe, but we don't know yet.
Julian.
Looks like Julian.
Well, that might have not been yet up to date, so potentially. All right.
Oh, yeah, this is not the correct position.
Yeah, this is... Yeah.
Emily, let's say you are a coach. What advice would you give to your student who just lost 2 games?
Yeah, I mean, it can be discouraging. We've all been there. But the best thing you can do is try and be positive, not let it get to you, and try and maintain the confidence if you can.
That sounds too good to be true. Let's see if Julien is able to do that, implement. Yeah, Saba, what about you? What advice would you give to Julien?
Yeah, the confidence is super important, and he's playing with white pieces, so here I think he should just enjoy. After that's like the position will speak for itself, huh?
Another great advice from my co-host on my right. Very good. And we see swapping the player cards. That is important. Make sure that we know who is who. So, yeah, guys, I mean, you were saying right things, but the main question is how to actually get that into their heads, especially when they really just like lost the match, lost the 2 games. I would say at this point, it doesn't matter anymore. So just play your best chess, aggressive chess, and try to make, the last score. Okay.
B4 or G4, there were 2 different ideas, but yeah.
Opening the bishop, huh?
Oh.
Very good.
Yeah, B5.
Yes, very good. Now careful, don't push the G pawns, because then the bishop takes the bishop, although bishops are protected. That's a very interesting position, honestly, because both bishops are on the corners, right? Skewering the whole board.
Wow.
See, Emily, the bar just dropped. You know why? Because after c4, pawn takes pawn, queen takes pawn, and then...
The queen's going to be harassed, right?
By?
The knight.
Exactly. Exact same thing. Do not bring your queen out too early. The exact same mistake, to be honest, that Julien was doing this morning. This guy, he doesn't learn from his mistakes. It's okay, I will teach him.
With these freestyle positions, when you can't really rely on your opening theory that you're used to, how are you thinking about those initial moves?
Wow.
Yeah, essentially, and the queen is out, another guy who loves his queen, like bringing early. So essentially, you just need to follow the main principles, meaning you try to put your pawns in the center, you try to develop your pieces towards the center, right? Like minor pieces. You try to put your king safe, and you try to expose your opponent's weaknesses. For instance, like, what is the side that is like safer to castle, right? Or like, look at this, like, how can you possibly play knight g3 blocking the g pawn, which is blocking the bishop on h1? You see that? That's a wrong move.
Yeah,
you should have put the knight in the other side. What?
Yeah, the problem was like, he didn't see the idea bishop e4, and after that it's just like, look at the pawns on the file.
Yeah, but it doesn't matter. You gotta put the knight not in front of the pawn that is blocking the bishop, So
yeah, it's true.
And that was the castle, by the way. So, and then black castle too. Okay.
You want to play knight e4, I guess.
But you cannot. Actually, you can. Sorry.
Yeah. Okay.
sorry. I forgot. I thought it was a king on f1,
like
but it's okay.
What is happening here?
No, it's good. It's good. I tunneled. I thought it was a king, and the knight would take knight, and it would be a pin, but it's not. Okay. So
yeah, knight d4 is like very strong move. So I don't know what to do. Maybe queen c4. something like that.
I actually would not be trading queens here. I would suggest pushing the pawn in front of the king because we need to open the bishop, remember? The only piece that is not developed right now for white is the bishop in the white corner on the bottom. You see that? And that's our biggest problem. You gotta respect your pieces.
It's very hard to play with white here because, yeah, as you say, g4 is an idea, but knight d4, it just...
Knight d4 is annoying. I will agree with that. Yeah, controlling the center with the knight, putting the knight in the center.
And you can
Same
also
stuff.
play g6 and then develop your bishop. And you cannot, I mean, knight d4, oh, yeah.
Ooh!
Why?
Double question mark? But why? What is the problem?
The idea is like knight d4 and after that knight d2. Knight d2 checkmate.
Wait,
So
but
you
that
need
queen, queen needs to go back down and protect. What are you thinking of, bro? You have the only move. You gotta play queen d1. Put the, oh no, but the queen takes d3, and it's a double attack. Yeah. Oh my god.
It's so, yeah, annoying.
Well, my friends, it seems that
Yeah, queen d1.
it seems that
Either a2 or d3. Which one do you prefer? Okay, d3.
well, I don't see the problem that yet, but it actually seems like this is gonna be 3-0. Am I allowed to say that?
Knight c2 and the other knight d4. I was thinking, oh, computer didn't like it.
Whoa, what? Is
g4.
going
G4 is
on?
the idea, no? g4 and rook e3.
G4, attacking the knight, opening the bishop. Come on, it's your chance to be active.
Oh
What?
no! Why?
What kind of move is that? You.
I mean, it's more like the same g4. No,
Yeah.
now it's protected.
You gotta be a little bit more active, my friend. Well, especially when you're already like losing, right? There is nothing to do. You have no bridges to burn. You just gotta go. Keep going. Fast.
Yeah, but
Move.
this is a problem after losing. You lose the confidence and you cannot play the g4 here. So that's the thing, maybe.
Yeah. What about your great advice, my friends?
Yeah, I think it's a lot easier said than done. You know, when we get into that tilt mode, we want to keep the confidence high and play our best. But you know, especially when there's a third game, this is Julian's chance not to lose.
All of them.
Yeah, so I can imagine he's putting a lot of pressure on himself, and oftentimes that does more harm than good.
Yeah, the pressure is real, guys. Chess is a game of psychology. It's a game of, you know, it's a social game. It's your social status. If you lose at chess, it means you are a loser. So, why are you laughing?
It's.
You don't agree?
I mean,
You don't feel like a loser when you lose at chess?
I mean, I enjoy playing chess, so I don't think about it. But like when you say it, it's just like it was a very strong word.
Okay, bishop takes knight. Now knight takes back. What is Ray thinking about? Why is he hesitant? Oh, bishop takes.
Okay, nice.
Oh,
nice,
rook
nice,
takes
nice.
pawn.
B5.
And we push the past pawn. It's not
perfect.
going anywhere, but we still push it. It's blocked by the bishop.
Queen c2.
There is no queens, bro.
Rook, sorry.
It's okay. It's okay. King to
F1,
F1.
yeah,
We need to protect
perfect.
the fork. Okay. What now? Whose knight is better? Black or white? Both in the center. Oh.
Maybe the idea was
passive.
a4.
Knight back to c3, protecting the pawn. Yeah, and now easy. Oh no! And then they're gonna block our bishop. What?
Yeah.
Knight goes back.
I think the idea was maybe knight d6 or
right.
Or knight d5.
Attacking
Maybe
the pawn.
knight f6, then knight d7.
Ooh, check and the fork. Interesting. Spicy.
He needs to go for that, I guess.
A lot of mistakes in this game. Interesting. Pawn attacks the knight. Where is the knight going?
Ooh, no.
Oh
losing.
no!
It's losing already. Rook d8.
Oh
was
yeah, the
idea.
knight was trapped.
Okay, now.
But now it
it's
doesn't
good
work
for
the
us,
same
good
way.
for us.
Wait, what do you mean for us? Who are you rooting for? Who are you?
I mean,
who
I think we are all rooting for Julian because like we want to the game. I mean, tie,
Really?
right? No.
Okay. Well, Emily, who are you rooting for?
Yeah, I'd like to see Julian win after the past 2 games and also the match this morning. I think he could use some higher spirits, probably.
Especially the match this morning. Yeah. Well, you guys are nice. It's good. You're good people.
I did hear Julian talking about revenge. Do you know what he was talking about? He mentioned that a few times to Ray, it sounded like.
Yes, because he just played 2 days of intense match with Ray, and the score was 6-4 to Ray. So Ray was winning.
No. Losing.
And that was supposed to be a revenge, but it's not anymore because Julian is about to lose the 3rd game in a row. Okay, rook on the 7th rank. How do we call the 7th rank for the rook? It's the stomach paradise. Remember that?
What?
Обжорный ряд. You guys don't know
I think it's
that?
for you, not me.
It's the end game marathon, come on. It's all there. Okay, bishop takes, rook takes. And the pawn pushes.
Okay.
But the pawn is about to promote. Whoa.
Okay,
king
B6,
D2.
B7 is nice. Nice idea. Can we make it?
Okay, now we need to control the promotion square. Bishop F3, very good. Knight check.
Nice.
The king goes up. Active king. Now bishop D1, very good. King back.
Yeah, F4 and either F4 or B6.
White is better.
Yeah.
White is winning. No, the pawn. Why did you give away the pawn?
No, he's so tilting.
Oh my
No.
God, this was such a great position. And it's not anymore. No, take the A5 pawn.
It's like 2 pawn ups. 2 pawns up.
Okay. Oh, I think we can hear the players.
I think he lost on time, huh?
Oh, no.
That's so
Incredible.
Because, like you opponent, but like with my bishops.
Yeah,
and so on,
you control the light square.
maybe not queen c2.
Yeah, maybe
because
that was
then you lose
the
the
mistake.
pawn on c7.
That's it. No, yes, that completely missed the pawn on c7, yes.
Yeah, I should not allow this e6 d5.
Yeah, maybe.
Because then my bishop is so bad.
It's locked, yeah. But it was not easy because you had some trouble with the b5 pawn also, no?
Yeah, at some point, what should be better, but
Yeah,
in the
yeah,
first place-
for sure. After consolidating and I was lucky that I found that check, but I didn't see at all. Like no check, no, like 93, no.
Yeah, no. I did. I just wanted to flag you.
Yeah,
that you were faster.
Yeah, but I had the clock on the right side, and I know the tricks. Like check over here with the rook, no? Like rook.
And that was it. Very sad story. A most suspicious, or how do you say that, Emily? Ray, he's not suspicious. He's like, he's like unknown. The most
Mysterious.
Thank you.
But possibly suspicious as well.
The most mysterious and possibly suspicious master, Ray Enigma, has defeated international master Julian Song 3-0. That was painful to watch, but you know what? It was an honor and a pleasure to commentate with you guys. I hope you had fun.
I had so fun.
Emily had the most fun.
Yes,
of them all.
It was very fun.
It was your inauguration to the chess commentary, so I congratulate you both on that.
Thank you.
And we are gonna take a quick break and be back to you in approximately 15 minutes with the next round of the Freestyle Grand Slam. Bye.
Show me how to make it real. I won't let you down.
Just take me for a ride.
I don't know. Can't fight the feeling that it just won't flow. We've been deceiving everyone we know. Do we let the secret out and take it slow? You say it's time to let it go, but I just don't believe it. Choosing if you take me or you make me disappear. Before the end begins, we lose ourselves and take control again. It's keeping us hanging on, and we know we'll never fall out. We just wanna try some more. This can't go on forever. Can we escape and start again when no one can get us? Now you say that the most we can be is a memory where we are. It's keeping us hanging on, and we know we'll never work out. We just wanna try some more. The higher that we let it fall, the harder we will fall. The longer that we sing it out, the more we wanna know. It's keeping us hanging on, and we know we'll never work out. We just wanna try some more.
It's the small things that you do to keep reminding me there's magic inside me and you. Dreams to reality. All of my worries and fears fade away with you. There is no limit to all of the things we can do. Let's go. Take my hand and hold it tight. I won't ever stop dreaming. Gotta show them how bad you want it. You don't always get them second chances. Don't start chasing till you got it. Do what I gotta do. I just break the rules like that. Maybe I'm just cool like that. Staying focused, don't sidetrack. Always when I don't come last. I never go less than 100%. I'll just keep waiting while you're catching your breath. I'm only living if it's close to the edge. So come and dive into the deep end, cause the best is yet to come. I'm like a song you can't get out of your head. You press rewind when you get close to the end. Each time you leave, I know you'll come back again. So come and dive into the deep end. You think I'm done, but I just started. I'm the fire that lights the darkness. Don't get strong, confused with heartless. Do what I gotta do. I just break the rules like that. Maybe I'm just cool like that. Staying focused, don't sidetrack. Always when I don't come last. I never go less than 100%. I'll just keep waiting while you're catching your breath. I'm only living if it's close to the edge. So come and dive into the deep end, cause the best is yet to come. I'm like a song you can't get out of your head. You press rewind when you get close to the end. Each time you leave, I know you'll come back again. So come and dive into the deep end.
eyes on me.
Summer night, sipping up the vibe, here to make you dance now. Feel the heat, taste of something sweet. Wanna take a chance now. We don't care if it's a weekday. We're getting on it like we've nothing to lose. Out out there soaking up the sun rays and feel the rhythm of our favorite tune.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the fabulous Wynn Resort here in Las Vegas for the 2025 Freestyle Chess Grand Slam Tour. We are midway through our third day of action. 12 competitors still alive in the field. 4 of them fighting for that all-important first spot. 8 of them duking it out in the lower bracket, 4 of which will face elimination today. And I think that might be where we start the conversation going into this second round. Again, the pressure element of it all. For those in the lower bracket, you know, this is their last shot to continue their tournament run. For those in the upper bracket, you don't want to let slip that opportunity for the top spot when the likes of Magnus Carlsen, Hikaru, and Vincent Keimer have already been knocked out. It feels like open season, Tanya, for somebody to put a stamp on, you know, their freestyle legacy here.
And this has happened in the chess world before, right? Magnus walking out of the World Championship cycle, you see this renewed energy for the whole lot that they want to become the world champion. That's what we're seeing in freestyle chess right now, where Magnus, Hikaru, all the big favorites. I mean, these are the faces of freestyle. They are playing in the lower bracket. That's just the sideshow. The main course is what's happening in our championship bracket. And I think for Fabi, this means more than anything right now, you know, finishing second in Weissenhaus, third in Paris. Is this the one where Mr. Consistent finally does it, David?
It feels like it might be, but then again, it does feel like Levon Aronian's event. It feels like Hans Niemann's big moment, his big breakthrough. It's so tough to call from the top 4. The one against it, up against it now, is Arjun Erigaisi. I thought maybe this would be his event, but either way, those top 4, as you say, it's so important here and now, big breakthrough in their careers, let alone in the Grand Slam Tour.
So often in sport, the conversation is about which player is in their peak form at just the right moment. And again, with that opportunity to strike for a number of our players, the question remains, can Levon take it in 2-0 fashion over Arjun Erigaisi? And who will break the tie between Fabiano and Hans Niemann? Back out to Fiona to find our position for the next round.
Welcome back, everyone, to the second 30+30 game. My name is Fiona Steil-Antony. I'm delighted to be your host for the remainder of the day. So the next game will decide how many playoffs will we get today. Yesterday we went all the way to Armageddon. We'll have to find out what happens today. But for now, we're going to first of all find out which position the players will be playing. And in order to help me do the draw, I would like to welcome to the stage, all the way from Spain, Mr. Ray Enigma. Give him a warm round of applause.
Oh, 48.
Position 48. Thank you so much, Ray Enigma. Quick question. You've been here the entire time making some content, watching the event. What has been your highlight in Las Vegas so far?
Yeah, I would say the day I was able to play the best players in the world. I mean, I'm so grateful for that.
And we are very grateful to have you here. Enjoy the round. To the players, best of luck. To our audience, both on site and at home, have fun.
I can hear them speaking.
Yes. Yeah. Oh, guys, what about before? Before E5, what's the problem? Or b5. b5 before you.
Maybe.
But e5, yeah.
e5.
Just tempo.
Just the tempo. Okay, so here, here.
E3, b6.
Maybe 45.
Yeah, this looks great.
55. Good.
This makes sense.
Unless you want to play with f3. Yeah. Such a strange position. What about first d4 then?
D4? Yeah, D4, D5.
What about this like b3, c4, this type of play?
B3, B5?
Knight.
This one. Yeah, maybe knight b6. Knight b6. Should we consider c4? C4?
Makes sense,
CD b5, yeah, maybe.
Ah, the first knight c8.
I mean, DA, not sure, but... It's not like forward, I don't know.
Yeah,
CD, knight b3, I don't know. Yeah, I will. With H3.
Take some good version of that round. One sec.
Yeah, for sure. H5. That's terrible.
Put my knight on c. No, it's too slow, yeah? I should play with b6, but...
H5, H6.
Oh, this looks nice. Oh,
Yeah.
Good composition. I'm trying for d4.
B5?
Yeah, d4. Some offers. But the must.
Yeah, B3. B6, C4 with that, right? Well, I don't know, but... Should we play B6? Yeah.
Let's take the square? Okay, yeah, maybe. Yeah, it's too slow, yeah. Okay.
Just to consider it.
E5.
Okay. H4, yeah, maybe logical. Let's just see this kind of thing.
H4 or with H5?
Yeah.
Why H4 and why do we have to H4 here? Just B6.
Yeah, why B6? Knight D5, knight D7, B4.
E4, 4, knight
D6. Yeah,
It's position, but...
Why, yeah?
No, I don't understand. Yeah, I don't like e5.
I'm a little bit worried about these.
You're worried about these H4s.
Like this one specifically.
Okay.
I just want to know how we respond to this.
D5?
Take D3.
Yeah.
Knight D3, bishop B7? Yeah.
Slightly concerned.
I mean, what rook H3? What do you? I don't know.
Be better with like.
Yeah.
But I don't know. There is knight C4 maybe. Knight C4 here with bishop A3 maybe.
Maybe you should go here, yeah. So after B5,
Maybe.
there's no.
I mean, I can deal with this threat.
I just move the queen.
Oh, but bishop a3? Oh, we can't castle it. I mean, I don't know if you want to castle, but it looks a little bit shaky. Okay. Knight d3, knight d3 a. Wait. Knight d3 a5 hangs b6 though. Oh. Ah, sorry. There's knight c. Yeah. Right.
Well, then you go here.
Shouldn't be. Why? What's the advantage?
B5.
I might for b5. Ah, yeah. No, knight a5. Yeah. So,
That's a bit weird in the bishop.
You could have also done it here, no? Because I don't think we care about knight a5. Knight does absolutely nothing.
You're not scared of knight.
First move d. Yeah, that's true.
Also B4 and check B4. But you think anyone play B4?
But what?
B4,
B4, e5. And what do you do? Yeah, your b1 bishop is very bad. Yeah, so d4. No, b5, e4. So you real trouble. You have to play d4.
Oh, we have to copy. Okay.
I don't take bishop e7. That's so much time.
Yeah, no, this is not
b6.
Well, it's thanks to Ray Enigma that we get position number 48. Can't look much more different than a standard game of chess than this one. Only one singular piece on its normal starting position, and that would be the rooks sitting on the right-hand corner of your screen. And take a look at this very interesting heat map that we have. A reminder for you at home who might be seeing this for the first time. This is pulled from data that we have on chess.com of freestyle chess, games played in this exact starting position. But it very much shows that there is no consensus best first move, at least from what's been played online, Tanya.
I would agree, but also what it shows is the symmetry possibilities that do exist in the position. Look at the red markers right there. It's exactly where it is on the black side of the board. This is a very fascinating starting position to my eyes because you've got all the majors on the right side of the board and all the minors on the other side of the board. Left side is where you've got the bishops and the knights and the rooks and the queen on the opposite flank. What that means for me, David, is that the big long-term question for the players is going to be deciding where to put the king. Now, it might feel at first that it's doing absolutely fine on the right side. But look at the eye line of the two bishops, peering to those diagonals. Does your king really feel safe on that end? The H-pawn with the potential of moving forward, something the players have been discussing as well. The rook beautifully placed to start the attack. But then that means you're looking at the left side of the board. You need to clear up a queen, rook, knight, knight to get the king all the way. I think this means we're going to have a feisty middle game in this one, David.
Yeah, and the players have been talking in very interesting ways here. Some have been trying to push the game towards solidity. Hikaru Nakamura, he's saying just try and neutralize it. And that's because in the tournament situation, a draw is enough for him. Some of the others, they want to go on the attack. They want to win. So there's been this debate. It looks like Fabiano's in a very creative mood as well. As Tanya says, it's one of those positions, probably objectively, it's roughly level, but you can put such a spin on it. You can kind of push it in so many different modes that, yeah, the players...
They're having fun, though. I mean, this might be the first giggle that I've heard over the course of a starting position discussion from any of our players. 30 seconds to go. They'll be making their way to their seats soon enough. I will point out importantly, that two of our semi-finalists completely sat on their own. It was Hans Niemann in his matchup sitting at the board, and it was Arjun Erigaisi opting to sit alone while their opponents would be joining in those group discussions. 13 seconds to go. Levon Aronian, he needs a draw or better to lock it up and book his ticket to the finals. For Fabiano Caruana and Hans Niemann, they are locked in a dead drawn position. We'll see if either of them can come out on top or if we're going to the tiebreakers.
Big game, big round. I know who the audience are cheering for. The American audience here, 3 out of the 4 in the upper bracket are from the US, a lot of home favorites. But Tanya, Fabiano Caruana, Hans Niemann, it was so close to the first game, despite the fact it was a bit crazy for a while.
Well, David, we are in Vegas. The house always wins. Maybe that's the reason we've got 3 players from home country here with so many fans cheering for them. And we start with that matchup. I mean, you've got Mr. Calculation, Mr. Consistent on the black side of the board here. Fabiano Caruana, the world number 3. He's up against the disruptor of the chess world. While Fabi plays with calculation, Hans plays with emotions.
And Hans choosing to play a move that Hikaru, on the other side of things, Hikaru is playing the black pieces. He was saying to his group, that might be the best move. And to my eyes, it's surprising. The heat map didn't say that this has been played before, but putting a pawn in the center for both sides blocks your bishop in the corner. And very interesting that Hans, he's happy to allow Fabiano to just play copycat right now. At some point, though, we will see a breakout in the center.
Perfect symmetry so far. This is a faster moving game as Levon has finally committed to the same opening move that Niemann has committed to here. So we can just sit on these two to see how it continues to develop. And as I track the rest of the boards, it appears to me that every single game. So we have a consensus where the chess.com database told us that there was no consensus. The super GMs, they say, we have a feeling there's a right way to go about this.
And they're saying, you guys are noobs. We got this. You know, they've agreed that this is the path to move forward. To me, it is a bit counterintuitive what's been done by these guys. So maybe, David, you'll break it down why they've gone for this path. Because, yes, while they're eyeing those center breaks, that pawn in the center of the board for both sides also blocks the path of their own bishop at the corner.
Yeah, as mentioned earlier, it does block that pawn. And just, if we take it back a couple of moves, I want to point out the computer really hates the first move for white. It says that black is better after one move for white. And it's a small advantage, it's nothing significant, but, or at least black is doing very well as my computer starts to catch up. But one of the critical moves here, something that the players weren't really discussing, was to challenge this pawn in the center. The white queen is far away, the white rooks are far away, so this would have been a very interesting way to play. But Fabi just wants to be solid, and we've seen this across multiple boards now. And it looks a bit like a queen's gambit, I'm going to say, Tanya, with this pawn not offered for free, but trying to put pressure on the center, and black just trying to kind of hold this strong point in the middle.
Well, as long as there's tension, that means that the bishops at the corner will have the potential to open up, and I don't think the tension's going to stop there, right? Because at some point, white also wants to push the pawn in front of the rook up the board 2 steps, really clamping down and asking for some decisions there. E4, I think, is on the cards for white here.
Let's go ahead and add our other semifinal board into the mix here. We're going to take a look at each of them side by side because while the first move was similar across each board, the response here is a little bit different from Arjun Erigaisi on the black side.
Okay, there we see on the left board, it is Arjun Erigaisi playing what looks akin to the Dutch defense. When you don't challenge in the center, you try to control the light squares from the side. And in kind of top-level circles, this type of pawn structure doesn't have a great reputation for the black side. It's known as being a bit provocative, but that echoes his situation in the match.
Exactly what he needs right now, perhaps taking a risk, but for great reward. He needs to get the full point in this one against Levon Aronian to head to the tiebreak scenarios.
It's one chance, one shot for Arjun Erigaisi. You know, it is a must-win mode that's been activated. Levon Aronian with that first victory in their match, and we'll see if Arjun can deal with the pressure. I mean, one thing's clear, Levon's been the headlining act here in Vegas, you know, taking down the boss, Magnus Carlsen, taking down the beast, Hikaru Nakamura, and now a draw away from winning the match against the Iceman of the chess world, Arjun Erigaisi, to walk into the finals.
Yeah, big moment. Arjun will have to dig deep and show that he can take these top-level titles, yet to win one of these big super tournaments with all the best in the world present. And in the meantime, just a quick action replay. Levon pushing his queen's pawn forward, or I'm so used to saying queen's pawn. It's the knight's pawn in this case, pawn to d4. And this is the queen's pawn, pawn to f5, the Dutch defense, we would normally call it. And both sides now activating their light squared bishops. White's bishop looks beautifully poised for an attack a bit later, but so does black's. And it might come down to who can strike first in the center. Open lines for their heavy pieces.
The more I look at this position, the more it feels that the first move advantage is going to come to play in this one. So perhaps that's also an edge for Levon. Simply the placement of the bishops, you know, the rook beautifully poised to get that h-pawn rolling up the board, the alpha zero-esque way there. And Levon can choose. Does he start with the b-pawn up ahead? Does he improve the position of the rook? But somewhere all along the way, whether it's the breaks or the pawn storm, white might be the first to the party.
Yeah, I like your kind of pawn push, one of these two. Oh, actually, he goes for it immediately, Levon Aronian.
I was about to suggest that. I regret that I didn't jump in before that. I mean, it's supported by the rook and, of course, a light square bishop. The computer throws a question mark at it. But I kind of like the idea of just, again, threatening to blow open the center. That rook can get quickly into the game, and then we just start launching an attack on the right-hand side of the board.
Yeah, I think we should ignore the question mark for now. It's very logical, and I know I keep kind of banging on about this Dutch defense, but normally when the opponent puts a pawn forward like this, especially if their king is committed, by trading off that pawn, opening lines, it means the enemy king has only 2 pawns in front of it. White's king will have 3 pawns in front of it. So it sounds like a small factor, but later in the middle game, it tends to become bigger. And this is the break you always want as white, so I don't blame Levon Aronian for going for it. I'm just impressed that he did it so quickly, full of confidence. It's a committal move.
He's come to play today.
Okay, how will Arjun react? He has to do something about this pawn. It feels like he either steps forward or he captures in the middle of the board here.
It's almost like Levon's playing like Arjun in this game, you know, just going all out from the very start. He doesn't care about, well, supporting this pawn push or getting ready for it. He's bringing the fight to Arjun, needs only a draw to wrap up the match. Arjun goes into a think, and we've been talking about one of the key factors with Arjun has always been control of the clock. So the fact that Levon's managed to get him into an early think, I think that's a small victory in Levon's head right now. And there we see the earphones come on in. Arjun doesn't want any of the noise. He's blocking all of that out. This is it. This is Arjun's chance, potentially his last game for that run for the championship.
Yeah, maybe trying to block out the audience all cheering for Levon Aronian. But yeah, here in the US, it's guaranteed that one American will be in the final. He's holding up Indian pride here, Arjun, and a lot to calculate. A big, big question to answer. I don't think he wants to trade in the center. The more exchanges that happen, I was going to say, if he's going to do it, it's going to be reluctant. But the more exchanges that happen, maybe the more the board clears up. And for Levon Aronian, a draw being enough, that must be what he wants. He takes with the pawn. Now, big question whether Levon Aronian captures, or something that Magnus Carlsen loves to do and has kind of patented in freestyle chess, which is to leave a pawn that's just been captured for one move. Try to take it with the knight by bringing his knight out. Magnus does that in all sorts of positions. Temporary pawn sacrifice, but regains it a bit later.
Yeah, so spending 2.5 minutes there to calculate and ultimately commit to the move. Doesn't want to spend too much time reserving enough bank for more crucial decisions down the line. Levon, though, he's pretty quick to capture back here with that light squared bishop coming out. Now we have the trade of bishops and a centralized rook.
Yeah,
I like the look for white, even though the computer seems to say I'd rather be playing black.
Yeah, it's crazy. There's no tactical refutation here of what Levon has been doing. It's a very positional kind of answer for black, if anything. But maybe it's just the fact that the white bishop in the corner is a bit stuck for now, and we'll still need a few moves to get into the game. While the black pieces are ready, the knights are going to jump with gain of time, and the black bishop only needs one move to really activate on this line. The black queen on an open file as well. Early days, though. And Arjun's back to a heart rate of around 60. Which is good news for him.
That's the baseline that we've seen, regardless of what the positions on the board. You pointed out knight jumping in with the attack on the rook. I think we're also going to see more tempos with the queen moving forward, not only to the f5 square, but the f6 square, eyeing that central pawn once the rook is driven away. I just think Levon's play, it could be very, very risky. You know, needing only a draw, he's made one of his majors vulnerable to attack. He'll have to be on the defense just a little bit in this game with the forces of black moving ahead. Arjun, he's taking his time right now, but I would say that he's pleased with the imbalances already. Too soon to call anything, but he knows that there's potential for fireworks here.
Yeah, Levon sticking to his style here, even when all he needs is that draw. But yeah, perhaps delivering exactly what Arjun wants/needs in this second round to bring things to a tiebreak scenario. Let's go ahead and head back to Hans's game, because another triple pawn push towards the center of the board by the player with the white pieces. However, the makeup of the board before that or prior to that looks a little bit different. So maybe we can talk about some of the similarities and differences between his commitment of another pawn, that same exact pawn in front of the rook up towards e4.
Yeah, Tanya, maybe you can break this down, because you were the one saying e4, it's coming, it's going to happen soon, and Hans does not hesitate.
And you know, after seeing it on Lev's board, I'm not sure how happy I would be here facing this move, but at the same time, it's sort of inviting early chaos in the game, right? Because we can again imagine all the trades that happen. Again, the rook steps up at the end of those lines, And one more time, Black will have the option to finish development with tempo, bring the knight out quickly, attack it, and then perhaps strike on your own in the center, moving that c-pawn forward as well, and start asking some questions that where is your development once the miners are up. I'm actually liking this for both players, and I'm especially liking it for the commentators and the fans, because this means we get those early imbalances. And once again, who doesn't love an active middle game? So while I like the central control, I think questions are going to be asked off it by Black.
Yeah, and normally conventional wisdom does tell you to take this central pawn. You don't want to capture away from the center. Just to point out, Fabiano has 2 possible captures. He'll most likely resolve the tension. It just feels uncomfortable, not clear what your pieces are doing if the pawns are staring at each other like this. But just to mention to everyone at home, taking away from the center gives white 3 beautiful centralized pawns, an eval bar as well that is already lifting significantly. So you always want to take the pawn, usually at least, that sits bang in the center when there would be an exchange, as Tanya points out. The white rook sits vulnerable, but also this pawn can be challenged, and this one will start resembling some normal chess positions, I'm going to say, Tanya, that can come up from traditional chess openings.
A lot of them, right? Especially queen spawn opening, but in this case, knight spawn, but 5-1-8, that's how we'd see it develop. I think it's going to be an interesting battle. Also fascinating how both players have chosen this plan, right? We've got Hans Niemann and Levon Aronian going for this central activity very, very early on. Fabi, he's not immediately taking the decision, which makes me think, David, do you think he's just going to go all out? You're in Vegas, put all your chips in, maybe just go completely chaotic with moving that c-pawn 2 steps forward and have... Well, how many trades is that? Give Hans the option for 3 different trades in the position and ask him to think it out.
Wow. Not even on my radar, but that is the type of move that Fabi will be trying to calculate. If the whole center explodes, the position might become symmetrical again, all about piece play rather than pawn structure. So it depends on his mood right now, Fabiano.
Who would be the happier of the two if this goes into a tiebreaker, James?
I think Hans. I think the deeper this goes, the more confident Hans gets. Absolutely. My concern with the c5 push now is, are we not just allowing Hans Niemann to then push that e-pawn 1 more step forward and kind of maybe shut out some of the knight squares that it can jump to, close the position just a little bit. Granted, I guess the pawn behind it could be undermined. Okay, that's not going to be what happens, because Fabiano does make a decision. He says, nope, I'm going to snap that e-pawn up. Let's go for the trades. The calculations have been made. The bishops come off. And just like that, we have a near identical position. In fact, an identical position to the Levon Aronian board. It was a different move order that got us there. But essentially, we have the same pawn structure leading to a centralized white rook. Arjun, though, has made a move in response, but maybe we just put it out. Oh, no, the big difference, I take it all back. There's a pawn missing in front of, exactly. That's the difference between the 2 boards right there.
The black pawn is on d7 rather than f7 in the other game, and it's unclear who that favors. Like, more shelter for the black king, but maybe harder to fight in the center.
Yeah, so one distinct difference. Tanya, if you... Well, we have another move made out. Oh, that was your move. Okay, you baited me. Tanya, if you could have either board situation, would you prefer the pawn in front of your queen or the pawn in front of your knight?
I would prefer the pawn in front of the knight, just simply because you want your queen. You know, we've spoken about how it's the most important piece to get out early on. In standard 5-1-8, you want to really count your moves before you get the queen moving, right? But here, if you don't have that activity, it's come to bite many a players. So I like the idea that on the Arjun board, he can get it into play, and I believe that's exactly what he's done as well. Not only that, he's done it with tempo. I think in this one for Fabi, as we have, there are other pluses in the position. He's going to get that bishop. It's a more control pawn formation. I think it's more suited perhaps to Fabi's style of play.
Yeah, quite possibly. And we'll find out as Fabiano strikes in the center. Again, good tip for everyone at home. If your opponent has that powerful pawn center, you have to strike at it. You have to fight for space, and that opens up the black dark square bishop too.
But this is also a double-edged sword, right? I know this is an idea and a plan that we were earlier discussing, but it opens up a monstrous bishop on a1, directly targeting black's kingside and a tender spot on g7. And not just that, the white rook can join the party from a g4 square, line it up against the king, you know, trade those pawns, and suddenly big threats.
Yeah, you have to be really careful here. Just to point out, for example, this idea that you're calling Tanya, and black would be forced to block with a pawn. But for now, it's okay. You can blunt the bishop, but watch out for that one later.
Well, and maybe could this be Fabi's idea of how to get the queen involved in the game, as opposed to capturing back with the pawn there in that line? Instead, now we can slide our queen out, since we didn't vacate that pawn earlier in front of the queen over there on the f-file.
Queen out and ready to castle. The black rook in the corner jumping over. That solves one of the questions we asked ourselves earlier. As we do see from Hans Niemann, it was a trade of pawns. We're expecting Fabiano to take with the queen.
Yeah, Fabi out of his chair, though, so that's a good opportunity to hop back over to Arjun and Levon to see how that one's developing, because I do see a queen in play as we get to that one. It's Arjun Erigaisi who utilizes the openness of the f-file to slide the queen up. Castling has occurred as well. Top right corner of each screen, you can now see the queen and the rook working together there on the f-file quite brilliantly.
Yeah, and Tanya earlier mentioned a different spot for the black queen. Yes, the black queen gained a tempo kicking away the white rook, but Levon Aronian is going to win back that tempo, win back a bit of time by hitting the black queen in the next move. The two white knights, I think, are going to be very well placed in the center here. But still early days, of course. This one just looks very balanced. And as soon as white castles a bit later, it feels like both sides are going to be really ready for the middle game, having completed development.
Visually, though, it looks very pleasant for Lev, right? You've got more space in the center. You're the one who can perhaps push the pawn over the halfway mark as well at the right time. Like you said, the knight's coming out, hitting the vulnerable major at the center of the board there. Meanwhile, for Arjun, you know, all his pieces still pretty much in the first rank. The knights haven't made a move. And I'm wondering, the fact that you need to win this game, a draw is not enough, adds to the pressure of everything. Arjun will need to look for some big breaks here. Where are they coming from?
Normally you would look in the center, so one of these two pawn breaks, but for now, hard to achieve. Maybe they leave weaknesses behind. The knights can jump, but how effectively? That is another question. Levon, just the speed though, the confidence, strolling around probably right now, away from his chair. It does feel like he senses it. He knows that as long as he doesn't take too many crazy risks, like he has done in previous games, then he should be the favorite here.
And also the storyline of their first game, right? Arjun just being the aggressor in that one, getting a better position and advantage out of the opening, and almost looked like he was paralyzing Levon's army completely, not giving any play at all. But then that slight brashness, the slight rush to actually deliver checkmate, and a beautiful defensive resource and maneuvering around by Levon Aronian. Time scramble, a complete turnaround happens, and Levon on the top to grab that opportunity, getting that win. Even from a psychological perspective, you're dealing with that, right? That you let go of a big opportunity.
That's the one thing I would say that Arjun could improve over the next 12 months, maybe a couple of years. He does play for tricks sometimes. He played for tricks in the previous game when he didn't need to. And the problem is the top guys, they see your tricks. And if the tricks don't work, you might have worsened your position in the process. So going for that checkmate against Levon in the previous game kind of rebounded. Here he's playing much more positionally so far, Arjun Erigaisi. By pushing this pawn forward, we talked about pawn breaks, he's fixed white's central pawn. And that pawn also blunts its own bishop in the corner. So a good strategic move.
And Levon sits down to see that. Bit of a stretch, bit of a think. And we'll look for his response.
It's a very complex position, right? Because you need to make so many decisions. Do you trade? Do you not trade? Do you keep the tension on the board? Do you push the pawn that has been offered for that trade right now? How do you handle this, knowing that the bishop that's in the corner, you know, you're looking for a future for that? Do you jump in with your knight, gaining some tempo? What's the follow-up? For Arjun, the same stuff, right? He needs to win. How is he placing his pieces? This kingside attack, that is the dream for Arjun after opening up the f-line and the bishop on b8, eye-lining the h2 pawn. How does he develop on it? I see one plan for black, David, which is you put that knight next to the rook in front of the e-pawn and then get it further on the square closer to the white king. So via e6 to f4 and try to maybe then create either some valuable exchanges, get rid of some key defenders, or either g2 square.
Yeah, makes a lot of sense. That white knight could get traded on the way. I think even exchanges don't hurt black so much because black's bishop has so much more potential than its counterpart right now. Early days, of course, I think Arjun will mobilize the knights next. So Levon has a move or two to come up with his own plans here.
Chat wants to know what's in that cup. I'd be surprised if it wasn't water.
I don't think that's water, James.
Really?
Is it?
Vodka? No?
It is Vegas.
You know what? If I had to take a guess, I think that's a virgin mojito is what it is.
Oh, I could go for one of those. I like this move, right? As we mentioned, just for gaining the tempo, attacking the queen here while developing a piece. Arjun, though, quick to respond. He is going to defend that pawn, because if he didn't keep the queen in a defensive posture around that central pawn, then Levon could have gone a pawn up after a trade.
You know, speaking of plans for the player who's in a must-win mode right now, and knowing Arjun, who might want to keep as many pieces as possible, I'm spotting another route for that knight, David, just trying to create chances. Maybe it comes in front of the other rook this time to avoid any trades on f4. So via f7, you bring it to g5 and eye a key central square on e4 as well, trying to create some pressure on the f line with your rook and the knight lined up against the f2 pawn.
Yep, activation. Whichever knight it is, you need to get those pieces into the game sooner or later. So I wouldn't be surprised at all to see that move from Arjun. Slightly frustrating you can't move the other knight right now, because your central pawn would drop the black queen. Her eye line on that pawn, her protection of it would be broken. So yeah, Levon, he's just playing so quickly. He's playing these simple moves first. He knows the critical moments will be later. He's getting ready to castle, queen out, maybe even offering a queen trade later if he really feels the heat, and looks totally healthy for white right now.
All right, so while Arjun takes a think, because it's early stages here, let's see if he creates chances. But I think we move back. We go back to Hans Niemann, because Hans is going pretty much all in his game, and he's playing a game that could easily backfire. He's put his rook on a very interesting spot, a plan that we had earlier discussed, lining it up with the bishop to build an attack. But this, David, you know, sort of makes your rook very vulnerable to knight jumps, to threats on the board, and there might be no way back home.
Yeah, this is very, very ambitious play by Hans Niemann. He's essentially saying, I need to mate you, otherwise I'm going to be left with a really misplaced piece, a silly piece that's going to get hit by some pawns with gain of time. I don't like it for white, but yeah, maybe he'll find the energy to back it up.
I was going to say, what feels so distinctly different between this game and Levon's situation with white is that just this feels rushed almost from the white position, right? I'll remind everybody that the king or the queen and the rook are already kind of out together in Levon's game, and she can more easily support any kind of attack that he wants to launch, as well as one of those knights being more developed as well in that game.
Can we do an action replay on this one and see how Hans managed to get this for himself?
Yeah, we joined it, or we last left it, sorry, just 2 moves ago. We saw Hans take a pawn, and this was met by the black queen coming out. So Fabiano here, he's ready to castle by just lifting his rook over. Other moves would include bringing the knight out to attack the rook, which preemptively moved with a huge, huge threat here. Attacking this pawn, there's only one healthy way to deal with this. You cannot, for example, push a pawn forward. You get captured by a bishop due to a pin here. You also cannot block with your own bishop due to a double attack. So Hans setting some traps. This knight would now hit the black queen, hit the bishop. So he's forced Fabiano's hand. I think what he might have been trying to do, Hans here, by forcing Fabiano's pawn forward, is to take control over a key central outpost. This d5 square, a light square that the knights can use. But do you have time to bring your knight and leap it forward? That is the big question. Or is your rook just going to find itself embarrassed and caught up in the eye line of those pawns?
And let's highlight the other square as well, f5, right? If you get your knight there, I mean, get your knight on f5, you win the game. f5, high 5. I don't know what are the sayings, but they all work for white. Big question, does Hans have time? I think he's played the knight move, David, that you were earlier highlighting. So step 1, and this might be the moment that Fabi needs to find a way to get to the rook, because give Hans one more move, right? If you make a slow move in this position, knight f5, and that's big, big trouble for you.
Yeah, slow move isn't really Fabiano's style, so I think he's going to do something quite concrete. Castling is kind of maybe the most natural move in the position, I would say, just lifting over the rook. Just to show the threat as well, black now would be trying to push his pawn forward, and suddenly all the white pieces are caught in the crossfire. But as Tanya mentions, it's this move, knight to f5, that is forcing him to pause with some big attacks against the black king, potentially, although I don't really see it yet after black just moves the pawn. So I think it's one of two. I think Fabiano's either going to castle or he's immediately going to go for the white rook, which actually looks really awkwardly placed. Not many safe squares.
He's going to go h5. It has to be the move on Fabi's mind right now, and especially given the fact that you can't really slide back with your rook to g3. Not only the h-pawn, but the e-pawn is already... Well, you can't move it just yet. I was going to walk into a blunder, but let's show that. Coming in with a double attack, e4 saying, hey, I win your rook or your knight, and completely forgetting that there's a bishop on a1. Hello to freestyle chess. Rook takes pawn, and I'm the one resigning here.
Oops. We've all been there. We've all been there. But he won't open up that bishop yet. He will save that for a bit later. Maybe a move, well, firstly that pawn could continue advancing, but maybe a move like f6, just to set up your idea, Tanya, of the pawn stepping forward, hitting the knight and unleashing the black bishop against the rook. This does feel so awkward, this white rook. Hans has got to back it up with some really accurate play. Maybe he's just going to slide either up one square, across one square. Actually, going up the board is going to get hit by the black knight in the near future. That feels wrong. So I assume he's going to slide across. This looks like a good insertion for Fabiano. Now the white rook is not staring down his king.
And Hans Niemann with the classic chess player piece twirl. How's your piece twirling game, David Howell?
It's not as good as Boris Gelfand's, but I would say it's above average. I once took part in a piece twirling competition.
No way, that's a real thing.
It was for a content piece. And it was.
And how did you fare?
I came second. It was who could spin a piece the most number of times in a minute.
You see Hans doing it there, but wait, who won?
It was Andrei Esipenko, a Russian grandmaster.
But Boris Gelfand has to be the world champion of piece spinning.
Yeah, he only uses 2 fingers, Boris Gelfand. He just holds the piece within 2 fingers and just spins it, while you see Hans Niemann using other pieces to other fingers to propel the piece through.
Yeah. Well, so obviously you have to capture a piece to be able to spin a piece, unless you're going to grab one of the extra queens. But is that would that be uncouth early on in the game to be grabbing one of the promotion queens?
Probably. Bad etiquette.
Then I wonder how many players who use that as like a physical crutch are like, I got to capture a piece early. That way I have my...
Why do you think I like my endgames? Just love those piece trades. But, Hans, he's not
pretty smooth.
No? I would give him a B+.
Wow. I think that's a solid 7.
Yeah, Hans Niemann.
Wait, so you're saying 7 out of 10?
Yeah.
And he said B+. That you gave him a worse score. 7 out of 10 is 70%. If we're using American schooling system, that's a C. You gave him a C-.
Fair.
Harsh critic.
It could be better, but it's still better than mine.
Yeah.
Wow, and it speeds up now. Okay, that is definitely...
Yeah.
Ooh,
that's an 8.5.
A- now.
Well, we're in Vegas. I wonder who's got the best poker chip shuffle.
Ooh.
That's a feels good talent when someone's doing it well.
You played poker with some of these folk games?
Back in Weisenhouse, and actually there's a poker game slated for tonight.
Ooh.
So I might be diving into that one. We'll see. We'll see. I don't know who all will be involved, and who knows what time our day will end here, right? Because we saw it yesterday. Possibility of 7 games for any of these players if it goes all the way to Armageddon and up to near 10 hours of gameplay.
And
granted, our first round went a little quicker today.
It's always Fabiano Caruana. He did it in Weisenhouse as well. His match against Vachier-Sindarov in the fight to get into the finals that was. And what a match that was, right? Again, down to the wire. And it was only in a thrilling Armageddon that Fabi won it. Same storyline yesterday. He's got so much practice in that. These guys need to stop taking this, need to stop taking Fabi into the tiebreakers. Wins them all.
Yeah, very, very experienced at this point. And Hans was staring at Fabi for around 30 seconds there. Maybe just mulling over whether Fabi is inviting some complications. It feels like he has to jump in here, Hans, before the black pawns start their avalanche here.
And you know, like you said, I mean, super tempting to get the knight to that square, stopping black's idea that you're pointing out. Now, you said there was a defense, right? Move the pawn in front of the black king to stop the attack on g7. But it does long-term weaken the dark squares further, which can be used as an asset in an attack. So sometimes in chess, even if you're not winning on the spot, you want to provoke these weaknesses.
Yeah. Should we show a 3-move checkmate?
Let's do it.
Fabiano will not walk into this, but for example, if the white knight does jump forward, double attack on the g7 pawn, you have to pretty much push it. You can maybe defend with your knight, but pushing it makes more sense. Now if here Hans Niemann pushes a pawn, for example, trying to crack open his bishop, probably not objectively the right move here and now. If black decides to take that pawn or push forward, whoops, you get checkmated, the white bishop, like an X-ray across this line.
David, I'm disappointed with this line, man. I thought you were going to place the knight there, inviting a pawn takes knight. I thought it was going to be a bigger sacrifice than f4.
Okay, go for it, Tanya. Let's do it.
It was part of your idea. You want to get that knight to d5 as well. I mean, this is just so much more.
You're right, though. That's more instructive for opponents of my level, because we would very quickly grab a knight just for a pawn, forgetting about the long-range scope of that dark-squared bishop from one end of the board to the other. Again, showing something fun, not something we expect to see play out on the board here today.
That's the type of idea, at least, that Hans will be looking for a bit later.
It's also patterns, right? These knight and bishop checkmates. And not just that, this knight is actually threatening to come to that central square that it so badly wants to. These are the kind of plans that are going on in Hans Niemann's head. Also suits his style perfectly. By the way, just slightly ahead on the clock white is.
But this is also where I wonder, again, if Hans just moved a little too quick for himself in this overall game plan. I just really want my queen to be sitting there on e2 or something like that in support of all of this. And then I'd feel a lot more confident that we have enough pressure, you know, in the long run to apply towards the black king.
Yeah, or he could earlier, maybe if it inserted a pawn push, get the white rook up the board, the one in the corner that's not really participating right now.
Mm-hmm.
Feels like with one or two more moves, this could be a really scary attack for Fabiano to face. But right now, White's rook lacking backup.
Well, speaking of, you know, an attack that might get scary, we can go back over to Levon versus Arjun Erigaisi, where Levon has just the slightest of edges here. But again, it's Arjun Erigaisi who needs to get the victory just to push it to a tie-break scenario. And as we get to the board, you'll kind of notice, again, we have the more development of the rook and the queen here for the player with the white pieces. And still, it's just attempting to mount a defense here on the black side of the board.
Yeah, backward pawn, Tanya. It feels like that's the key ingredient to this this position. That's why White has this advantage. This pawn is going to be tying down Black's army and cannot really ever step forward.
Strategically, it actually looks like a very difficult position for Black to handle. And I love this little move by Levon. You know, it's so easy to forget that your bishop's in the corner. You're so focused on immediately trying to get to that pawn or the central square in front of it. But this is what classy top grandmasters do. They get all the toys into the nursery, right? So now the bishop is heading to a juicier diagonal. It could step up to the a3 square, eye-lining the black rook. It could also step down, David, in certain moments and get to the other diagonal on the right side of the board. So just slowly but steadily piling on more forces, more pressure on Arjun. I think this is big advantage for Levon. And what makes it worse, again, is that Arjun needs to win.
Another thing that looks fairly juicy to me in this setup is just beginning to march that f-pawn down the board, right? Already supported by the rook, moving towards that backwards pawn, as well as, you know, forking that pawn, that knight that's sitting in defense of the king. Could be another long-term play here.
Yeah, definitely one that he'll be preparing over the next few moves. In the meantime, it's hard to know what to do with Arjun Erigaisi. You don't really want to open up the center yet. You're not ready. The other black knight might start mobilizing. But other than that, hard to know how to improve any pieces. No pawn breaks.
I think Arjun just hates these kind of positions, you know, where it's so difficult to get those open lines, open diagonals going, trying to play for those tricks and traps and those complicated lines. It just feels like a positional strategic battle, and you're trying to be on the defense for the next 20 moves. Arjun, I do like the idea of at least improving the position of the knight, which is still on the first rank, David. Maybe get it to another key central square. If you pick up that knight and land it on e4, then maybe you're at least feeling like you've made some progress. There is a path to it, like you're highlighting.
Yeah, there is a path to it, but it does take 3 moves. So Levon Aronian, probably he's preparing to meet this knight jump by a bishop slide. That is why Arjun is about to shut down the diagonal. There we go. Black bishop prevents the white bishop from moving forward. But given a question mark, maybe just asking White to step forward with his pawns in the near future. Just feels congested for Black, still stuck in his first 3 rows here.
And if Levon does not make that pawn move, which now becomes even more difficult, you know, again, we spoke about open lines and diagonals. That's the dream for Arjun. Maybe he wants to build that tension in the center at the right moment. You said it, e5, very difficult. You know, White has got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 defenders to that e5 break. It's not happening in this game, but that's another one on the left side of the board. Can Arjun start dreaming about perhaps pushing the c pawn one step forward?
Yeah, possibly. Arjun hinting that he might try and break in the center. There's pros and cons. You would open up White's bishop, but you do fight for squares yourself. Yeah, it's just not an Arjun type of position. And Levon, although, again, known as a creative player, Very creative in his kind of counter-strike against Arjun in the previous comeback in the previous game. But positional chops pretty decent too.
Yeah, not Arjun's type of position. Also not kind of the pattern of his tournament so far, where in most of his games he's been the one with the early edge looking to close it out. Computer doesn't love this most recent jump with the knight to blockade and maybe even offer a trade.
Really shocked he rushed. Like, that knight jump is available next move, it's available in 5 moves time, 10 moves time. He's asking for all of the trades now. He's asking Arjun to trade off bishop for knight. Maybe he just senses that this is the moment he can exchange everything, guide the game to safety, minimal risk. If the bishop does capture the knight, the white bishop actually gets access to this diagonal yet again. I'm surprised, but he doesn't need to necessarily keep the tension or press hard.
Yeah, it's a good point. We have to remind ourselves that all Levon needs is a draw. So if this is the opportunity he sees to liquidate as many pieces as possible and bring this into a rather stale feeling endgame, then he'll go for it. And just like that, we see more pieces, minor pieces fall off the board. We have a centralized queen.
Yeah. Still simple plans here, Tanya, for white.
This is clinical by Levon. You know, he's also not just playing the mat situation, he's playing against the style of his opponent. He's just made sure that Arjun isn't able to get those complications that he lives for. With such few minors remaining on the board, it's going to be hard for him to create an attack. Now this, the only imbalance, the biggest imbalance that I see is a bishop versus knight. Yes, there's a pawn formation as well, completely different, and you've got a weakness in e6. But for Arjun, the hope is to activate that knight to a big square. And it's hard to imagine any outposts appearing here. He first starts by pushing that centralized queen away. But David, it just doesn't feel like it's going to be enough to create play. With such few pieces remaining, the e6 weakness, the bishop getting activated on the very next move via the a3 square, you know, potential rook lifts there. The queen can just slide back, even line itself against the black king, or slide over to the h5 square. It just feels like a dream position when you need only a draw.
Yeah, dream position, easy moves for Levon. Once he retreats his queen, the white rooks will double up in the center. And yeah, this one, objectively, probably slightly better for white, but that's not good news for Arjun. There's 0 chances of activity or counterplay for now.
Yeah, getting a tempo here with the knight move, but that's just a tiny victory in what needs to be a massive win for Arjun Erigaisi. You can see both of these players sporting triple-digit heart rates. That, again, to me, speaks to the moment, speaks to what they're feeling. Both of these guys are inches away from a finals berth and a possible first-place finish, but now we can zoom out and see the 12 remaining contenders in the field, see how the rest of them are faring. Wesley So.
Ooh.
He's asleep.
Oh, what's happened? Yesterday he was one of the higher players.
He's settled in, I guess.
Yeah, and he's doing pretty decently. Very solid first game from Wesley So solid there, and a very solid position in the second game as well.
Yeah, ended in a draw against Notre Dame, currently in a draw position against Notre Dame, as I see it on my left-hand screen here. The accuracies of each of the players, I don't think it's going to surprise too many people that all of them are in the green, as we've seen or focused a majority of our time on the top boards. A lot of them look like stable positions, but it's Fabiano Caruana who's just an inch above the rest when it comes to accuracy, and maybe that's a good excuse for us to visit his board again and see how he's doing against Hans Niemann, because for both of these guys sitting at half a point apiece, if either of them wins decisively, that's it, it's done. You've moved on to the finals.
Yeah, 90% accuracy and above for all of the players, all of the 12 contestants still left in this tournament. And just as we jump in, commentator's curse, question mark appears for Fabiano. First time in this game. I'll just wind it back very quickly as we saw the position after the Black King castled. We were predicting the White Knight jumps, but another move we did say was on the radar, pushing a pawn forward, very committal stuff. A pawn in front of the White King, but the idea is to crack open a diagonal for the White Bishop. And here, Fabiano, the computer says he should have been extra ambitious and pushed his f-pawn 2 squares. But I think very understandable from a human standpoint instead to try and blunt the white bishop in the corner. Tanya, what do you make of this? Not a serious mistake from Fabi?
I think it's a very human move, you know. You try to blunt that bishop, as you're saying. You try to also create a way to defend that g7 pawn laterally with your rook lift if it's required from the 7th rank at the right moment. But the big question here is there are so many so many weaknesses that have already been created, right, by both players. Now, this f-pawn that's just moved 2 steps forward, it opens up a diagonal. Yes, there's a knight on d3, but always watch out for a small move like queen to c5. That knight on e3 has been left tender. Whenever there's a pawn takes pawn, the rook from e8 will open up and start hitting on that undefended piece. We see trades in the center. The f-line's been opened up. The queen moved. It was under attack. It turns out Fabi also wanted the f-file open eventually. White's king, quick question. You can actually still castle in this position, you know, if you're white, because you don't have to cross the f-line. Your king is already placed in a situation that you just pick it up, put it on h1, and get the rook over.
Yeah, that's the key. The king cannot travel through check, but the rook can travel through attacked squares, onto attacked squares. Yeah, without the ability to castle here, white would be in huge trouble.
I agree.
This white rook in the corner. But yeah, Hans looks pretty chilled as he leans back, the white rook coming over next. And actually strategically, like, white has the advantage now. White has a beautiful post for a knight in the center. Black has an isolated pawn. Yes, it's a pass pawn, maybe for an endgame, but easy to blockade for now. A bit of a target for the white pieces.
Easy to block and very hard to push, right? Because once again, that bishop on A1 becomes a complete sniper if you ever get that pawn rolling up the board. And in chess, we have the concept of pawn islands to tell you who's doing well on the formation. Count that. White has got 2 pawn islands, 1 on the left side, 1 on the right side, while for Fabi, it's 3 with that isolated pawns, David, that you were pointing out, which just means long-term weaknesses here. And for Fabi, he has to play for dynamics. You got to play for dynamics, get your minors into the game, start moving those knights, start maneuvering those pieces. Where is Fabi eyeing a knight post here?
Yeah, ideally you want to move this knight out and kind of leap it forward, but for now I don't think you can get away with that because you cannot block the black rook's vision onto its own pawn. That's a bit frustrating. The rook is needed to defend, the black bishop is needed to defend. I'm going to say I actually really like Hans Niemann's position. Despite the fact that the eval bar says dead level, I think Hans suddenly the more happy of the two.
Another question then in this situation for Hans. Where do you try to find your win? Is it continuing to go towards the king, or do I start targeting that loose pawn in the middle? Is it about finding just that single point of material advantage, or going straight for the throat?
Yeah, I think it's going to be hard to go straight for the throat now because black's rooks control a lot of lines. The white knights can no longer jump towards the black king. So definitely I think he's going to switch focus and go for the Isolani, the pawn in the middle.
If I land, obviously Fabi's move to make here, but if I land my knight on that square that you talked about, exactly the one you just highlighted there, it also opens a third line of attack onto that pawn as well. So that seems like just such a powerful move.
That knight is going to be like full of tricks. Like so many knight forks in the air once that knight lands. It might be time to try and stop that for Fabiano in the next few moves. I guess once it lands, the black knight will challenge it, offer a trade. Exchanges might help black stay stable here, but I have a feeling Fabi's getting a bit nervous here, Tanya. Or at least he doesn't enjoy the position anymore.
I would agree with you, and I mean, like, this is where it's at, right? They've drawn their first game. A decisive result means one is out, one is into the finals. So you want to keep things under control. If you're Hans, you know, I love the idea that James pointed out. You could also think about reinforcing it by bringing your own other knight to first hit the black queen and then planting it on that square. But then what you really want to do is immediately get castle going. I feel like that's almost a pre-move that Hans has in his head, that he picks up the king, gets the rook into the game, perhaps trades a set of rooks as well, and then reroutes the knight to greener pastures, whether it's d5 or e4. Just so much simpler to be white here. By the way, Fabi does decide to stop your idea, James. He puts his own knight, tries to improve the position of his pieces, but on the way stops the white knight jump.
Yeah, and this is a pawn sacrifice from Fabiano Caruana. I just want to investigate quickly. So we talked about how the square's covered now. That is the logic behind black's last move. But knight takes pawn, it feels like it should backfire. But what is the refutation here? The white rook, white bishop have opened up.
The first thing that comes to mind is you trade and you put your knight in front of your king. You hit that bishop, you open up your rook, you eye-line the knight, you eye-line the queen. This feels like it should be powerful, but the bar does not approve.
The bar says it's not bad for black.
But it did say there was something better. So we have to find that.
Yeah, so in this position, a better move. This pawn is attacked, so the options are not vast.
Right, well then I'd look for that rook lift, but I don't really know how that... It saves the position for a moment, but it doesn't feel like it advantages me too greatly. I guess my other knight can jump out to defend that pawn. But then we're creating a very strange stack on the e-file, and that just feels dangerous for both players in the long run.
You know what, Fabi, he's going to play that move. I mean, Tanya,
Tempting.
So tempting. The move you suggested, he's going to clear the lines. It looks like great compensation for black. Eval bar says dead level.
What about queen over to h6? Do I just slide it all the way over to defend?
Yeah, but then this pawn is still rook and bishop worth less than a queen.
I don't get it. I mean, I'm trying to find a way, a move stronger than the knight jump. To me, that's just a move with a heartbeat. You know, every single human plays that move.
Yeah, and Fabi will play this move. He'll block the white rook if the position arises. I've cheated here. I've looked at the all-seeing engine, and it's just incredible. Black has a very powerful move here, but it involves almost superhuman calculation. You bring your knight forward to another square, defending the pawn. This is not the hard part. After a trade, you simply allow a pawn in front of your king to drop with a check, and then you sidestep and you laugh at the white bishop, which is now pinned and doomed.
Oh my goodness. Yeah, that feels so scary to walk into, right?
Castle?
Yeah, castle, white will, doesn't end there. White will castle, shift the rook across. Now black has this check that Tanya mentioned a long time ago.
Goodness.
Wow.
When the dust settles, you can take this bishop, I'm not sure with the rook or with the queen, and black will be a piece to the good.
Wow, it's so overloaded at that point. That's incredible.
What a line. That is deep chess, but a stunning line.
So Hans cannot take this pawn. I think he's looking at it.
But David, it's so easy to miss that move, the correct knight jump in that position for black. If Hans has calculated this, he goes for it, expecting Fabi to make the wrong knight move, the one that I suggested. White's doing fine there.
But that's risky, because if he does find the best move, then
my God.
you've just thrown the game.
You've thrown the match.
Yeah.
You've thrown your final spot away.
His eyes are looking at the center of the board. Like, he's looking up. He's calculating something, Hans Niemann. Otherwise, he would just castle, and White's position is totally fine. It's level.
All right, Tanya, I'm putting you in his shoes, though. Let's assume that you are in Niemann's spot. You do make all the calculations. Are you willing to take that risk against Fabiano Caruana for your shot at the finals?
You know, with what's on the line, I would say that I would just castle in this position. There is this human feeling that with your queen lined up against the black rook, there have got to be tactics in that position. It's playing with fire. It's too risky. It's too dangerous. But then Fabi has to find the right response. If Fabi doesn't, Hans Niemann might just get the slight advantage there. So you're in Vegas. You might gamble that spot, the final spot.
I just want to remind us all of the previous game between these two as well, because for most of it, Fabiano was on the front foot, but it all happened in the midst of Hans Niemann grabbing a central pawn with his knight. In the previous game, he did it. Then he just walked his king out into the open. He showed zero fear. It reminds me a lot of a pawn grab like this one. I have a feeling he's super tempted. It's his style as well to kind of call the opponent's bluff, to play the most controversial, most aggressive, ambitious move.
And what happens as a chess player is the more time you invest in a variation, the more you want to play it, because there's this feeling. I've already given so much of my clock to this, so much of my energy to this. Finding that repetition is almost impossible for a human.
Sunk cost fallacy at play here in the world of chess, possibly.
He's still, look at his eyes, he's still staring at the center of the board. He's not looking at the white king, which we can actually see in picture right now, or the white rook in the corner, which he could just move over. He's looking at the center of the board. This is the key move, the critical move, but it doesn't work. It would backfire for White.
Hans keeps everything under control. He just needs to get the king to safety, get the rook to activity, castle, game goes on. Knight takes pawn, and then the ball will be in Fabi's court. He finds the right path, he wins the semifinals. He doesn't find the right path, Hans Niemann on the front foot.
Big moment.
It is. It's such a huge moment, so we're not going anywhere until this man commits to something.
We got to see the decision right here. David, just highlight these two moves, because it will be one of the two.
Yeah, knight takes pawn or the white rook coming over. That is a castle. The white king sits where it is. And yeah, one move is much better than the other. The white rook should be moving over with a castle of the king. And that would lead to a totally level middle game. But Hans Niemann, camera blocked for now by another player, but he is looking at knight takes pawn, which is almost a losing mistake.
Oh my goodness.
He spent 5 minutes on it. It must be so tempting to play it. If you haven't seen why it's bad after 5 minutes, you're just going to do it, right?
And Fabi's locked in as well. He is looking at this. He's trying to spot how does he handle it if Hans picks it up, they're mirroring each other
They're
right now.
full mirrored right now across the table. Head and hands, narrowing their focus towards the center of the board. I think he just reached for the rook. Yep.
And he finds the right way forward. Hans Niemann does.
Wow. So after all the calculations, he says it's not the time to gamble here in Vegas. We're going for the more steady approach, offering now a trade of rooks here on the F-file.
Yeah, sometimes you have to hedge your bets. You can't go all in too early. And yeah, that 5-minute time investment, will that come back to haunt him later? That's the big question.
That's a huge question. And so while Fabiano maybe escaped having to do even more calculations and now can reset to figure out what his next move will be, let's hop over to Magnus Carlsen. We've not touched the lower bracket yet here in the second round. We're going to do a quick trip around the horn, and then we'll end with our two quarterfinal or our semifinal matchups in the upper bracket. Magnus Carlsen up against Vachier-Lagrave. These guys drew their first match of the day, so half a point apiece. And as we dive into it, I can see a nice little square of pieces tucked together at the center of the board. But wow, this is a completely different look from the board that we just came from.
Yeah, a very different type of position. Magnus has not castled his king despite where it stands right now. He's gone for a rook lift. Both sides have very strong squares here, Tanya. Instinctively, who do you prefer? Who do you think's the more happy of the two?
I do like White's position here, though I see the bar seems to prefer Black just a little bit. And the reason for that is there's one dynamic that creates an imbalance, right? Magnus hasn't castled yet. He's chosen the path of development, the Alpha Zero way, with the rook lift, which can then line up against the Black King from that G line, the H-pawn moving forward as well. And I just feel like that gives us more potential for attack. I do see the stronghold that Vachier has with the knight at the center of the board, but that can be challenged, right? With a knight retreat that Magnus can have on his cards. The knight coming to E2, try to get rid of it. I'm actually liking White's chances here. What about you, David?
Yeah, just visually I like White as well. So the eval bar throwing us a bit off here. The reason I like White is because the White Knight, after a trade of light squared bishops, I'm just going to put a move on the board while Vachier thinks here, but the White Knight can sit in the center nice and pretty, while the Black Knight looks pretty but can be traded off, and the White Knight is the only one that cannot really be challenged. It feels like Magnus, he has the luxury of choice of which pieces to trade. Yes, the Black Bishop will be strong in that scenario, but I like the outposted Knight, and also the clock situation really on Magnus' side, double almost Sindarov's time.
Seriously, once he got knocked down to the lower bracket, this guy has just been firing moves out. He barely spent time in his matchup against Vachier-Lagrave yesterday, ending both of his games with high teens still left in the minutes columns. But this one, again, it's within half a point of equal, and they already came into it with half a point apiece. So Sindarov is definitely still playing very solidly here against the world #1. From this board, we go to Norbert Abdusatorov up against Wesley So. Again, a very different look from this time around. I want to know how the Kings got to where they are when we arrive at this board, because each of them has taken a step out into the field.
Yeah, and two phenomenal players, two very opposite players, I'm going to say, Tanya, as Abdusatorov much more aggressive, Wesley So super solid. We're about to see a draw here and now, though, with a dance between the Black King and the White Rook. It's going to be a handshake. Everything's level, very symmetrical. First match heading to tiebreaks today.
Okay, got there just in time to see it. And yeah, the players are happy to move on to that 10-10. It looks like a quick handshake. They're going to have plenty of time to rest up before they dive back on stage for 2 more games of freestyle chess action. So we're going to move right along. It's Vincent Keimer and Praggnanandhaa. Again, Praggnanandhaa getting knocked down just yesterday by Fabiano Caruana himself after 7 games of chess action. Vincent Keimer had to win his own tiebreak against Ray Robson to get to this point. However, it was a bit of a shorter journey for him. And as we get there, you'll see Pragg just has a minor advantage up against the young German Grandmaster.
And this opening, up to a point, resembled identically Hans Niemann against Fabiano Caruana. The big difference is that Black actually earlier captured a pawn with his own pawn rather than the Black Queen, and no big attack for Praggnanandhaa like there was for Hans Niemann for a moment. Tricks in the air here, Tanya, though. I sense some tension in the middle of the board.
And I see exactly what you got on your mind right now. With that pawn pin, there are ideas of strong knight jumps to many, many squares. You know, I'm looking at the d5 square. The knight can land there, pick up the bishop. The other knight landing on e5 as well. The pawn formation has just left so many squares behind for black. You know, the d5, b5, e5, all very juicy. A healthier pawn structure has Pragnananda in this game, and I just think it's a long-term advantage. Meanwhile, for black, that knight on b7 is also a bit of a problem piece, right? It's going to be stuck defending that pawn on c5 for the rest of the game, so it just feels more forces, easier play for the white pieces here.
Yeah, I can't say it enough. Fianchettoed knights are just the worst piece.
There you have it. The knight jumps forward because of that pin on the pawn. You'd be tempted to take it, but then you'd lose your queen.
Yeah. X-ray vision from the white queen that time, so the black queen had to budge, had to move. Will we see a trade here? Will we see the white knight go back? I'm slightly surprised. I thought the black bishop was quite ineffective, just kind of staring at a strong white pawn there. But Pragg happily trades.
Do you think there's a possibility that Pragg wants to ram through with that f-pawn, try and get f5, f6 in this position?
Yeah, maybe. Go on the attack. He's lured the black queen slightly further away. You kind of feel better pushing your pawn without a black bishop on this long diagonal. So that might be the plan. That being said, Pragg loves his endgames.
We talked about the knight going to that square. He says, I'll do you one better. How about my queen? Offering a trade now here on the diagonal. If you do trade, what do you capture back with? Is it the knight or the pawn?
I'd go knight.
Yeah, pros and cons. I quite like the pawn just because the black knight struggles to get in, but probably in this exact scenario, the knight, just because there are launch pads as well. The white knight is jumping in. And it's going to be very hard for black to contest the open file.
This is also so instructive, right? When you're playing against a position where you know your opponent has these pawn weaknesses, the more pieces that you get off the board, the easier it is to sort of attack those weaknesses. You just need a minor piece, but it becomes hard to sort of defend then. With the queens on the board, it would be easier to keep those pawns intact and controlled, but I like those knight jumps, targeting the a7 pawn, targeting the c5 pawn, so Pragg aiming for a better endgame here.
Okay, so then in fact it tells me that maybe Vincent doesn't want this queen trade, which means we've got to find somewhere else to send her. I mean, I'm thinking we could bring her right back to that dark square in front of both rooks and maybe reroute the other direction to either defend the king or launch a counterattack eventually.
It's a tough spot when you're playing with these pawn weaknesses. I will point out that another player dealing with pawn weaknesses is Fabiano Caruana. With that isolated pawn in the center, at some moment, we should check in with it because Hans Niemann's getting all his forces to get to that pawn.
Okay, your wish is my command. Off to Fabiano versus Hans Niemann we go to see how these two are faring in their matchup. The clock's essentially equal. Both of these guys with 10 minutes to their name. Again, 30-second increment here. Still plenty to work with as we come down the home stretch.
Yeah, it just looks really pleasant for white, like visually. And then we see the eval bar, which is stubbornly in the middle of the board, or at least very close to level. The reason white has an advantage is that pawn you mentioned, Tanya, but also the black bishop, which has just moved. It looks like a pretty bad piece, just very passive. Maybe it's aiming to trade off. What do you foresee in the next few moves?
It's a tough position. I mean, I just foresee Hans enjoying himself because it feels like the moves are going to be easier for him. But you know, there might be a possibility. We're speaking about trades when your opponent deals with isolated pawns. I wonder how much Hans wants to go into an endgame in this one. What do you think, David? Queens on the board or off the board? Because there's a direct path, right? You can place it there. And if it trades on your terms, the knight takes that spot, again targeting the weakness.
Yeah, I quite like it. You know me. Queen's off the board every day of the week.
Happy man.
I'd be a happy man, but I guess no rush. The white queen can slide up sometime soon. This pawn push might look quite innocuous, but he's getting ready for that endgame. He's going to slide his king onto a light square, Hans Niemann, opposite color complex to the opponent's bishop. He's going to try to put everything on light squares so that the black bishop just has no role for the rest of the game.
Are we all picking white in this position?
Yes.
I'd flip a coin, you know.
I want to put a knight here, by the way, just to fully occupy that line.
I mean, I think this is, yeah, exactly. I think this is a good illustration of the knowledge difference or the knowledge gap between a player like me and you, because it is very difficult for me to distinguish that really either player feels better here. I think the major thing that I would rely on in making that calculation is, again, just that one pawn that's sitting alone, isolated in the middle of the board, and I would maybe rely on just that as, again, as pieces liquidate and less is there for the defense. Okay, that's where maybe I can find my single point advantage and win off of a promotion in the end. But I would really struggle in either position to know how to move towards victory.
I just want to take that point forward. If we all visualize every single major and minor off the board, imagine this endgame with just king and pawns and king and pawns. White simply plants the king where the white rook is sitting right now, starts advancing the pawns on the other side of the board, creates a clear passer, and that's a 1-0, that's a 1-2, that's a victory right there. It's as easy as that.
Yeah. But getting to that, I think, is where the difficulty in at the 12 to 1400 level of play is, right? Because you'd have to have the confidence to trade evenly the whole way down, and finding even trades I think sometimes can be very difficult because it requires deep calculation.
100%.
Yeah, I'm really surprised. Fabiano's last move, he brought his bishop forward. That bishop's clearly just a bad piece. It's just watching the game tick on. I think he wants to put his bishop here, but he hasn't played that move yet. I would play that in a heartbeat just to try and trade it off for a knight. The knights are far superior. I guess he's calculating again, similar to earlier when we jumped in, what would happen if white goes and grabs a pawn. But that just looks clumsy. I think white's pieces are just too pinned on the open line in the middle there.
But if you slide up like that, why don't I just take your bishop, and now you've got 3 pawn islands.
True, isolated pawns, weaknesses, but at least one good square for the black knight to jump in on a bit later. So you kind of give something in order to get something.
Fair enough.
But, yeah, that's the only thing I can see. Otherwise, he's just sitting passively here, Tanya, it feels like.
Yeah, and he's under 8 minutes. I think he just doesn't like his position, It's sort of, you've got to be on the defense for the next many moves. Very different narrative from their game 1, where it was Fabi finding all these creative ideas, sacrificing a pawn to get that initiative in and getting the advantage. And now he's got this passive position. He's on the think, he's about to make a move. I think we're going to see that on the board. It has to be bishop c5. And he reaches out. It's not the bishop, it's the knight.
Knight hopping to g6 here.
That's a bad square on its own, since the white pawn that did just move kind of prevents the black knight from hopping further. But I think he's got a long-term plan in mind here, Fabiano Caruana. He's going to bring the knight the long way round. He's going to retreat it once more, bring it round, and then finally park it on this square we're highlighting in red, where it will kick away the blockader, the white rook. Rooks are not great blockaders. So it's a long plan, but maybe he has that time. Maybe white can't create too much in the meantime.
So slight advantage, a slight pull for Hans Niemann is how we can sum this position up in terms of evaluation if anyone's playing, pushing for a big one, and he's pushing a big pawn right now. Another sort of a piece almost into an attack because he's threatening to go h5, kick that knight out, and more pressure on e5. Whoa,
we go.
Fabi does it voluntarily.
Well, so it's kind of a race, right? Can I get that knight rerouted and ultimately kick that rook out before your pawns infiltrate and start making a mess of the situation in front of my king?
Yeah, the rook is trapped there, so it's a 2-move threat from Fabiano. And yeah, very logical play, actually. He identified some of the opponent's strong pieces, and now that rook will have to give way. Will have to budge.
And you're highlighting 1 square for the knight. The knight from there can also head to the c5 square, David. Again, trying to get some trades in, but hitting that rook as well. So beautiful little maneuver, defensive maneuver there by Fabi, putting that knight first on g6, then falling back next to the king. And the next move will also be this knight.
So are you telling me it's essentially forced, though, that this rook has to slide over to g4?
I'm telling you that this goes into tie breaks.
Oh, ooh. You're going that bold.
Ooh. Okay, talking of going into tie breaks, Fabiano defending really well here, but according to the bar I can see, the eval bar, Arjun Erigaisi doing pretty decently now. For the first time in this game, he might be starting to feel a little bit more confident. Clock situation all on his side too. Levon Aronian has slowed right down.
Yeah, so we can take a peek in there to see how he's doing. It's onus on Levon to make a move, and like you said, he's just dipping him under 7:30 on his clock. His opponent, Arjun Erigaisi, working with double the time.
This is not as sterile as it meets the eye. You might think all the minors are off the board. Only with the majors, everything should be easy to defend. But that is not how these positions work. The dynamics are actually depending on who gets to the pawns first. And look at the ideas that exist for Arjun, while Lev will have to be on the defense. We spot this d4 pawn in the center for white, which is a weakness, easily attacked by the rook, and the queen at any point can join the party. Arjun has another plan. You put the queen there. You slowly advance your queen side pawn, the left side pawns, all the way up and clamp down another weakness on that side of the board. Eventually, there will be one break in the position which Arjun will aim at timing really well. It's that central pawn right now defended by the rook. Once that moves up, with all the rooks and the queen sort of playing actively, Levon will need to be very precise to hold this. And the problem with these positions is that you can become lazy. You can feel like, I can defend this easily. I have been on the receiving end and on the good end of this piece dynamic, and it's extremely difficult to handle. Head and hands. David, is it fair to say that there's still a lot of poison left, despite the eval bar saying this is absolutely even?
Huge amount of poison. Levon Aronian, what he's done to his own position, just to try and trade off everything, it just feels wrong, smells wrong. It's kind of a badge of honor for Levon that he's a kind of a creative, energetic player, but he's gone so passive, and the white king not feeling entirely comfortable either. The black pawn is just going to sit like a bone in its throat nearby, and there's going to be all sorts of checkmating patterns later. This is very one-sided traffic, although Levon should still be able to hold if he can somehow dig deep.
Yeah, the computer claims even, and you can see Levon is racking his brain for how it could be. I swear, his body language is so indicative of the general difficulty of the position that he finds himself in. Back to head and hands as he realizes, maybe this wasn't as easy as I thought it would be, to get pieces off the board and find my way to the draw. Okay, he had two options to prevent that pawn from moving to the h3 square, and he selects one of them, occupying the space himself with his pawn.
Last time we checked in with this game, Levon was up by 6 minutes on the clock. Take a look at this. He's under 6 minutes right now. And Arjun with 16 minutes on his own, the one with the more dominant forces. This is looking incredibly scary for white, despite even material. Compare each of Arjun's pieces to white's. And there it is. First attack on the d4 pawn. That is step one to paralyze Levon's majors right now to defending that pawn. Arjun will slowly and steadily improve the army on the left side of the board, and only at the right time strike with e5. That's the plan he's going to work towards, and Levon will have to defend every move of the way.
Yeah, I'm shocked Levon is thinking, like, there's a pawn under fire. Did he just miss this move? Because there's only one way to defend it, right? You have to shift your rook from the center across. You cannot move your other rook now because you would drop this pawn next to the white queen. And once you move your rook away, maybe he doesn't have to wait. Maybe the black pawn is stepping forward here and now.
Yeah, now it feels like every single one of our pieces is tied up.
Yeah. Actually, I like it. You can go with the central break at this very moment. David, as Arjun thinks, can we just backtrack? Because last time we checked in, we were singing praises of how Levon has everything under control in this game.
Yeah, Levon, I'll just backtrack a few moves. Levon, just, 7, 8 moves ago, was doing pretty decently in this position. He should just be stacking up his rooks, moving his rook up, lining them up, putting them across. Just sit on the position. White has a small advantage, but he touched pawns in front of his own king. That always comes with a hazard warning. And here, because he's kind of made some pawns vulnerable now, he started to feel uncomfortable, and this challenge here on the white pawns forced him to step forward, creating an outpost for the black knight to come into. That's how those minor pieces got traded. The black knight has done a lot of legwork, but ultimately it does land. Exclamation point. We see a trade, and this is how we got to the current position. And will he maintain the status quo, Arjun Erigaisi, or will he break out? That is the big question. This is an opportunity he could have only dreamed about around 10 moves ago, of pushing that backward pawn. Normally pushing backward pawns, breaking out. Isolated pawns, backward pawns, if you get a chance to throw them forward, it totally changes the nature of the position. And maybe that's something Arjun wants.
But then you have to calculate what happens to the other isolated pawn you're going to leave behind on the board, right? After all the trades that happen, black will recapture with the rook, the queen will move away. And Arjun's trying to assess, is this the moment, or does he wait Levon to go lower on the clock before striking in the center? He does choose the latter. He does capture the open line. Maybe it's the other plan. b5, get that pawn up, take control of a square where the rook can infiltrate and attack the queen and the pawns laterally.
Yeah. Equally tempting. equally challenging for Levon Aronian, who moves his king forward. Another thing that black wants to achieve long term is to somehow sneak in. If the black queen ever gets to the g3 square, then that is just game over. So later on, you're going to try and sneak behind enemy lines. But for now, maybe Levon is just about okay.
Oof. Just about okay. It's a scary place to be, though, when you are so close. And again, his entire story in this tournament so far has just been up and down and up and down. Nobody has hit the extremes as hard as Levon Aronian has from day 1 to the middle of day 3, where we find ourselves now.
Yeah, just crush with black, try to survive with white. It's a fascinating strategy, but it's working for him so far. This is the key moment. If he defends this, then he'll just feel invincible at this point, Levon Aronian. Just the way he's navigated this tournament, and yes, a bit kind of passive here against Arjun, but with the lead, it's understandable why Levon just wants to lock it down.
Levon Aronian has had only one single draw this entire tournament. It was against Hikaru Nakamura.
That's what I'm saying.
Every other game has been decisive.
This guy is on the most intense chess roller coaster that anyone has ever ridden. It is just straight up, straight down, straight up, straight down. But to me, that also speaks to his resilience. I think it'd be very hard as a player to endure results like that, right? And still be able to step out on stage and believe that you can do it.
Yeah, this is game number 15 for him, and only one draw. I mean, statistically, that's an anomaly at the top level, a draw being the most likely result when two players of equal strength face each other. Meanwhile, your plan, Tanya, coming into effect. Arjun pushing this pawn forward, trying to carve out access to an outpost for the black rook. Looks very, very scary.
I love it, right? Because he sort of made sure that Levon cannot actually challenge a rook on that file. He's tied down the queen and the rook to defend that d4 pawn, which means he gets the time. Yes, you can stop it once, but can you stop it twice? Because he's about to get the a pawn moving up the board and reinforce that plan.
Yeah, and white can't really hold off on that one much longer. If the white pawn ever steps forward on this side to block, then the black rook only gets access to another outpost. And yeah, you don't really want to see both black rooks sitting in your half of the board, just paralyzing your entire army. I'm going to say this is suffering for Levon Aronian, despite what the eval bar says, despite the fact it's only slightly worse for white. I don't think he's going to be enjoying the rest of this game.
And you know, after studying and commentating on so many of these top players' games, this is a strategy that I've seen them employ so many times, that they keep putting pressure slowly and steadily, but the big decisions, the big pawn breaks, they only get it on when their opponent is really low on the clock, because it becomes so much more harder, so much more difficult to counter that. So Aronian has to think on every single move right now. Arjun, about 14 minutes on the clock. By the way, the plan that we were talking about has been played already. And the computer barely gives any advantage, but I think Arjun's feeling ambitious here.
I'm shocked the computer doesn't give any advantage, because this just looks huge. I don't even see any productive moves for white. You're so passive, you just have to sit and wait. Maybe there's no breakthrough. Maybe the white rooks just defend their pawns and that's it, that's enough. But for Levon Aronian, staying passive, doing nothing, that is not going to be a pleasant task at all.
Yeah, and I want to go back over to Hans and Fabi, where things are heating up just a little bit. Hans now down to just over 2 minutes on the clock against Fabiano's 6.5 minutes. Again, these guys, a very different situation to the Levon and Arjun game, because they are equal at half a point apiece. So decisive victory for either of them means they're through to the finals. A draw here means we force tiebreakers. But with this most recent move, Fabi's trying to kick that queen away and get a little bit more open space in front of his king, a room to breathe, and then maybe he can launch an attack.
I'd still be very tempted to try to get the queens off the board. You know, an idea that we were talking about earlier, there's a nice juicy square on f5. You offer that trade. If taken, the knight jumps over, takes that spot. Love it. Knight on f5, high five. I'm not even sure what that means. But it looks good to me. I will say one thing, though. My heart wants this match to go to the tiebreakers. I want to see more of these two players in action in Vegas. I'm not ready to say goodbye to one of them.
Well, if you want it to go to tiebreaks, that's really the move he has to make. Anything else, it swings a whole point or more in the other direction.
Wow. Oh, wow. Whole point. That is huge at this level.
I rounded up from 0.9, but yeah, and he finds it. The next best option was an e2, but then you're just kind of retreating and playing a lot more passively.
Yeah, and the white queen did just come from e2. It stepped forward, got hit, and then steps forward again. So kind of logical is the consistent follow-up, and I'm expecting Fabiano to not trade on white's terms. As Tanya mentioned, the white knight wants to get to that beautiful kind of square on f5. So the black knight might continue its journey from earlier. The one we highlighted, you need to kick away that white rook. There we go. And Fabiano brings it forward. He's going to try and remove the defender.
I figured out what it is. It's knight on f5 and we live.
We live. We'll thrive. You won't survive.
It's exactly.
What a dive.
All of the above.
Yeah.
Okay, queens are off the board.
Black knight still coming though. The white rook is currently trapped. So you either have to move your knight out the way. Well, you have to move your knight out of the way. It's just a question of where. Do you go to that f5 square, knowing you might get kicked back later once the black bishop moves? No longer such a stable square for white. Black pawn will control it. Or do you jump forward to the center, this outpost, where you will get challenged by the black knight? We might see a trade there. Either way, suddenly the black bishop, if the white rook is forced away, the black pawn in the center, isolated, is going to become much more powerful. It will step forward. The black bishop will be opened up. Hans Niemann, he's lost the thread of this a bit over the last few moves. He had an advantage. Suddenly he's fighting just to kind of maintain equality. I think Fabi is out of the woods here completely. That's a hit on the black bishop, which will step back in one of these two directions.
Yes, both players at the moment finding all the right moves, but all the right moves just brings us to a draw in a tiebreak scenario.
Love it. Take this down to the wire. One more of these two.
Yeah, more chess as Fabiano, with a 5-minute time advantage. I think he'll be quite ambitious here. I don't think he would be averse to this game continuing as long as possible. Hans freezing, playing a couple of substandard moves. It does feel like momentum black, ever so slightly. And yeah, tie breaks. Tanya, where do you think tie breaks are more likely, here or the other top bracket board?
I mean, Arjun's in a must-win, right? The only guy in our championship bracket who's in that situation. He's managed to create chances, but still too soon to write Levon off just yet. I think this one, to me, looks like perhaps more likely to get that draw. Arjun, but he's made a lot of progress here. That b-pawn up the board, rooks coming in, queen targeting the dark square weaknesses on the right side, a plan that, David, you mentioned earlier, you know, switch up the diagonals.
Well, as we swap to this board, it's a perfect time for us to be welcoming our most recent guest to the studio. It's none other than Vidit Gujarati. Vidit, perfect time to bring you in here because Arjun, your countryman, he needs a decisive victory here in this one. If we were to plop you down in his position on the board right now, would you be confident that there are even chances for that win?
No, it looks really tough, in my opinion, because there's no clear way to progress. Like, there are no obvious pawn breaks. There is this g3 square weakness where you can potentially try to, you know, put your queen on the dark diagonal and like somehow, but it's like a lot of fantasy and nothing concrete. I don't see anything concrete, so I think Levon should hold this, in my opinion. Although it's chess and anything can happen, that's why we watch it.
Yeah. It's freestyle chess. It's even more crazy.
What about Levon's kind of trip through the tournament so far? Have you been aware of the fact that it's been win, lose, win, lose? He seems like a player, one draw throughout, what was it, 15 games you said?
This is his 15th game.
Statistically, that's just crazy.
You know what's better than Levon? An inspired Levon. So he's clearly, you know, very inspired. Like, he defeated Magnus, Hikaru, and in like blitz, right? Especially against Hikaru, it is really admirable because he was like, Hikaru just needed a draw and he had the white pieces to clutch from there. It's just very cool. I'm impressed by him, and especially today also, he was worse, like almost, I would say, lost. And then when he got his chance, he completely, you know, zoned in, focused, and he converted that, which was not easy. So a lot of credit to him. When he's getting his chances, he's converting those. That's the big difference, I would say.
What do you think it is about Levon's skill set that is working so well? Because he had, you know, a bit of a nightmare in Weissenhaus when he played his first Grand Slam, but here he's just been the superstar of Vegas.
I think he has probably studied freestyle more since then. That's for sure. And it's also about shape and form. I think here he's just really feeling good. I think there's also a lot of positive energy. He's here with his entire family. And as I said, inspired Levon is very dangerous.
That's an unforgiving format, though, this time in Vegas. You were with us in Paris, where there was a little bit more time between each of the legs, right? The event was extended over multiple days. Our group stage this time around, it was a single day. And therefore, I think to your point about form, right? It mattered so much more because you don't get that reset and another day to maybe recover if you had a bad start.
Yeah, I was speaking with Hikaru, and that's the exact point. Like, if you don't start off well, then you're desperate to win. And that desperation never helps. Like, you make your situation worse. Whereas at the beginning, if you have like how Fabi made a couple of draws, in the end he was able to make it to top 4, and that's the difference. Once you're down, you want to win so badly, but that kind of ruins your game.
And another player who had a good start was Hans Niemann, right? He's in the fight for the finals as well, in the semi-finals. Amit, you've played a few matches with him recently as well. We've been just talking about how entertaining he's been on the board and off the board. What do you think is going on with him? Because this is his debut in the Freestyle Chess Grand Slam Tour. And he's kind of come out all guns blazing. He's letting chess speak for itself. What's working for Hans here?
Yeah, I was hesitating to join the commentary because last time Hans was here. And he has set the expectations very high. And don't expect a viral clip from this stream from me. But it's very hard to match Hans off the board. On the board, it's possible. But off the board, he's quite a interesting character, I would say. But I think that makes it interesting. Many people who are just getting into chess, they like such stuff and they want some rivalry and someone who is very outspoken. I think people like that.
So you won't be jumping up and down on the sofa in a moment, cheering for Arjun.
How is Hans doing, by the way?
We can get that answer for you in just a moment. We'll have the boards flip over so we can see how Fabiano and Hans are faring in their matchup. I can let you know that Fabiano still sports about a 2-minute advantage over Hans. The eval bar looks fairly even, but we know that can lie to us sometimes because we're not all robots.
Yeah, actually, Tanya earlier said that this looks more equal, but I think black has some chances because there's some activity. I can imagine white going wrong. Like, it's not so easy with this jumping knights. King is centralized. There are some dark squared pawns. Black has a dark squared bishop. I can see there's a lot of potential to go wrong with white.
And that's so interesting because it's actually black. It's Fabi with that weak central pawn that we have. And yet it's the piece activity that you're talking about that perhaps compensates for it.
Yeah, it's potentially weak, but right now it's an asset. It's helping black. Oh, he takes it.
That's a big decision. And apparently the bar approves of it.
I guess you take back with the pawn. Oh, I know what he might want to do. He will put his knight on d5.
That's a pawn sacrifice.
Yeah, give up the pawn, set up a blockade.
Just quickly show that on the board while Fabi ponders which way to recapture. And we might see a pawn sacrifice. And okay, computer doesn't approve, but it makes a lot of sense from a human point of view. The white knight is going to be hard to kick away for the rest of this game.
I'm not sure he would want to do this, but it seems like that's the most natural idea. But Engine doesn't quite approve of that.
It's also so tough from a mindset perspective to voluntarily give up a pawn when the finals are on the line and you'll have to defend for the next 50 moves or maybe even more against, the machine, against Fabiano Caruana. I want to ask you one thing. 4 players fighting for 2 spots in the finals. Who do you like to see go through?
So it's now Hans, Fabi, Levon, and Arjun?
Correct.
Have you not been following?
No, I mean, I'm just confirmed.
It's Vegas,
I think Levon has a very good chance because he's leading the match and the position right now also looks good. I think it might be Levon against Fabi.
All-American clash.
Well, if Levon gets through, it's all-American either way. So local fans will be happy.
I think Fabi is generally a better player. He has a better understanding of the game than Hans right now. But I think Hans is very tricky when it comes to the openings. He has probably practiced a lot of freestyle. I see him playing all the time for this Freestyle Friday. And even if he has not practiced, when he speaks, it feels like he has done a lot.
It sounds very convincing, right? The computer doesn't always approve, but it sounds very convincing.
No, his voice is very convincing. Like, when we are analyzing, he would come and say, okay, of course you put the knight there, you put the bishop there, and okay, queen. Of course, I played this training game. You know, I mean, I've seen this 10 times. And you know,
What's that like, being in the midst of, you know, a group of 8 players who are all at the absolute top of the field, you know, with ideas throwing around? I mean, 1, how do you choose when to insert yourself into the conversation? 2, how do you evaluate which ideas to trust and not trust when so many are being offered up?
I think basically you should not trust anything. And I realized that a bit too late. But it's interesting. I think that's what gives it a unique flavor, this tournament. And there are certain people who are very convincing. And there are some people who are like, oh, maybe I can do this, maybe I can do that.
Who are the convincing ones?
Oh, Hans for sure. He is like convinced that this move is the best. And not only this move is the best, your move is bad. Like he manages to convince that. I saw this with Levon. Levon was leading in the group stage, like he was in top 4. And then before the game, Hans of course joins in because he had already qualified. Now he had no pressure. He comes in and he tells Levon that, oh no, this move, that move. And then Levon goes and he loses the match. And I told, this could be the jinx, you know. Before all the games, Hans was sitting there by himself. And the same thing happened the next day when everybody played Hans's opening, because Hans was convinced that he had a training game and Engine said this is better for white. But even afterwards, later on, we are in the backstage and he was convinced that this is good. It's very hard to...
That's incredible.
You know, win in trash talk against him at all.
I like it though. You give some good chess advice and maybe some good life advice. A healthy amount of skepticism serves everybody well.
Yeah.
And
but I'm surprised that he took with the rook in this game. I don't know why. The position we had earlier.
Yeah, slightly confusing. Like not very ambitious from Fabiano. A bit risky as well because now the white knight is so strong, right?
We're getting the tie breaks. I told you guys. It's going to happen.
Maybe.
And who do you think that favors more with it if it was to go down to that tiebreaker?
I would still say 60% Fabi.
Mm-hmm.
Even more. Because I feel even in the first game, he was the one dictating the play. He had good chances to win. He misplayed, but Hans never really was in the game. So I see even now he's pushing. So.
I mean, now it almost feels like, David, a good knight versus bad bishop dynamic that's developing here, right? And we were talking about something completely different in the earlier options that we were discussing for Fabi here.
Yeah, if the white pawns weren't fixed on dark squares on the king side here, on the right side, then I would be very optimistic with white, I've got to say. But still should be roughly level.
Checkmate in 1 incoming.
Ooh, you might spot that, Fabiano, maybe.
I mean, he's a decent player.
He's okay. The move you might look at first is to push the black pawn in the center forward to create a square for the king. The safer move might be to offer a trade of rooks, but good knight versus bad bishop, you have to evaluate that one accurately as well.
Vidit, have you been having fun in Vegas?
No, I don't drink. I don't gamble. I mean, this
just putting it out there. He just wants the world to know.
No, this place is not for me. You asked the question. I don't know what to do here. I just went shopping. I mean, that's the only thing I could do right now. And that was my, you know, rebound for bad play. Like, I didn't know what else to do.
Nothing wrong with a good shopping spree.
Yeah, I mean, there is an Apple store right next. Okay, go for it.
And
do you guys get... Sorry, David.
Oh, no, I was just going to ask, how do you evaluate your play here in Vegas compared to Paris? It felt like you were, again, unlucky in a few games, unable to finish off those winning positions. No. We saw heartbreak on the clock in one game.
No, I think it's just I've not been training for last 6 months at all. Like, I've forgotten a bit of chess, is what I would say. And honestly, it feels a little bad because I know sometimes I can have bad tonight, but not this bad. So it just feels like something is off, and I know why, because I've not been training, and that rustiness, that sharpness is missing. So, and I just felt a bit more rusty, and in time pressure, it matters a lot. So, yeah, that was it. It's an easy conclusion to draw.
Yeah, rustiness is the worst thing. It's so hard to shake off, especially against these top guys. How did it feel as well, the kind of misfortune to end up playing Magnus in the bottom bracket in the end?
Yeah, I was already a bit bummed out with the play. And with this format, the opponent gets to pick you, and they have a couple of options and they pick you because they think that you're the weakest among the list. And that makes you feel like somewhere deep down,
hurts.
Oh, yeah, it hurts somewhere. So, yeah, but it is what it is.
You mentioned an Apple store where you've been doing some retail therapy. Do you guys get to keep the Apple headphones as well?
I wish.
Need to speak to Jan about this.
Yeah, I was just looking for Jan now.
Soon be Freestyle branded headphones, so just wait for those.
Well, this might go on for a while. Shall we check Arjun's game? I'm very curious.
I like it. He's more on top of our jobs than we are. Yeah. Man, vid it.
Wow. Yeah, we should definitely jump to that one.
Yeah,
now it's going to get very interesting, last few minutes. So we should keep a close watch.
I heard some applause as well. In the meantime, Hikaru Nakamura took his match against Lenio Dominguez.
Yeah, so after a long day yesterday, that landed him in the lower bracket. With that victory there, he'll move right along in our lower bracket. Still 4 more boards in play.
This looks equal, not much has happened. I think this will stay on, they'll keep shuffling pieces. One question though, what's their heart rate? Oh, Levon is more nervous.
Arjun is almost all. Would even be considered high for Arjun, by the way. The majority of the tournament, he sits between 65 and 70.
Is it?
He has the smallest band of heart rate, and only once have we seen him get up into the 90s. He has an inexplicably stable heart rate.
What was other people like? I'm just curious.
Everyone else is all over the place. We've seen everything as low as a 50 resting to 140s, 150s in the time pressure moments from a number of the guys.
Who was who?
Well, yesterday, Fabi Prague actually in their Armageddon both. I think Prague was in 140s and Fabi creeped to 151 in the middle of Armageddon.
Actually been the highest throughout the tour. There was, I think, back in Weissenhaus, his heart rate touched 160 once.
Yeah. I have a button here I press if it gets too high, though, and we send the medics to the stage, so don't worry about it.
Magnus has been pretty stable as well. I think we've seen him touch 80 a couple of times, but usually around the 60 mark, I want to say, his baseline.
I guess in his match against Levon, that would be the critical one, where he would feel the heat.
That is probably where we saw it spike up a little bit. I think for Arjun, his heart rate remains pretty stable. It's the people around him who are watching his game who we need to get the heart rate monitor on. How was it? You've been teammates with him with it. I mean, did you feel that as well with all the crazy positions that Arjun would always get on the board?
Yeah, he's always a very exciting player. And the problem is, there are people, let's say, like Levon, he's a bit dynamic as a personality as well, and that shows in his game. Arjun is a complete opposite. He's very soft-spoken, very, polite, kind, but over the board, he has a different kind of chess that just doesn't match. So I think he's hiding something. I don't think he's either not showing his real self or he has just mastered the art of poker face. I don't know what it is, but it's something that I have to figure out. I don't know Arjun. I felt I knew him, but I don't.
Whoa, something's happening there, David.
Draw, I think.
It was a draw between Hans Niemann and Fabiano Caruana. Slightly surprised Hans Niemann took the draw so quickly, but ultimately a very balanced game. Fair result.
They played 10 minutes?
10 plus 10.
10 plus 10.
Exactly right. 2 games of 10 plus 10 heading our way for that upper bracket semi-final. You said you still favor Fabiano regardless of the time controls, yes?
Did he blunder? D5? Rook takes D5?
Oh my god.
Ooh.
Wait, what?
Wow, not played by Levon Aronian. Rook takes d5 still in the air, by the way. And just a quick action replay there. After rook to e5, it looked like the rook might move elsewhere, but rook to f4. Let's just put it on the board. Rook takes d5. Was that a possibility? This would apparently have been a mistake.
Oh, that was the trap? Yeah. Rook c3? Or?
Rook takes f3.
Wow.
And then
Tricky.
black queen moves, and then you take the pawn, and then you take the rook, and slight advantage for black. But queen into the center, into e1. This is the
Levon
live
is sharp
position.
in this tournament. He's very sharp.
Yeah.
How do you defend now with black?
Maybe you don't. Maybe you offer a draw before it's too late.
No, Arjun can never do that.
That's never going to happen. But a draw only because a draw is as good as losing this one. I mean, he has to play it out and hope for a miracle here. But things have turned around. Now it is Levon Aronian on the front foot, needing only a draw to advance to the finals.
Yeah, Arjun has like a minute, so I don't see how he can do his usual magic here. Levon has been very convincing when he has the advantage, most of the times. And he has like 7 minutes here and a good position. Don't see him going wrong here. Yeah, you can see the body language, right? The difference.
Levon, his chair is shaking quite violently there. And Arjun, his heart rate's lower than ever, lower than earlier.
Okay, we've got two grandmasters here with us. Tell me, if the chair is shaking so much, isn't that a sign of a player feeling the nerves and the adrenaline? Or is that someone more in control? Because for me, it felt like, is that Lev who can feel the tension of the finals just being within reach?
Yeah, I don't know. I hate chair shakers. They really put me off. I try to tell my opponents off if they shake the table too much.
But it's a big chair shaker.
Yeah. I mean, there are people who, like, it's so involuntary, you don't even realize you're moving your leg. Like, it's just, you're tapping your leg or something. You just don't even realize it.
I mean, asking people to stay, to sit in one place with such intensity for so long is a big ask, in my opinion. I think I'd be right there with you, leg just moving 1,000,000 miles a minute underneath the table. Absolutely, you got to let that energy out somehow. And I'd rather it, dissipate through, the movement of my leg than a blunder on the board,
Do you take on d5 here with as Levon? Sorry, I just got distracted by the position.
It's okay to be distracted by the chess.
Yeah, that's going on.
That's That's the one good excuse here.
What chess? Rook takes d5. Let's put it on the board. We see the live board on the bottom right of the screen. So when the moves tick in, that will.
Play queen f6. I don't know. It's too messy.
Queen to f6, hitting this pawn.
No, but then just check and d5.
Yeah, the white rook will give a check and pawn to d5.
Oh wow.
White is blowing open the center. After rook takes d5.
But wait, he does not take it.
Because he's repeating. He's asking Arjun to come back with the king to stop the queen from getting to that 8-7 square.
Maybe this would have given some counterplay on the f3 pawn if he had taken. He's going back, as you pointed out there. Big
I'm
threat.
not sure this is ideal.
I mean, if the only way to counter that, to stop that, is to get the king to go back, then maybe that's what Lev needs.
You can put your queen on f6 now to keep the game going.
Yeah, queen check.
And
just
goes
preparing
back.
Block.
King goes back.
And then rook a2. And you
Oh,
that's
wow.
how you do it. Yeah.
That is full board awareness.
Yeah, looks very strong for white.
And a tough spot here for Arjun.
Played though.
He is going to go for queen f6, but does that just mean he's going to be forced to trade the queens off if Levon goes for this check?
He did go for it, right? Yeah.
He hasn't gone for the check yet, Levon. But queen trade feels like it's just going to fizzle out towards a draw.
And that works in favor of Levon there. He reaches for it across the board.
No, he cannot put queen on g7. Can
The
you?
pawn's hanging, no, at the end of that line with a check.
Pawn is hanging, but white's central pawn also hanging.
Probably it's the best move to trade queens and hope that there are some chances in the end game.
Apparently everything else loses on the spot. He has to take the risk though. Arjun Erigaici, a draw is the same as a loss.
It's a blunder.
A big blunder.
I think rook goes to a2.
Yeah, Levon has to find it. Vidit found it instantly.
That's a checkmate.
I don't know if that's the best move, but it's a very good one.
And it's very tempting. Once you see it, you can't unsee it. The queen's in, get the rook in on the other side.
Well, and at this point, if I were to put you in Levon's position, you got 5 minutes and 45 seconds to the 54 on the other side. I know it's 30-second increment, but if you feel good enough about that move, do you just make it quick to keep putting the time pressure back on Arjun?
Sometimes, not just because of that, but when you think for too long, you kind of complicate things in your own head unnecessarily. Like, you will complicate and think, oh, maybe this doesn't work, that doesn't work. I'll just bring back my queen, and you make a couple of such moves, and you end up losing. But of course, this position is too good to make a move like queen d3. I think rook will go to a2.
But what about sliding the queen to a more active square? Now that Levon's taking his time, and this is the one I wanted to point out, the bar doesn't love it, but also equally attractive, right? You hit the rook.
Can you take on f3?
That was his plan, I think, Arjun Aragaisi, but the white queen could have taken the black rook, and there was no checkmate there.
Oh, he's threatening rook takes g4. If you take rook takes pawn, rook takes g4. That's how you blunder.
Yeah. Levon has to be careful here now, suddenly.
Okay, can you explain this a bit more to me? It's not obvious why that works.
Yeah, if we can get full board up and maybe a small board as well, rook takes pawn here would be a losing blunder for white. The most natural move in the world. White is one move away from checkmate, but the black rook would take this pawn, getting out of the way of the black queen. And as Vidit points out here, the black queen comes in with a check, and this would end in a checkmate in the near future. The black rook coming across now, and he's surely going to see this Levon Aronian. This is the threat in the position. Rook takes pawn, as we see another result tick in.
Yeah, we just had one of the results on our lower boards. That's Pragnananda, who got knocked down yesterday, taking the victory over Vincent Keimer. So 1.5 to half a point. They will not be going to tie breaks. Pragg moves on and keeps his hopes for third place alive.
And it's so easy to miss this move, right? This is how I would definitely lose this game. I mean, rook takes pawn is a big threat right now. So Levon needs to be just a bit careful. How does he defend it?
He'll just keep giving checks.
Oh, you mean, yes, the d6 square. Completely forgot about that one.
This is the only check, so maybe process of elimination, he'll have to find it here, Levon Aronian.
Good thing is he has a lot of time, so...
Can the black king hide on 8-6? Probably not.
Then you take...
rook takes pawn.
And then you pin the queen.
Yeah.
You pin and you win.
I'll just put that variation on the board. A check, the black king can move, another check. And unless you're trading queens, then the king would want to move forward. But at the very end, this pin means that no counterattacks are possible.
I think it happened, right?
Yeah, played. Check.
You know, if the situation in the tournament would have been different, Levon would never even consider giving perpetual. Like, it seems that white has a very good chance somewhere. But in the current tournament situation, you don't even look for it.
He's playing the moment, right?
I think I sees what could be the idea.
So if the black king moves?
Check?
No, instead of check.
But Levon will go for it. I mean, he needs only a draw, right? Why take the risk of continuing the game unless you see a defense?
Because black can exchange queens and then you still have to make the draw. It's not like done yet. Like queen goes back, you block it with the queen.
Yeah.
Of course, it's equal, but game goes on.
Levon, he's not going for the draw. He wants to win this one.
This is exactly what I wanted. Rook takes pawn now. Will happen without a doubt. And he will just slide the king.
Yeah.
Is that his idea?
And the difference is that the queen defends a key checking square. The white queen, after giving the check on the dark squares.
No, he'll capture the rook. He'll have to capture the rook.
No, you mean rook takes pawn here?
Yeah.
I mean, after queen f3 check, the white queen placed on d6 is beautifully placed as a defender.
Yeah. Rook c1 and rook e1. Yeah.
Wow.
Over. It's over.
Levon, he's seen it all.
Yeah, it's done.
He blocks the check.
I think he'll resign now.
Man, he only needed a draw to get it, but he'll do you one better. The full-point victory here for Levon Aronian, up to 2-0 over Arjun Aragaisi. The magic continues here for Levon Aronian. Off to the finals he goes.
Levon has been very sharp.
And what a path he's had, right? Taking down the world #1 Magnus Carlsen, taking down the world #2 Hikaru Nakamura, and a win against the world #5, the Iceman of the chess world. And he didn't even need tie breaks. Gets the first win in a completely controlled performance in Game 2. Levon Aronian is our first finalist in Vegas.
Yeah, and still only one draw so far in the first 3 days of this event. And for Arjun, it was all about the first game. The second one there, he could have taken a draw anytime he wanted, just not enough. But it was just the first game, the turnaround, that he will regret a bit later. But in the meantime, many congratulations to Levon Aronian, finalist.
Absolutely spectacular showing from him today. To book his ticket to the grand final, he awaits the winner of Fabiano Caruana versus Hans Niemann.
I was not worried about before, but I was worried about
Levon is assured second, right?
Correct.
Before looks much more natural. Maybe C4. I mean, you're not
Well, Levon, he gets a much shorter day today, and now he can join the audience and watch as his, one of two opponents steps back out on stage to do battle in a tiebreak in just a bit's time. But from here, we have one more board to go touchdown on, and that's in our lower bracket. It's Sports Magnus Carlsen up against Vachier-Lagrave. They ended their first matchup in a draw, but here we have the world #1 with the white pieces, finding himself a solid advantage coming down the stretch. I see one minor piece per player and a rook in play for each, but a pawn advantaged here for Magnus Carlsen.
Yeah, Magnus at his best would win this, I think, 90-something% of the time. But Vachier, how's he going to try and defend? There's some checks threatened potentially. Oh, this is just very hard for black. No real threats, no real targets, no real counterplay. Vidit, do you see any hope here for Sindarov?
Honestly, no. But yeah, I don't see a clear win. I know it's winning, but I don't see a clear-cut win that ends the game right away. But of course, in the long run, white is going to win. There's no doubt about that.
Yeah, maybe the rook can come up with some checks just to.
Yeah, I think that's a good move. That's a good move.
And the white king will come.
Yeah. Very clinical.
Yeah, at least Magnus spending some time. We weren't used to that yesterday.
Yeah, he was moving fast yesterday. How did that feel for you? It felt like he came in just playing.
I was playing slow.
So you feel like it was more a product of you playing slow than him playing quick against you?
I self-sabotaged.
Gotcha.
But that's something that you mentioned in Paris as well, right? That the clock has been a problem for you, time management. Did you feel that this tournament was also a bit of a challenge when it came for the clock?
It's not just the time. Even chess-wise, I felt like I was very off. Because I know when I play, when I'm in good shape, how the moves come to me, how my mind is working. Here it was just like switched off. Like I don't remember losing on time ever. I mean, and from a piece of position. So something is like not working. It's, a brain malfunction somewhere. Like the neural network is not, it's collapsed. So, yeah.
And Sindarov.
Sindarov missed a big chance in the first game against Magnus. He had like a pawn-up position and a very good one.
Yeah, and he went down to a queen endgame in the end and couldn't win.
I think that's the difference between like top players and people who are almost top players. That the conversion rate, when they get a chance, they just like are hungry sharks who just jump on you. And they don't give you another chance.
Yeah, that's something we say that all the time about Magnus. You get one, you rarely get a second shot.
Okay, he slides his rook across, aiming to step forward with some checks. The black king also steps back to where it came from.
Yeah, Vachier looks, I mean, his body language looks very...
Like he's giving up.
Yeah.
Yeah, somewhat resigned to a predetermined result here.
And almost killed his eyes there.
Yeah.
Hates what he's seeing.
I mean, these are some taxing days for a number of our players.
I mean, he's 19 or some 20. I find it hard to sympathize. I was once with Vincent and we were going and then I was talking about some age thing and he said, yeah, my back hurts. And then I did not know his real age and he said he's 19. I'm like, get out of here. Complaining about backache and all this stuff.
Do you feel old in the chess world now, Vidit, and now in your 30s?
Oh, don't say that. No!
Yes.
No!
Yeah, I do. I mean, when I was 19, 20, I could sleep at 4 a.m., 5 a.m., wake up at 8 and 9, and I would not feel anything. Like, it would feel absolutely normal. Right now, I can't do that. So
See, those are the days you had to come to Vegas.
Exactly. I'm in the wrong decade. I have come to Vegas.
Do you feel like then there are elements of your training that have to shift as you age? Whether or not it's either protecting against a loss of stamina or even investing more into what is your physical health and things like that?
I think it's not just the stamina, it's also where you are in life that makes a difference. Like when you're 19, 20, you're just You have nothing else to do.
You're all in.
Yeah, just zoned in.
I have a message from Jan Butner for Vidit.
Ah.
And he says, with my compliments, you get the headphones.
Hey!
Jan's watching, yeah?
Let's go!
Should have asked for a MacBook.
Up the ante, up the ante.
I'm joking. And Jan is one of the very kindest people here, like I've met through Freestyle. So.
And actually, after the last Grand Slam in Paris, you were off to your honeymoon in Weissenhaus. How was that?
That was epic. Like, people who have never been to Weissenhaus won't realize actually what it is. You have to be there, kind of. But to tell you in short, like, we had like a spa in our room, like where we are staying. Like, it's unheard of. It was real luxury.
Nice.
As a group that was lucky enough to be there as well, we can attest to the spectacular nature of that resort.
Part of the perks of being a professional chess player, right? These teens, they're too busy studying chess. Leave it to us to enjoy the spas.
I asked a question to Bibi Sara earlier when we had her in the studio. I'm curious your perspective as well, just generationally, right? Every generation in chess has provided different tools with which to learn and get better, right? You know, advent of computers and engines and how that kind of warps, you know, maybe approach to a classical chess. How do you feel like the popularity of freestyle chess might change or aid in the development of young minds? We're talking, you know, the under 10s and whatnot who might be more inspired to play varieties like this, but that have so many less known quantities. Does it make them flex and practice different skills?
I think the difference will happen at the top.
Okay.
Like, I see, initially I would say that I was a bit skeptic when it came to watching freestyle chess, because the pieces were randomly placed and I was not so used to it. But now that there have been a couple of Grand Slams, 2-3 tournaments happened, I got to play 2 as well, my perspective has changed. Like, I don't mind watching it now. Like, earlier I would be a little bit hesitant. Only when the position was normalized, I would come and watch, not the initial. But now I'm very curious. It also taught me a lot about piece placement and, like, it taught me more about chess in general, because now we have to think differently in freestyle chess, like the activity, the space, the pawn structure. So I've grown to like it more. And as more top players like it, play it, it will influence the younger generation. Oh, they will also look into it. And I think this 10-minute thing where we are analyzing, it's very good for the audience, because they get to have a direct insight into top player's mind, and you can see their Magnus, you know, suggesting his thoughts. Where else would you get it? Like, right before a game, what he's thinking, what he's going to play. And that's gold for a chess aspirant.
Yeah, things like freestyle chess. I mean, I'll give a nod to, you know, a number of players who, like Hikaru, right? You know, my rediscovery of chess came at the advent of Twitch and seeing it, you know, put back on a platform. But that level of access that you're talking about, all of a sudden, that, you know, people have towards the top minds is just incredible.
Yeah, he resigned, yeah.
There's the resignation from Vachier-Lagrave. Magnus Carlsen, after being knocked down to the lower bracket by one of our finalists in Levon Aronian. He'll get it done once again. He keeps his hopes alive for a third-place finish.
Yeah, very smooth performance in the second game, at least, by Magnus Carlsen. Always slightly better and grinding out the end game. Using a nice tactic there, hanging his knight, but the rook could not take it. And yeah, the first game, that's where Sindarov maybe had some regrets. But that means that this round is done and some tiebreaks ahead to look forward to.
A big one, right? We've got one finalist, one more spot up for grabs, and Hans versus Fabi goes down to 10+10.
Yeah, it's very scary. I'm disappointed that this game ended in draw, because I wanted to see a tiebreak.
Which one?
Like
for Magnus and Sindarov.
And like other games, you know, like yesterday was such a great day, yeah? I mean, not for you guys, you had to
We
work.
loved it. What are you talking about? It was
11 hours
amazing.
is nothing.
Yeah, David, that's like another chess day for him, you know? He used to play 11 hours, now he just commentates.
Y'all were built to play chess. We were built to talk about it for 10 hours straight.
What's been your longest game ever?
I think it was against Magnus in
How many moves?
Vikenzi. I don't remember the moves, but the duration, it was so long that all the dinner places were closed. I went home, I went to bed hungry, I remember, but very satisfied with the draw because I was worse.
236 for David Howell. 236 moves.
I've missed many dinners.
You know, he enjoys it. It's his thing, you know.
He's a glutton for pain.
Like he will just like frame it and put it in his living room, and like everybody who comes, like, you know, I played this 236 game. You know?
No, he does. It's a point of pride for him, and he's sad that he no longer has the title of longest game to be played in professional
and, you know,
chess.
He can't even say anything. He knows it. Deep down inside, he loves this thing to torture his opponent.
It's my kink. What can I
he has
say?
like small advantage. He'll keep playing forever and ever. That's his thing.
Yeah, well, David will play forever and forever if he has the opportunity. Levon Aronian doesn't have to play forever and ever today, as he's already booked his ticket to that grand final. As you can see there, he awaits his opponent. It will be decided in our tiebreakers to come between Fabiano Caruana and Hans Niemann here in the upper bracket. Let's go ahead and flip the screen down to the lower side to see how things shook out, because we do have a tiebreaker or two in play as we get down there. I'll note that Wesley So and Nodirbek Abdusattorov moved into that tie very early on in this round, so they've been waiting in the wings and hungry to get back there on the stage. But we did have three victors come out on top. It's Magnus Carlsen, it's Hikaru Nakamura, and it's Praggnanandhaa who will move on. Each of the losers of those matchups, unfortunately, this is the moment where we say goodbye to them, exiting in 9th through 12th place. From here, we are going to go to a quick break while we rest and retool for those tiebreakers. Before we go, we've got to thank Vidya Kudrathi for joining us here to break down all of the action as we came down the stretch and we determine who will be the finalists for the remainder of our Las Vegas event. We'll be back in just a few minutes to bring you through all the action, and we hope to see you there.
I'm joined now by Anna Kramling and her mother, Grandmaster Pia Kramling. So nice to have you both. First of all, you've been in Las Vegas for a few days now. What are your first impressions of this event?
Well, first impression of Las Vegas is that it's way hotter than I thought it was going to be. But no, this event is incredible. I've been to the Wynn Hotel before, and never in my wildest dreams did I ever think that there would be a chess tournament here. So it's really nice to see that we're taking chess to completely new arenas, completely new venues, and this is just such an incredible place to host a chess event. So I hope it's not the last time we see chess tournaments in places like this.
Yes, I absolutely agree. I'm so happy to see the freestyle chess here in the hotel. It's so amazing. It's very well organized, and I've been sitting there watching the games, and I enjoy it so much. They're doing it very, very well. So what can I say? It's just have been taken to another level, and I'm just very, very happy for it.
My mom actually said that this was like Christmas for her. It was like waking up on Christmas Day and opening up gifts, because she gets to sit there and watch the best chess players in the world play chess.
That's so nice to hear. Pia, do you have a favorite game that you've seen so far?
No, I couldn't say that. I've seen lots of good games, lots of drama, of course. And yeah, it's just so incredible to be here to watch the best players in the world and to see this. You know, I'm not so used to freestyle chess, but it's getting easier and easier, a little bit easier.
Will we see you play freestyle chess in the future?
I will absolutely start playing it at home. So slowly by slowly, I think that will be done.
With me, hopefully. Yeah, I feel like I might have a bigger chance to beat her when she doesn't know 25 moves of opening theory. So I'm hoping.
That's a fun match in the making, I think. And Las Vegas, for both of you, is the final stop because you have been on a little tour. Tell us about that.
We've been on a whole U.S. chess tour. So we started in New York, and for the past 3 weeks, we've been traveled all across the country. And the last stop was Los Angeles for the actual tour in itself. But then, you know, that was really close to Las Vegas, and we ended up coming here. So we've basically just been traveling to different places, trying to see what the chess culture looks like in different cities in the U.S. And I have to say, I'm really impressed by the chess culture in the U.S. There's many cities like Charlotte, St. Louis, New York, where chess culture is huge, actually. And people, like a lot of people, play chess and really enjoy chess. So it's been amazing to get to know so many new people and just see how everything works here. And yeah, no, I've loved it, and I've been able to do it with my mom.
Were you also surprised, Pia, by the chess culture here in the U.S.?
Yes, absolutely. I was here 85. I played a New York Open, this classical tournament 40 years back. And to come back here now and to see the development U.S. has made and all the interest, this boom with chess. No, I just think it's incredible. I'm very happy to see that.
And it's incredible to follow both your adventures. What is next for both of you?
Oh, wow, what is next? I am actually not sure. I've been planning this for so long that I think now everything that I'm focusing on is just actually getting out all the videos and content that I've filmed these last 3 weeks. We've published some of the vlogs, but I think there's like a month of videos right now that are just waiting to be published. I mean, I faced my mom in a tournament this month. My mom played Levy. I played people like Daniel Naroditsky where he was blindfolded and had 45 seconds on the clock. Like, there's been all kinds of crazy things, and I just need to get it all out, and then I can plan my next thing.
That makes a lot of sense. And for you, Pia, will we be seeing you back at the board?
I don't know when I will go back at the board, actually. I've been very active until last year, but this year I have actually played not so much at all. So I will play some team matches.
By choice or because it just happened that there were less tournaments?
It's a little bit by a choice because I do love to play chess. It's not like that, but with age, the energy is not the same. And so I'm a little bit more thinking that when I'm playing something, I really want to be sure that this is a tournament I'm looking forward to. So I'm going to pick up the tournaments and just play less than I've done before.
Well, we'll patiently wait for your return to the board, Anna. We look forward to seeing all your content together with your mom from your trip. Thank you so much for your time. Always a pleasure having you both around, and enjoy the rest of the time here in Vegas.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you.
Baby, wait, I know that you're afraid, but it'll be okay if you just stay with me, and we can run from here, and we can disappear, and they won't find us where we are going, dear. So baby, hold on to me, 'cause I know I can make you believe in something that only we can see. So baby, hold on to me, hold on to me, hold on to me, 'cause I know I can make you believe in something that only we can see. So baby, hold on to me, hold on to me. You got me thinking about tomorrow more than I ever have before. You're bringing light to my shadows. Every day you leave me wanting more. Every time you come up in my mind, a smile comes across my face. Even though I have no idea what we'll find, when I'm with you it falls in place. You're one of a kind. 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 You show up first to every party, and you think tequila is your friend.
Welcome back as we go into the two-game rapid playoff. One finalist is known already, that is Levon Aronian, and the second finalist will be found on this board in the match between Hans Niemann and Fabiano Caruana. That means we will get an all-American final no matter what. And then there is one more match that continues, that is Wesley So against Nordjebek Abdusattorov. We're ready now to draw the next position, and I would like to welcome to the stage Women International Master Carolina Blanco. Give her a round of applause.
Position 583.
Position 583, thank you so much. The players will get 10 minutes to prepare. So to the players, good luck, and to our audience, have fun.
F4.
Ah, F4.
The knight is coming.
Oh, that makes sense, yeah.
There's a knight coming.
Yeah, because otherwise you go here, yeah. B4, F4. And, you want knight F6.
Yeah,
So knight F6, knight F6. First you go here, knight F6. The queen. Well, what if it goes here? Ah, take. Ah, you take. Take G3.
The development is... You can even castle here.
Yeah. But what about this one? You like B4 or B3?
No, it's fair. Yeah, B3. Because does it really matter, this C4 square? Doesn't really matter.
Yeah, I mean, if we're gonna play F4.
It's better not to have this wall there if we have it. Did you have it?
And then 5 knight.
Just like normal chess. I think we should be faster at the center. We should be faster at the center.
B4. What? Go here.
Yeah, why not?
Oh, you take it. Yeah, then we can just play knight.
Always when the queen's on the corner. What is
B4, yeah? Yeah, B4. Okay, G3 is possible too.
And then we just play against the queen like what about C3? No, I think you have to try to get the queen.
But you can play E4,
For
D4.
example, C5, B4.
Ah, C5, B4.
A5 is good enough. Now we take space.
Yeah, I like this, yeah. D4, E4.
That's the bishop. This B4 is good, I think.
Yeah.
Again, this queen is the issue. We need to, I think.
Put G3.
Okay, let's see C7. Now we play B4. And then again the tempo.
Yeah.
And see if B5.
So you play D6. And then you take C3.
C4. And we just take space like this. This queen, so how do you...
I mean, here you can even go here.
Yeah, but we're not A4 we're not worried about.
Yeah.
Because also, not as bishop h6, so how do you develop it? One extra time. You castle immediately.
Yeah, I like this, actually.
But the thing is, like, once we take, okay, if they give...
A5, D4.
No, they can't get as much space.
You're not worried about this, yeah.
The queen, no, I'm not even, just play that.
Well, I guess you can, yeah, B4, yeah. And you're not risking it at all. Okay, G3, G6, A3. So P5, maybe they'll play B4. No, yeah.
No, it's even this, but...
B5.
Even B5. Yeah, it's all against the bishop.
So this is good for white, yeah.
Not necessary.
Yeah, rook B1.
B6.
Yeah, and then...
No, bishop comes to A3, knight E3.
Yeah, knight F3.
D4 doesn't get against this bishop.
Ah, yeah.
We're playing once we get the structure, the bishop's very bad.
Then he has to waste time, yeah. Bishop G7.
Exactly.
Knight e3.
Even d4.
Yeah.
I just.
Or d3.
Oh, this queen.
What?
Just. Do we move our knight? How do we move our knight into? Okay, maybe castle c5. b5. That makes sense. That makes sense. Castle. Okay, take knight f2, makes c6. Okay. Bishop g7, we obviously don't move this. Yeah, deep no, never deep. Maybe a6. d6. Yeah. Now my d6. Or just trade queens with a. Trade everything with a. I think it shouldn't be this is fine. F4 we just copy it. There's no rule. Knight f2, bishop e7. Yeah. Okay, running fb3 then? Okay, b6, bishop b2. Although now maybe f5 is not bad enough. So a5 really. Bit risky. Also, knight f3 and put b6. Yeah. Or b5. E4 also. Always dangerous. Okay, this is dangerous. E4? No, we should probably get our queen immediately. Bishop e2? No, f6.
And we're back here at the fabulous Wynn Resort in Las Vegas, Nevada for the 2025 Freestyle Chess Grand Slam. As you can see, there are 2 players per sides of the arena currently evaluating our starting position of 583. One of those sets of players, of course, is Fabiano Caruana and Nodirbek Abdisatorov. They'll be playing from the black side of the board up against their opponents, Wesley So and Hans Niemann. One of the battles, though, for a ticket to the final table up against Levon Aronian, who sits there awaiting his opponent. For Wesley So and Nodirbek, it's about fighting for a chance at 3rd place. And looking at this position 5-8-3, Vidit, I turn to you as we've brought you back by popular demand, my friend. What do you make of it? The computer, as I mentioned to you just off camera, definitely likes the position for white and indicates that it's lopsided, but you said you're actually okay with that.
Yeah, I would prefer when it's lopsided. Otherwise, there are some positions which I've now figured that it's very symmetrical from the beginning. But here, because of the piece placement, let's say most likely that they'll move the pawn in front of the rook on the left-hand side and open up the queen and the bishop. So I feel that gives white the initiative to do something. That's my guess. Let's see if they push that pawn.
And now that you say that, this is reminiscent of a position we had earlier today, where it's kind of that triple effective move, right? We had, again, a queen, rook, and a bishop all together on one side of the board before.
Yeah, and a bit of a mirror image. And this time it's even more powerful because that queen starts in the corner and, yeah, on the long, long diagonal here, hitting a bishop. There were actually some cool tactics that Fabiano and Nodirbek were pointing out that would win material for white very quickly if black is careless. But we'll see. It feels like a bit of an advantage for Wesley So, for Hans Niemann here.
Yes, for sure. And I'm very curious to see what Hans comes up with. Because apparently he has analyzed almost all the positions.
All the 960 positions.
No, but in general, I see that his understanding of freestyle chess is quite good because probably has worked on it seriously.
Well, 5 seconds to go. This is where it's at. One player will qualify to that final spot, and it's go time.
That's right. We're off with the arbiters. Okay, we'll see each of our players take their seats, extend the handshake. The clocks will start, and off we go. That's your semifinal matchup. Fabiano Caruana up against Hans Niemann, and then, of course, down in that intermediate stage of the lower bracket, Wesley So up against Nodirbek Abdusatorov.
Okay, and big game, high stakes, a lot on the line here for Hans Niemann. It's a dream opportunity to get to the final, potentially $200,000 as well on the line for the winner. And wow.
How about this? A bit of a surprise.
I don't like this move C3 at all. Like,
that's crazy.
I don't get it.
That seems so unambitious.
And like that half a point advantage that the computer gave it at the start of the game has been wiped out.
And both brackets, both players with the white pieces have gone for the exact identical setup, a move that surprised everyone in our studio right now. One explanation for it is, David, that you're trying to blunt the dark squared bishop that you earlier pointed out, you know, lining up against the queen. And maybe it was around this, trying to create that square eventually for the queen to come out. This is getting fun very quickly on that right side of our screen. Wesley with a face-off between the pawns.
And maybe before we let the games breathe a bit, we'll just point out what we were talking about in the studio there, and about how this position did start looking very favorable for white. One of the positions with the biggest evaluations that we've seen so far. As we dive into the games, we've seen some big decisions in the meantime. Wesley So bringing out his rook. Hans Niemann putting a lot of pawns on dark squares, building a pawn chain on that left flank. But maybe we can jump into the Hans Niemann against Fabiano Caruana game.
Yeah, that's our marquee matchup. We're trying to figure out who will have the opportunity to challenge Levon Aronian in a couple days' time in our final table. So that's where we'll head to see how Hans Niemann tries to craft an attack against Fabiano Caruana here. Mr. Stability.
Yeah, he's been pushing some pawns on that left flank. He's trying to tie in the black queen, lock her in before she's able to get out. So I do understand the logic here. But we were very surprised that he wasn't playing on the other diagonal as well, where the white queen could have prevented the black bishop from ever really seeing air.
4 moves by white with it, all of them pawn moves. Does that surprise you?
Not really, because in freestyle it's quite common to try to gain space. But the move order was very surprising for me, how they started. I expected to have the space for queen initially, but they played this move C3, and then yeah, it was a bit of a mystery for me. But yes, otherwise it's not very surprising how they're playing.
Well, this is a good opportunity for me to bring in yet another brilliant mind. We are joined by the man himself, Levon Aronian, the first guy to book a ticket to the final table, my friend. First of all, thank you for joining us. Thank you for raising the collective elo of the group, because I'm the one dragging it down. But as you sit down to evaluate or to take a look at what could be one of your two opponents, this position is quite interesting, and it felt a little imbalanced from the beginning in favor of white. But both of the players with white pieces didn't go the way that we expected them to with the initial moves. What about you?
It's absolutely fascinating what is happening. You know, I don't think I've ever seen this type of structure where white and black doesn't really get to fight in the center, and they just push the pawns, and it's all because of this white squared bishop trying to trap the queen. But generally, I think the queen is not going to be such a big problem. I think maybe this whole push, you know, of the pawns is not going to lead anywhere. Yeah. I guess black will manage to build up a center, you know, with e65.
Now, each of these guys are right now duking it out for the opportunity to challenge you. But I just want to ask you about your experience so far here in Vegas. Through 15-plus games now, it's been wins and losses, very few draws. What do you make of the ups and downs of it all, but the fact that when everything seems to come down to a singular moment, so far you've been the one to rise above it and come out on top?
It's all the prep I did with my friend Andranik. And I have an IM friend who lives here. And we prepared, you know, we got ourselves in difficult positions. And that's what he told me, you know, you're in a difficult position, you need to fight back. And it's working out so far.
I think, Levon, you also have to give a little bit of credit to our Catan game where I let you win. It was your first win in the tournament. And I think that inspired you to start winning.
Yeah, you're right.
You don't sound very convinced.
Well, it was also my first game ever.
Ooh. You know, one player who was really rooting for you throughout this tournament, he's on our screen, Hans Niemann, currently playing this tiebreaker. In this final, how do you judge the chances of Fabi, Hans? Who do you think is a favorite? Who do you think makes it to that challenge for the finals against you?
I think whenever Fabiano plays, for me, he's a favorite because he's a, you know, for me, he's the #2 player in the world.
Something's going on there.
So.
Hans, that wasn't a wave for us.
No, definitely not. Oh, they're talking about the light above.
Oh.
It looks like to me.
Oh yeah, it's super bright.
Yeah.
Blinding.
It's then reflecting a bit too as well. So it's good on them. Calling out arbiters. We'll make sure
I was
they get that squared away.
Euros.
Yeah. They were listening to Levon talk about how Fabi playing every match, you know. Big on Lev.
I'm a big fan, yeah. I'm a big fan of Fabi, so for me it's hard not to root for him.
Despite the fact that Hans was rooting so strongly for you the other day, Levon?
I'm also rooting for Hans every single time he doesn't play Fabi.
There you go.
Fair enough.
Well, there you go. Hans has really entered this Las Vegas event with kind of a fire, though. Reflecting back to the group stage, he seemed to, initially starting off on his own and evaluating, he seemed to kind of have an understanding, an intuitive understandings that in some ways mirrored Vincent early on in the Weisenhaus tournament.
Yes.
What do you make of that? What do you make of how his style ultimately is showcased here in a freestyle world?
Well, that's the reason I call him Professor Hans, because he comes to our analysis, drops knowledge, and leaves. You know? He's just telling us, just write down the moves, what I told you.
But earlier, Vidit was saying you can't trust everything Hans is saying. He sounds very confident.
Yes. Yeah, but he's definitely he definitely spent some time analyzing freestyle chess, and I think he has an interesting feel about the game. Yeah.
And how do you feel about this position now we see in front of us?
I like black somehow. I don't know. You know, it's all nice you're pushing, but in the end of the day, once I get out with my pieces, I go e4, b6, bishop b7. Why is my queen bad? I don't know. I think black just... this is one of those clashes, you know. They say the ultra-modernism. Like in the start of the century, you had this school of ultra-modernists, which were Nemcovich and Reti, who were like, oh, we don't have to care so much about giving away the center. And you had the classical guys, Tarash and Lasker and all these guys. So this is this type of a clash, you know, between...
That's an interesting discussion. Do certain positions cause you to reflect on certain eras of kind of chess concepts? You know, hey, this starting position lends itself to forfeiting the center and not giving, you know, so much of a care about it, whereas maybe another position demands central focus.
Yeah, but it's generally it's the school of thought. I mean, it's philosophy.
All right, speaking of central focus, we'll get back to that, but there's a bit of a big moment right now with this last move that's been played, and maybe with it, Levon, you can break it down, because it's a pawn sack.
Knight on h3, I mean, I just don't understand at all why white would do that, like, and it's just so ugly.
That's not our school. That's not our philosophy of chess.
Yeah, it pains me to see such pieces.
Yeah.
Would you say you're both on the more classical side then?
I definitely am. I think Levon keeps shifting.
I'm flirting. I'm flirting with the modernistic approaches, yeah.
But David, can you just backtrack a couple of moves and just sort of break down what's happened? Because there was a moment when White could have captured a pawn.
Yeah. Right, but then you give away just too much, because your only pride is this bishop. And just for one pawn, you're giving it away, and then the black's bishop comes out.
But we got to show it.
Yes, this is very dangerous for White, yeah.
Pawn is a pawn, maybe?
Yeah, sure. It's
We're
a
all pawn grabbers in the studio.
Oh, good, good, good. But then rook d8, queen c8, f4. Oh my god. I'm really worried about you.
Yeah.
Well, but instead, we're getting a bit of what Levon was talking about, right? We just saw back on the live position, that pawn in the center of the board, scoot up one square. It shuts the light squared bishop out of the game. And now, if we wanted to activate our queen, she's a little bit more safe to do so.
What a sad career, guys, for this bishop, yeah?
Yeah.
It's like my career, it's just retired from the game.
Is it still getting paid? I think that's the question.
I don't think so. He was an aspiring athlete, and now he's just waiting to be told what to do.
You know, I have an idea to give the pawn again.
Take knight g4, yeah?
Yeah, take the knight, put knight g4.
I like it, I like it. Yeah.
And then, you know, put the bishop on e6.
Oof, you're really
Cimento,
mean.
as Peter would say.
Yeah.
And then you enjoy all the activity.
This just looks beautiful for black.
I think Fabi might do it. He's extremely concrete as a player.
And you know, you're going to this whole thing like b5, a4, c3 now looks like the liver of an alcoholic, you know.
Break down what you mean for us. Why is it so bad?
It's like you're pushing, you're having so much fun, and then you realize you made all the bad decisions in your life.
They're coming back to bite you in your later years, right?
For sure, because once, for black, it will be much easier to open up the file, the A file. Once the pawns are way too far, he will go b6, a6, and then white is not developed enough, and he has a couple of static folks who are sitting there and wondering what transpired.
I love the bad liver of drinking too much.
Yeah, it's not the fried liver, it's the bad liver approach to chess.
The fried liver knight as well on g5 that we see.
I think he might even push the pawn to just attack the knight and not try to...
No, Fabi's going to take, come on. I know him.
Ooh, now we're going to find
knight
that.
g4. Yeah, 95. He's going to do that for sure.
Let's show that line.
It's more typical of Fabi.
All right, we guys got to have that analysis. Whatever we're discussing, we'll show it on the board as well.
Yeah, queen takes pawn.
This looks so good for black.
It's beautiful.
I mean, just two more moves, and then you see the beauty of it. Bishop comes out, rook comes in, and then it's like perfect.
So Levon's saying he knows Fabi really well, and he believes he's going to go for this one. David bets are on. We're in Vegas. Does Fabi play it? Ooh!
No, he's broken the connect four as well.
Levon, he's your good friend.
Yes, that's the thing, you know. You spend time with the guy, work with him, and then you think you know him, and then he has this skeleton in the form of b6.
How could you ever trust him ever again?
Yeah, no.
Oh, queen on b2. Oh my god.
But it's still very good for black.
And the queen looks so sad on b2.
Yeah, but you know, at least in the other way, you were destroying my structure, and you were kind of asking me, hey, this is what you want? You want the pawn? Come grab it and let's see what happens.
Yeah.
This way, at least
it's softer.
Yeah, you're still, you keep the hopes.
Yeah.
But David, let's explain why that move was played, because Fabi had a threat on the board with that bishop development that he just got on.
Yeah, just to rewind one move, the black bishop came out. A bit of X-ray vision here against the white queen. If white had done nothing, then that pawn would have moved. Throw it off the board, attack the white queen, attack the white knight. Winning position, so the white queen sits on a sad diagonal anyway. Vidit, you don't like this, but how does the black queen get into the game now? That is the question.
Just bring the rook to the center.
You can also go b6, c5, if you want. And then white has to do the illegal move.
Let's show it. Let's say white castles, that's not illegal. It's this one. That's illegal en passant. If you forget, you're probably busted. Black's pawns are too good.
And then the queen is back.
Yeah, the queen
But
is
maybe
back.
this is not ideal, yeah? White gets...
He's playing a bit strange. He put knight back. He wants to play the same idea, but
He
with
wants to play
supporting knight.
C5.
Yeah, but with the knight. But looks a bit odd, no?
But I like it. I like it. It's fundamental.
Do you think he's also eyeing d4 at some point now that the bishop's opened up? Once the c-pawn.
You know what I feel that is going to happen? G4 is going to happen.
Last time you said something was going to happen.
Yeah.
Yeah, but he doesn't know Fabi very well, but he knows
Hans.
Hans very well. Yeah.
Yes, Professor is going to strike.
No, I think he might not do g4. He'll do something else.
But it's interesting, no? No, Bishop G2, Bishop H3.
Yes.
It's very advanced, folks.
Can we show that line? What happens if black takes it?
And yeah, G4.
No, he'll not take it. No.
Take F5.
Yeah.
It's beautiful. You gotta show it.
Yes, yes. And white gets some play against the king. It's all about the time, folks. I mean, if black manages to bring the queen into the game, it's game over. But that's why I think G4 is interesting.
Strike while the iron's hot before it's too late. Hard to find another move, actually, for white. Hard to find anything productive other than that.
And there's also this feeling if you don't do anything as white, black's just steamrolling, right? With c5, d4.
He can push the pawn in the center as well, like d3 or d4, and try to break in the center. That's also an option.
Look at this.
There we
Hans Niemann.
You clearly know Hans more than you know
Yeah.
Fabi.
Yeah.
This has been established on this broadcast.
The professor.
The professor strikes. Now c5 comes, yeah?
Yeah. Without a doubt.
Without hesitation. he's gonna
This
play.
he can bet money on.
Yeah.
That would be the consistent follow-up to what Fabi did on the last move. Just ignoring the tension on the other flank.
But then c5, gf, gf. Now white has to find a move. Otherwise, d4 is going to devastate everything, yeah?
No, white will play d4.
Right now.
Takes either you include capturing on f5.
I think I would rather include it.
Take, and you think white needs to block the advance of the black pawns?
What a wonderful structure, guys.
What a mess.
Oh, and takes long castle, yeah? That's your point.
Oh.
Yeah, guys, this is the point.
No, you don't even need to long castle.
No?
Just capture on d5.
I just got you.
Just take with the knight on d5.
Ah. I'm just,
No fear, no fear.
no fear, huh? Wow.
When it's not your game, at least, no fear.
Wow, this is very interesting, folks. This is probably the most interesting game of the tournament.
Really?
No, I've never seen structure like this. Look at this.
Probably you didn't see enough games in this tournament.
You need
No,
to do a
that's
hands.
totally insane. But d4, b6, you know, with it, I think, yeah, still, once black gets the center, it's...
But what else to do?
Yeah, I know. White's queen is also kind of missing.
Maybe you can put on d3
Doesn't really help. b6.
and then I take on e4. And then I at least have the file, open file, to put my rooks on.
That's actually bad news. Look at your bishops.
Moves.
He does trade. Moves are coming in. And now the big question, does he go with Levon's suggestion of pushing the d pawn one step or two steps?
I don't think white has any...
He's going for the bishop. He's going for the bishop.
Yeah, he wants... Yeah, I think this this makes more sense.
Push d4, no. I don't think it makes sense. Now
think
black
so.
plays easy, no? Very easy, just push. At least there he had to make some
I
decisions.
know, but at least his queen will be active.
Sorry, which queen?
No, I mean the b2 queen at least. But d4, wait, if I take on d4?
I take back.
Knight c2?
The difference between playing d4 and not playing d4 is a point and a half.
Yeah, d4 is very strong, yeah.
It's a top move.
It's a top move.
Yeah, it's clear.
There it is.
He goes for it. Fabiano Caruana.
Oh, he went
in
knight
driver's
c2?
seat.
Yeah,
Wow.
directly.
This is huge advantage for
But
black.
now you
David.
can play knight b6 and bring the knight to c4.
Oh, yours. But wait, bishop c5, dc, like this. Yeah, no, there are too many good moves for black.
Knight on c4 looks so nice.
But you know, guys, even if you take and play b6, I mean, look at these two bishops. Very sad clowns.
If you had to point one moment where it all went wrong for Hans, you know, Fabi having this much advantage, what would
Putting the knight on h3 in the beginning, on the side, like...
But I think it was already, like bishop a3, this is all too weird. Too weird, yeah.
But that just was the final thing which forced the desperate measures afterwards.
the nail on the coffin there, and Fabi's been just attacking with his pawns at the center of the board. David, do you see any hope for Hans here?
Oh, wow, he's gambling now.
Wait, what?
Given up the pawn.
Creative.
Creative play.
I think the next 2 or 3 moves, if Fabi doesn't get the queen in, then maybe some chances. If not, then should just be a win for black. Pawn up now. And,
So he's kind of protecting his knight b6, or what is the point of this?
Not just like hoping that you take on d2, you have some activity. But I think you don't capture on.
You know, I also want to get our chat
You bring
involved
the
in
rook
this
fetch.
match, James. Let's bring a poll up for them and let's see who's rooting for Hans Niemann, who's rooting for Fabi. We've got our players here in the studio, you know, with their hopes on who makes it to the finals. You got to open the chat at some point and tell me what they're saying.
Yeah, first let me turn my volume down.
And Vidit, I saw you grimace after Hans Niemann just castled his king.
It just feels all wrong. Just everything feels wrong.
I feel like you've had that expression for every single move by White in this game.
Yeah, I just cannot, I don't like ugliness. No. The position of white pieces are too ugly for my
I have
liking.
to introduce you to the concept of ugly beauty.
Don't be shallow. You got to appreciate beneath the surface.
No, I mean ugliness of pieces. I'm not making- like the bishop on g2 and just bad pieces. Like they're suffocated here.
Rook g8, b6. I mean, this X-ray is
You
gonna
just play
come.
by hand, yeah? No.
Yeah, this X-ray is gonna.
I'm live tracking the poll that just went up in chat. 62%, still votes coming in, but 62% right now believe Fabi goes to the finals, to the 36% believing Hans. Of course, they have the benefit of seeing the evaluation of this game. I'm sure that's playing into it to a slight degree.
Oh, a lot of support for Hans coming in there. But to your
Absolutely.
point of finding beauty in ugliness, there is this concept of wabi-sabi that exists, right?
Yes. Yes.
It's perfection in imperfection.
That's like wasabi. Wabi-sabi.
This position's a bit of a wasabi, right? Very spicy and
But what to do when
Nieman's feeling the
your
burn.
position is too imperfect?
Queen h3 is gonna follow, but yeah. What is the clock situation, guys?
3-minute 40 for Hans Niemann, 2-minute 19.
No, this is the game's just starting, folks. Oh, Queen h3, 93. I mean, there's lots of.
Where do you get optimism, Levon? What's the secret of your optimism?
Also, you boys are very fickle because you said this looks like it's almost over for Hans, and now you said the game's just starting.
I didn't see the clock.
Huh.
The 17th piece.
Do you think your optimistic nature is a strength when you're over the chessboard?
No, when I'm winning, it is. When I'm losing, it's not.
Okay.
Yeah.
Ooh,
But definitely, I mean, maybe it's not great to be optimistic in your career, but it's good for like particular games.
Okay.
Yeah. Like generally to have the optimistic outlook is good.
No, I think in general, it's also, there was a study that people who are, let's say, more optimistic or more overconfident, it's always better to be more overconfident than underconfident. It helps you. Like underconfident has no upside. Overconfident at least has the upside that you feel good.
I think Magnus said it right. In chess, the sweet spot is between optimistic and delusional. Somewhere in between that.
Uh-huh. Well, I've been delusional forever. So.
And in the meantime, Fabiano Caruana has gone 2 pawns up. He grabbed a pawn with his rook. There was a rook trade. And this is the current position. White's pieces are probably better than they've ever been, but 2 pawns is a big deficit.
This is a big fight, guys.
Yeah, it's still good, but white, I don't like what Fabi did last few moves. Practically. Objectively, of course, is better, but...
Bishop b2 and then...
Yeah, bishop b2, it
and then
feels like you give them hope.
Game is on.
Predictions now. Is the clock going to play a big role? Caruana now down 2 minutes. What do we think? Is he still going to keep control and win this one? Convert his 2-pawn advantage.
In 10-second increment, You were one of the ones who had to go through a 5-2 matchup against Magnus Carlsen just to get your top spot and make it to the quarterfinals. How is that, a kind of change of pace within a singular day, to have to keep speeding up, you know, and staying on top of those changes in time controls?
I think it's, you know, I like it because you get to enjoy it at some point, you know, you get to get the blitz. We love to play blitz.
Well, right now, Black's threatening a pawn, but can't Hans just grab the 8-6 pawn and on the way defend his own pawn?
Yeah, he probably should, probably has to.
But queen takes pawn, right?
Yeah.
With queen takes pawn, bishop g7?
No, I meant if you take on f5, then queen takes pawn.
Yeah, so he had to take this pawn instead.
Oh, he took it? No, this cannot be good. Bishop g7.
What else to do? Queen on g5?
I thought queen h4.
Queen on g5? What's wrong?
It's getting tricky, right? Rook will slide over, line up against the white queen and king.
And then you move the king.
Too calm. With it, you're too calm.
I wish, but when you force me in a box, I have to fight. Yeah, what to do? I don't think it's so clear.
Bishop f8.
Queen moves. I mean, I know it's bad, but
Just for the bishop on the board. Guys, we might see this line being played out.
Yeah, probably.
I think Fabi practically has gone wrong.
Yeah, there are some chances creeping back here.
I don't like what he did in the last couple of moves at all.
And Hans up on the clock as well.
As ever, right?
As ever,
Just
about
always
2.5
manages.
minutes.
Fabi looks a bit more nervous now, under the 1 minute mark for the first time in this game. Only one pawn up now.
Oh, the professor has a heart rate of 136. Wow.
That is high.
He's fuming.
Or maybe he's sensing that actually there's some new life in the
hope,
position for him.
Yeah, I mean, the position he had and now this is almost winning for him comparatively. Bishop comes back to b2.
Also, some knight c4 might come at some point, yeah?
Yeah.
You never know. This is interesting, folks.
Rippling here, Hans Niemann.
I mean, he's brought it back from a near 4-point disadvantage to within a point.
We love seeing disaster, you know, which we're not a part of.
Do you take some sort of sick pleasure in standing on the sidelines while positions fall apart?
I'm not sure about that.
Ooh, we've seen a repetition of the position. The rook and queen dancing. Will Fabi bail out with a draw here?
Oh my god. He cannot. He cannot make himself do it. No chance.
Yeah, but he doesn't have any time. He's got 40 seconds on the clock and it's a very unclear position.
No, he'll play.
He reaches for the rook. He does it again.
Second time we've seen this position.
No, knight goes back to h7. No, what?
And there we go.
He
repeats.
He's offering it.
And Hans Niemann claims. He says it's a threefold repetition.
Oh my god.
It's about to be a draw.
I think
and handshakes. There it is.
Even Fabi's a little surprised, you know, that he ended up in that situation. But there it is. His hand feels forced. He extends the draw. It's 1.5 to 1.5 here. We have one more game of 10-10 between these two to maybe decide who gets the privilege of playing Levon Aronian in our grand final.
Oh my god, this was so surprising. I mean, I'm just shocked. I'm completely shocked.
So what are you doing in this moment when you're leaving the stage after a game like this?
Cursing myself like this.
But you got another one to play. Are you spending that time cursing yourself?
I'm disappointed. Like, I mean, the position was so good. And White had 0 counterplay. Yeah, I mean, you had a clear chance.
Yeah, this was very surprising. The outcome, I mean.
But it's got to be Fabiano Caruana David, who's the more disappointed one out of the result of this one. Just from the start, such a dominating position. And that would have put 1 foot into the finals in this best of 2. A huge save by Hans Niemann.
Now, we didn't peek in on that Noterbek Abdisator versus Wesley So game, but I can let you know that there was a decisive result there. Wesley So came out on top. They still have one more game to play where Noterbek can strike back, equalize things, and push things to a 5-2 scenario. But again, all focus is on Hans Niemann and Fabiano Caruana. They will flip sides of the board, so Fabiano goes to the white pieces, Hans to the black pieces, and we'll see if anyone can come out on top this time around.
You know, I think it was very uncharacteristic of Fabi to repeat, because generally, whenever given a chance, he's the person who would go for a fight. That's what I've seen him do many times. But I feel like he just felt that things are already going wrong from what he had. And he was like, okay, let me put the brake. Like, there was no time to normalize to the new situation. And he was like, okay, let me put the brakes. Which is uncharacteristic of Fabi, in my opinion.
Could feel it slipping, the momentum swinging, and just said, okay, let me get out before it goes bad.
He probably believes that he still is the better player and he'll take another chance rather than this time scramble, and the momentum was against him, so.
Okay, fair enough. But once again, pressure's on. And for somebody like Hans Niemann, probably coming out of that game very happy, of course, with the draw, to know that he was in maybe a dire straits at one point, managed to wrestle things back, force the draw. Perhaps he's riding a bit of a high going into the next game.
Yeah, because emotionally, this is such a feel, you know, that your opponent is actually afraid of you, afraid of losing even, and you were losing the whole game and you survived. That's a big emotional shift.
I can just imagine how Hans ran when he saw Levon after Magnus game. I can just see him doing that internally now, like just running in happiness.
That would explain the heart rate.
That was a very big high five that he gave you at the end of that one, Lev.
He even did some inspirational speech to me yesterday. After I lost the first game, before I came to the second game, he was like, if there's anybody who can do it, it's you. You've done more. You came back from much harder situations. The professor speaks to
man of many talents.
Yes.
Do you think that was the decisive factor that helped you come back against Hikaru, that inspiration?
The decisive factor was being lucky, which is normally my decisive factor.
You make your own luck on the chessboard.
We got about 3 minutes till we dive into that position lottery. Of course, we don't know what. Oh, go ahead. Questions
I
away.
was just going to ask. You know, this was a crazy game. I mean, Hans surviving this one. If you've got 30 seconds with Hans right now, and you know, going into this final game of 10 plus 10, what are you telling him?
Well,
what's your pep talk?
You played like an idiot, and you know you deserve to lose, but you didn't lose. The fortune smiled upon you, and therefore, you know, don't play like an idiot. Change something and play better.
That's great advice. Vidit, you're on Fabi's corner right now. 30 seconds with Fabi. What are you telling him?
You also played like an idiot. I'm just joking. But the thing is, I've been in Fabi's situations so many times that I can relate. Like the amount of winning positions that I've spoiled. I think just right now I would try to distract him from the game. Maybe just go for a walk if there is some time, and not speak about chess at all, because that doesn't really help. And just come with a fresh mind to the game and try to do that, because the game, you know, will keep replaying in his head, and that's not healthy. So do anything that takes his mind off.
Yeah, and so much happened quickly. David, maybe you can do a quick action replay of what really went down there.
Yeah, and I'll just show the last few moves to talk about why Hans Niemann was maybe getting back into the game, why Fabiano was getting a bit nervous. But then I want to also ask Levon and Vidit where maybe the one moment where Fabiano could have improved a bit earlier, just to show what had been happening the last few moves. The white bishop stepping back, supporting maybe a knight jumping. We saw Fabiano start making mistakes around here from a winning position. He moved his queen forward, allowing one pawn to drop. He moved his bishop forward, and we saw, yes, there's a bit of tension on the g-file, but the white king can hide safely. And a few moves down the line, the white bishop now stepping onto a nice diagonal. Some pressure here, some pressure with the white bishop, maybe white knight. And Fabi just thought, okay, a pawn isn't sufficient here to win this game. What do you think, guys? What was the one moment that you could pinpoint as to where Fabi lost the thread?
Well, I guess if he wanted the rook on g6 so much, he could also play like rook g6 straight away without losing the pawn, yeah? Like check and rook g6, if he wanted that. That also looked normal. Or
practically I feel when he took on d2, there was no need for capturing that pawn, and just like you could not win, but like improve your position by
B6,
hand here. Yeah, just play b6, put the rook double on g file. At least it seems more practical. Although taking the pawn is good too, but just then you saw the bishop coming in the game, which would have never happened if you don't allow this. But of course, in hindsight, it's easy to say. But
And this is the benefit of our position. We get to analyze. We're hoping that Fabi isn't spending too much time thinking about this, as he has to step back on stage for another bout. Over to Fiona, for the position lottery.
Welcome back to the second game of 10+10. We have one player in a must-win situation. That's Nordibek Abdusattorov, who lost the first game to Wesley So in the final. It's all left to play for after the first game ended in a draw. And in order to draw the next position, I'm delighted to welcome a real legend of the game. Back in 1992, she became the 5th woman only to earn the Grandmaster title. Please give it up for Pia Kramling. Pia, you ready?
I didn't bring my glasses. Oh, I'm sorry. I will need to have some little bit of help.
Number 331.
Yes, thank you. Thank you so much.
And Pia, let me ask you a quick question. You've been here with your daughter Anna the entire time. You've watched the games. What have your impressions been of these freestyle games here?
It's amazing. I am enjoying so much to be here. Really happy to be a spectator, to see this world best player playing freestyle. I don't know so much about freestyle myself, but I will absolutely start playing much more. And this setup is just wonderful. Things I have been dreaming about when I was young, to see chess or to be developed like this, to be able to watch like this. So it's wonderful.
Pia, it's always a pleasure having you. We look forward to seeing your own freestyle games in the future. Shout out also, of course, to Anna. For now, to the players, best of luck. They are preparing already, and to the audience, have fun.
This is good, man.
You think? B5.
No, this year. Knight f6, knight f4. I think f4 is weakening.
G3 got it. B4.
Okay.
E4.
What if he tries to go d4?
G6. Oh, you have h6, knight f6, h6. Very careful.
I'm afraid with this king.
But you can copy it. Yeah, if I bishop f7. Don't mind copy. Well, then just copy it. Bishop a5. Bishop a5.
No, not bishop.
Ah. Queen.
I don't think so.
Really?
I think you give too many people.
Oh, so he's just gonna cast it on or something.
Yeah.
Rook g1. You don't believe in h. Well, then bishop.
Yeah. Well, this makes sense.
Yeah, I think just got. But they play e4. E4, e5, yeah.
But no. Well, maybe this and g6. Okay. No point for you.
Or rook f5. Yeah, f5, rook f5. Check.
Oh, check. Position.
It's good, yeah. It's been forever.
No, you just take g6 even.
Okay. Yeah, you can develop that queen.
e4.
e4 doesn't make sense. Maybe just copy is good.
But not c5 too early because
also d6, b5.
No, c5.
Maybe he'll go d4 first.
I think.
Maybe.
We have no choice.
Copy.
Yeah,
I like this copy.
it's the principle, but it can't be that.
Yeah, you're not never gonna blunder it.
Maybe we have 6 first.
You're not scared of this stuff, yeah?
No.
Bishop d. Bishop g.
Okay. Symmetrical. Let's provoke.
Bishop a5, knight c4.
Okay, bishop a5, just knight f6. That one definitely. This is a waste of time.
Yeah, maybe.
Queen h6 counts. And then knight c4. We just have to stop the pawn breaks.
You're never scared of this stuff, yeah?
No, I don't think there's reason to be.
Bishop b4.
So c4. Say knight b3.
Well, d6.
Yeah, no d6. Yeah.
Bishop a4.
d4, bishop a4, e3, b5, c5, b4.
Also d4, bishop a4, knight f3. Also you can go c5, yeah? Like here, and c5.
Yeah.
Yes, before.
Queen takes.
Yeah. g6. Just copy. Okay. Yeah, I think.
But your pieces, last pieces are fine. There shouldn't be much pressure if you just play normally.
Yeah, just copy. I think maybe they will go here. Maybe. You think Bobby will play them? What do you like?
More good space.
Knight g4 maybe. Just off knight f3. G1. Bishop G1. Yeah, bishop c4. Yeah.
But maybe you have some small.
I think
You can also use bishop on d4.
Yeah.
But this is
So f5 is a third one.
I think at some point I have to play
Like,
so b6, b4 is interesting. What if
c4? Yeah, c4. This looks nice.
More possible.
Yeah, sweet.
C5, b4.
Before f7.
C4 plus. p4? You can. Oh wait, you cannot take. Take and queen a3? No, but we just take. Rook b7? Ah, but I thought the... Or queen a3. But you can take and queen a3, right? Yeah, that's something. Okay.
And we're back with just 30 seconds to go before our players step onto stage to do battle here in the second round of our tiebreak scenarios. A reminder, we've got two boards in play. It's Wesley So with a 1-point advantage over Nodebek Adusatorov. These guys are fighting to continue their run in the lower bracket. But of course, our marquee matchup sports Fabiano Caruana up against Hans Niemann, fighting for a spot at the final table against Levon Aronian. For those of you who might have missed that action-packed last game, it was Fabiano Caruana who had a solid advantage for the majority of it. Fighting back, though, as ever, is Hans Niemann, and in the end, Fabiano decides to go to a draw, cutting any opportunity for Hans to ultimately flip the momentum in his favor. So we enter into this matchup on equal footing.
Here we go. The clocks are about to begin. It's position 331. We have two experts in the studio with us. Levon, Vidit, what do you make of this starting position? Who's it going to favor early off?
I don't understand the position at all. I don't even understand what's the first move to make. This is... Maybe it's because I'm tired, but generally it's a hard one. Very hard position.
Yeah, it's not an obvious
Really
move.
love it.
And you were earlier mentioning that what creates the biggest imbalance is the bishops placed at the center of the board.
Yeah, this is great. Yeah.
Clumsy bishops. And,
Any prediction for the first move, Levon?
F4 is my prediction.
That was my move, Levon.
It was. Then it became mine.
Just stole my idea.
Yeah.
All right, I'm going with F4 as well. What about you with it, David?
C4.
C4, of course, the English. With it?
I'm not sure.
You gotta be quick.
G3. No, G3 is ugly. No, I don't know.
This is why you're always under time pressure.
There it is. There's the
F4
answer.
on the board.
Pawn to F4, and there was some commotion in there in the tournament hall just before the game started. A bit of humour, I think something to do with the chairs or maybe the board. But we are off.
Bishop F2?
Yeah, makes sense.
Undefended
B6.
pawns.
No, C5. Push the pawn.
Oh, before, my friend. Don't be so optimistic.
D6.
Oh, Queen A3. No. Don't do this to yourself.
Put it on the board. This is analysis while Hans Niemann decides how to guard his pawn. Levon is advocating for B4, trying to open this diagonal, and then the white queen coming out to A3.
See, it's no big deal.
It's no big deal.
We'll see. We'll see.
I'm scared.
Black king in the middle as well makes it maybe more tempting to go pawn hunting for white.
But I thought that Hans made a knight move. It felt the move, the hand move.
Brought his knight out to guard the pawn.
But there are not many pastures for this horsey. So C4, B3. I'm going to restrict your...
Yeah, I like
knight.
C4.
Should have played it on move 1, C4. There we go. It happens now. And
No, b3 looks good. Knight c2.
Yep.
Tiny bit better for white.
Which side are you putting your king to safety?
But you know, there's this threat of knight f6, knight g4. Take the
Yeah,
bishop.
no, I have to make sure I play knight f. Oh! Aha, okay. I was worried that you can play some bishop d7 now to stop me from castling. But that's too risky for black, yeah? But it's interesting, like bishop d7 and knight f6. Creating.
Actually, I don't know why you think white is so much better. Like,
I also don't know.
Just to let you know, the computer thinks black is significantly better.
That's what I thought. What's the move? Knight f6 or bishop
e5 or something?
Yeah, both were good. Knight comes out.
Big threat.
Yeah, knight g4, and it's hard to stop. If the white knight develops, then something
Maybe
that...
white overextended.
Yeah.
You know,
black
Dutch
coming.
is never really a good idea.
Yeah.
Because this is close to classical chess.
Dutch and English is not a good idea together, yeah?
But also, let's point out, there wasn't just one undefended pawn in this position. The h2 pawn was also hanging, and I think the knight is headed there to either win the bishop pair or extra material. So how do you counter this threat?
h3.
h3.
Fabi has more heart
no,
rate
bishop
than
d7, sorry.
Hans. Fabi is feeling it more.
He's feeling the tension.
But you were discussing this while we were off camera, right? The dynamics, and when you're on the front foot, you're on the attack, but you also repeat the position. Somewhere that shows psychological weakness?
No, that's, yeah. Normally, yes. I don't know how it is with Fabi, but normally it's not a great sign.
Yeah, I would imagine barring just gaining a little bit of time if you were low on the clock.
I mean, when
there's
you have
not much of a reason to do
Bishop
it when you're the
c6
one
looks
ahead.
strong even, yeah?
Also, when you have to play a move like h3, you know things have gone wrong. Like, you never voluntarily play a move like this.
Before the bar shoots either way, up or down, I want predictions here. Guys, do you think this goes to a 5+2? Will we have a second tiebreaker, or do you think it gets decided, our finalist in this one, right here, right now?
I kind of think it will be decided, but just judging from the last couple of days where it's gone the distance, it feels like we might be there to till the bitter end.
So you think tiebreaks are coming up?
My heart tells me tie breaks. My head tells me it's here and now.
David is such a hard worker.
It's so tough to get an answer from him.
Just wants to stay here forever.
Ever the politician
Vegas,
as well.
We could save on the hotel bed.
I think Hans will take this. Bold take, but
In this game?
yeah.
Fabi is gonna win.
No,
So it's
not from
Hans,
this position.
Fabi, tiebreakers, James?
I said it earlier. I said Fabi had to win in the 30-30 portions if it went to tie breaks. I thought Hans, so I'm going to stick with my bet there.
I think it goes into a 5+2. This goes down to the wire. I think Fabi just always wants a long match.
No, but look at the pawn structure.
Oops, he lost a pawn.
No. Yeah.
Ah, no, wait.
What?
He's lost the pawn.
If you push the pawn, bishop takes pawn.
Oof.
See, I just saw the position and made the prediction. I
Okay,
have no
rook e1.
favorites.
Rook e1, not a big deal.
Okay. Move the knight.
Then I take the bishop, bring my bishop to f3.
Yeah, possible.
And I have two bishops.
And one less pawn. And you can castle only one side now.
Yes. But it's a...
And it's a decisive game.
It's a sharp one.
And you have a beautiful bishop on the corner.
But this bishop on f3 is so beautiful also.
You saw what happened to beautiful bishops last game.
I would argue
They don't stay beautiful for long.
this position is less bad for Fabiano than Hans's position was bad in the previous game.
That's true.
No, the position is totally unclear.
No, but for Fabi, this feels worse because he's also a bit of classical. He's not a very hyper-modernist. And for him, he knows that this is bad, but in the head, it's 3x bad than the objective one.
I think you have a... I think you're underestimating Fabiano's love for bad positions.
He's not Maxime, at least.
No, but he loves this type of dodgy positions. You should play more blitz with him. You will notice. No, he's very tricky. No, I think this is just the start of it, guys. rook e1, and I don't know what he's thinking.
Yeah, looks odd to take that bishop because it will just be replaced by the black queen. And then the black knight has access to a nice outpost on g4. So moving the white rook looks like the way to go. Yeah, strange to see Fabiano thinking. He's been quite slow these couple of matches so far, these couple of games.
And in such a situation, do you start, I mean, it's so important to forget what's happened, but does it at all play in your mind that you had this opportunity in the last game, what you could have done differently?
Not right now. I think now you're survival mode. Like you're fighting for your life.
And also, the best players have a very short memory.
Yes. David's mentioned that a few times.
That's true.
Yeah.
Got to be a goldfish in chess.
Exactly. Better not to remember anything at all. Better to be in the moment. But the rook does move. The black knight couldn't come forward as the...
I was actually not sure if knight e8 is correct or knight h7.
I like knight e8 because on h7 it felt dead.
But then I go for e5. Then g5 becomes vulnerable. I don't know. Then also I think this e8 square I want to keep for my rooks.
Possible.
It's
but
debatable.
This also feels very harmonious.
Yes. So who do you think is better with it?
Of course black, no?
Yeah?
No,
Not
I mean,
so sure.
come on. No?
No.
We see the eval bar.
Look at the king, look at the material.
Look at the clocks.
I don't know. I'm not convinced.
I would think this is really bad for white. Like
Yeah.
minus 1.5.
Wow. Wow. But how do you, I mean, how do you attack me? Like what, how do you break my plan? You know, all I want to do is
What
just...
plan?
All I want to do is castle and come and sack on h5 and checkmate you. There's nothing else I want to do in this life. How do you stop that? You need to break in the center,
E5,
right?
yeah.
So e5 you're going for. Okay, I get it.
Or I can go for c5, knight on a4, b5.
All right, let's just have some arrows to describe these plans that these the super
I know.
grandmasters are discussing right now.
They do happen to be rattling off
Yeah.
the top engine moves, but for us mere mortals,
We gotta show it, right,
maybe
all
we
these
can
ideas.
break it down a little bit more elementary
David.
style.
No,
Yeah.
we are having a philosophical fight here. Like Levon thinks practically white is having great chances. I
Yes.
feel black is considerably better. That's why we are like trying to have this debate.
Which we love.
We do enjoy that. And in the meantime, there were two plans Levon mentioned. One is sacrificing on h5. That would mean the white bishop stepping forward. Vidit, you wanted to put a knight on the edge of the board. And maybe when the black queen gets driven back, pawn to b5 is coming. The white king...
Yeah,
can't
if I
really get
manage to
castled.
activate the queen, you know.
I mean, you don't have enough
How?
pieces to even attack, yeah?
Actually, how are you getting the queen to the right side of the board to finish that attack
See,
off?
Levon is optimistic. That's what is clear in this stream.
Now that you mentioned it.
I'm telling you, portal chess is the next variant of chess.
You disappear in a tube and then come out.
And then appear on another side of the board.
Love that. Love that.
I lie somewhere between realism and pessimism.
Oh, that's the other end of the spectrum. Then.
Yeah, in between that.
And I'm a dreamer.
Believe. You're
Not the only one.
I'm a believer.
And Levon, in the break, we found out that you hadn't realized you were in the top two now, that you didn't realize there was a day off tomorrow, that that was the grand final you're just waiting for now.
That you have 100K guaranteed right now.
Yeah, no, I really didn't realize it, actually.
I wish we caught it on camera.
No, because I really try to keep away these thoughts of like reward, because it can change the way you play. So now, yeah, I thought actually I guaranteed top 4 finish, but now I realized I'm in a final. Wow.
You'll be in a final with one of these two. Do you have a preference, Lev, who you'd rather play against?
I like them both. Hans was rooting for me, so, you know, I like him for that. But I know him a little. I know my boy Fabi for much longer. So, of course, my heart is with my old friend Fabi.
But then do you want to fight him in that final?
Yes.
What are friends for?
Yes, of course.
Fight your friends. You heard it here first.
And the best of friends will push you to your limits. They'll test you.
How about the plan of the white knight coming into the center?
It's too slow.
Too slow.
Yeah. Yeah, knight a4 is a very nasty idea, actually.
Yeah, just put the knight there, you can't even castle.
Fabi lines it up. He puts his rook on the edge.
Yeah,
maybe he is trying to retreat with his king to g2.
Run away.
But then...
And then he's safe at last.
Takes so long, though.
Step by step. So for black, for Hans being up a pawn right now, David, is it fair to say that knight, by the way, both the plans that these guys have been discussing are on the board. Is the b pawn moving up next to open the line?
Yes.
Yes.
Simple as that. Black rook needs
It's
to open up.
like a dream Benko. You don't even give up a pawn.
You're up a pawn.
Yes.
This is like Peter Leko's type of Benko. It's a gambit where you don't sacrifice.
Yeah, for those who might be new in our audience, the Benko Gambit opening, where black has similar ideas but has sacrificed material to get these open lines, to get this play along the b file. But here, the script is flipped. Hans Niemann is up a pawn and playing for the initiative as well.
It's actually stellar, though. I mean, top two moves are basically the same evaluation, but the computer just wants that king to start running.
Wow.
King e1, king f1, yeah?
Yeah, that's...
much.
See?
So, Levon, do you change your evaluation of the position now that we analyzed a bit?
Yes.
And the current evaluation stands?
Black is better, but the white is in the game.
There's always a but, huh?
Well, realistically, I still have two bishops and maybe a glimmer of hope that one day they will be useful.
But is Fabi's clock, is that another factor that's coming into play? He's touching the 3-minute mark, less than half the time that Hans has.
Yeah,
that's not good news for Fabi.
We've seen players fight back from worse, though. Anything is possible.
Queen moves.
Huh.
You push the b pawn, right?
So b5, knight a5 he wants to play, or?
Why didn't he
It's
play
a quick
b5?
response, but it's a knight move instead.
Ah.
Sometimes...
Knight c7 is strange. What about knight a5 now?
Yeah.
Do you want to know the top computer move?
Let me guess.
Yeah.
Let's guess.
Yeah.
Let's guess.
This is a good one to guess.
d4?
Nope.
No. Some
He
knight
didn't
move.
play it.
Some knight move.
It's not a knight move.
It was difficult.
f5? No?
No.
No, f5 what?
One of the bishops.
Wow.
Bishop e1?
Nope.
Okay, I think we should give
Bishop takes h5.
It was the move. And what was happening?
Bishop takes
Oh,
h5.
d4 was coming. Oh my god.
And then you blow it with d4.
Oof.
And rook takes pawn, followed by the queen coming in as a big threat.
This is beautiful.
Oh, because queen g4, you just castle long.
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Or rook h4, rook h4. Sorry.
This could have been very beautiful.
Hitting the queen, and when the queen moves...
But Fabi didn't see it, huh?
Oh, yeah, it was
He
hard.
did not.
It was really hard.
Yeah.
Very difficult. Especially with no time on the clock. He brought his knight to the edge
He
of the board.
played the most natural move, actually.
But this doesn't do anything. 96. e3.
No, but a good example of the difficulty of finding that top engine move, even with us notifying you guys of it, and with a couple chances, still couldn't be found, right?
Yeah.
But it's
Now
in the
rook
air, like-
fc8 is coming in b5, yeah?
I like rook f8. It's a good move.
Just to point out, black cannot play b5 immediately, or maybe should not play b5 immediately, because white can jump in with the bishop. To
No, this queen moves, actually. And the a5 knight is attacked.
Yeah, I realized as I said that. It's not so easy.
I was thinking of knight c6.
Knight c6. Either way, the c6 square.
I don't care, actually. I would take the pawn.
Hans goes
No,
with your idea,
a4
by the way. The rook does slide over to the c file. Getting ready to push the b pawn.
Now Fabi needs to find something, and he needs to find it quick.
But what?
Bishop e1, yeah, I guess.
Yeah, he was given a small opening a few moves ago, didn't find the right answer. King's going to tuck up onto that second rank.
Yeah, you push b5 now.
But then b5 isn't it devastating?
Yeah. Black rook is opening up, the black knight, bishop, all staring down at the same pawn, which cannot move.
He's trying to run away and be safe at last.
Running.
I'm repeating this because my daughter's she's watching this cartoon where it's about sharks who have to run away and stay safe at last. Yeah.
Oh.
So
Fabi needs to take inspiration.
yes, from baby sharks.
Baby shark.
This looks.
Here we go. The pawn.
King F1. Vamos.
Actually, that might be a best option, but no. But you take on c4 and
Have to take with the knight back to try and defend the b2
push
pawn.
the pawn d5.
just
There's
to show
nothing happening.
So black's idea is clear. You want to trade this pawn and pick up the b2 pawn, like David's highlighting, but the knight can recapture and defend.
The problem is black's moves are also very simple. Like very hard
if this
to go wrong.
happens, this you cannot come back from this. Yeah, this is it. Is this the board?
So he's taken on b5.
Yes,
this
he's
very
taken
moment.
pawn takes pawn.
Queen takes.
You could take with the rook as well.
Yeah, rook
indirectly
takes.
defend.
Yeah. It's better actually. Rook takes is better move.
Why do you say it's better?
Because when the knight comes to c4, my queen is kind of misplaced on b5.
But let's show the tactic, because it looks like you're hanging a knight, but there are tricks in the position, David.
Yeah. Okay, this has actually happened very quickly, so we will just very quickly show it. Queen takes knight would be a huge blunder, because after the rook jumps out the way with a check, all importantly, the white queen drops off next move. So instead, the white knight has hopped back and challenged by Hans Niemann. b3 is the response.
Yep.
D5, yeah?
Yeah, push d5, yeah.
Yeah, D5 is extremely annoying because C4 is coming, you know? D4 is coming. The bishops are good, but once the structure becomes wobbly, then the knight becomes very strong.
Hans is also feeling it, yeah? He's playing fast.
Yeah, he is. And it was James and you who picked Hans for the win in this one.
Mm-hmm.
Looking good, your bets.
He's feeling confident.
Levon has a lot of money now to pass on to losing the bet.
Hans told me, like, we have to meet in the final. It's written in the stars.
Oh, wow.
Wow.
Today.
It's destiny.
Yes.
How could we bet against the guy?
He said that to you today?
Yeah.
Wow.
Well, right now he's delivering on his promise then.
You gotta love his confidence, though, right?
How could you not? How could you not?
Okay, of course, you get the confidence after surviving the previous game. Yeah.
So that was it.
It was a big shift.
This reminds me of Fabi's candidates, where he had like completely winning position against Nepo, and same thing in the last game, like so winning that you just need a miracle to go wrong.
And it did. The miracle happened.
Yeah, and there were quite a few conversations with Magnus and Hikaru, falling out, as well as Vincent Keimer, our first event winner, that, open season for players like yourself and Fabiano. Fabiano finishing in second and third place at previous Grand Slams. Maybe he too felt like this was his chance, but as things start to go wrong down the stretch and you feel it slipping away, that can be a really hard thing to mentally recover from.
Yeah, for sure.
I think you take on h5 and hope, or?
No, Queen D2. We're just calma. Most important.
You know, as commentators, we actually often discuss that, and I want to get your views on this, that, Magnus walking away from the World Championship, suddenly it feels like it's open for other players. You see this renewed ambition, desire to fight more. Here as well, knocking down into the lower bracket, and as you said, it's an open field for anyone to take. Do the players, and then we sometimes think that, whenever Magnus plays a tournament, is it a fight for second place? Do players have that feeling that it's a good thing he's out of the race?
Of course, he's very strong, but I don't think he is. He's at his best in the start of a tournament. That's, I think, normally when is a chance to beat him very early on. Because once the locomotion is going, it's very hard to stop. Yeah, Magnus is like that, so he needs some time.
But what do you think?
To quote great people, I don't really care.
Literally, you forgot to put it literally in that.
Because honestly, it doesn't make a difference to me if Magnus is playing World Championship or not. It doesn't change a thing for me.
In the meantime, Fabiano has lost a couple of moves. He's run away with his king. The black knight has improved. Hans Niemann's blowing open the center.
This is lost, no?
Yeah, this is hopeless, yeah.
What?
Like, there's just no chance.
Just over. Like, the white king is so open. White's a pawn down. The white rook's not connected.
30 seconds on the clock and counting here for Fabiano.
And it looks like he's frozen. He needs to make a move. 20 now. Is this more over than what it was for Hans in the previous game?
For sure.
Yeah.
For sure. There
That's
is no
interesting, 'cause
single piece that White has.
By the numbers, it's just matched the peak of the last game, but from your perspective, it feels so much more dire.
The other one had some imbalances, even though it was looking weird for White, and Hans was kind of struggling to get his pieces in. Here, there's barely any pieces left, and
Hans is playing so fast too, yeah?
I don't like this d4 though.
Yeah, I was wondering, is it genius or is it...
I don't like it.
Yeah, but he's playing quick. He's just he keeps tossing the ball back into his opponent's court, right? I'm not going to give you any more time to think than what you've got on your clock in that 10-second increment.
Oh, this is just horrible that it's so painful.
C4 is annoying, yeah?
Yeah, C4.
Oh, C4 was a classy move, I think.
That was the top move.
That was a very classy move. I think that would have sealed the game.
Yes.
He's still getting there.
Ah, Hans is getting nervous.
Yes, that's what I felt. Like he's playing too fast suddenly, yeah? Although the position is completely winning still, but he's playing way too fast.
Still looks very good, no? Just White struggling to move any pieces.
He's not thinking.
Yeah, blitzing out moves here. He's double threat on the pawn and the queen. Queen moves out of the way. He'll slide.
F6, and then the rook joins in.
Oof.
White is paralyzed. White can
Disaster.
barely move a piece.
Yeah.
Another pawn dropping. Black knight.
Yeah,
coming.
Hans is actually playing so well throughout this tournament. Except, I mean, his game, in the previous game, I mean, he's really impressed me with his play.
I agree.
Fabi running away with that king, but maybe running too late.
F6.
Dropping.
I like F6 the best.
I like knight e6 and bring the knight to g5.
No, but why not F6 and then G5, G4, G3?
Yeah, also good.
G2, G1, G0.
Yeah, he played knight, yeah.
Yes.
Oh, bishop on f1.
Oof. That's the worst bishop pair I've ever seen.
Now
that's
c4.
brutal. Exactly right. He won't play it though. He's just going to bring the rook over.
He's just seeing the king.
He sees the blood in the water.
So fast,
He's
like
going for it.
Why?
Now he's going to go for H4.
But why is he playing so fast?
When you've never been here before, I mean, this is new for Hans. This is the biggest moment. Like, you want to get the tension out, right? So playing super speedy makes sense when you know you're winning.
I'm curious to see his heart rate monitor now.
Yeah, we could maybe get those heart rates up. But he's up to 7 minutes on his own clock at this point.
He's playing way too fast for my liking. Like, this is how you kind of go wrong, no?
Bishop G3.
Yeah. He's not made a single mistake, though. So speed, hard to blame him for it.
Speed and intuition.
Yeah, bishop.
He's going to get a speeding ticket for all this from Dr. Vidit.
The professor is getting a speeding ticket from the doctor. Everybody's going to leave the tournament with a new profession if Levon has anything to say about it.
Here we go. Hans offers a trade of dark squared bishops. White's dark squared bishop is the only thing really holding things together.
He can't contain his excitement. It's so visible.
Yeah, it's been just about a master class. And look at that. If anything, the heart rate's settling a little bit, right? He's dipped back below that.
Yeah. He's waiting to jump, like, yes.
He knows he's about to reach the final here in
Hans
Las
in
Vegas.
the finals. No?
Oof. 18 seconds for Fabi.
Yeah.
Could be the last few moves, the last few moments of this game.
Tactics.
Of the semifinals.
He missed out on the Paris event, his first freestyle event being Grenke, but this is his first time on the live stage.
Beauty
prize. Look how happy Hans is.
Oh my God. I think we might have another table smash.
Wow, it's going to be checkmate.
This time in celebration.
Checkmate coming in a few moves now.
Knight G1.
Oof.
No, rook e3.
Knight
what knight G1? Oh, sorry.
Queen's hanging there,
Sorry.
rooks coming in, huge threats.
I just missed it.
Yeah. All roads lead to that final, it seems.
Yeah, Queen G5 was a bit of a knockout blow there.
Knight g5.
I'm telling you, he's playing 2 first.
Yeah, knight g5. Again, still well advantaged, but that gave a small opening.
Do you go in with the rook? Do you win the queen?
I guess.
You can even take on e4.
First you stop and think.
There you go. Well, he's got 6 minutes plus to do it, so.
Ooh, big threat. Knight coming in with a check, a fork.
You sacrificed the exchange earlier like it was nothing, like 1 second, boom.
Yeah, this is a good move. So winning.
This is a good move.
This is too winning.
Knight
you
d6
cannot
is-
spoil this.
Oh, look at that crowd.
I mean, and for good reason.
Rook f4. Attack the queen.
And then rook h4, yeah? Oof.
Saw the dark squares around that white king collapsing. Now we see Jan-Henrik Butner.
Oof.
This one, it's just one final tactic that awaits.
Yeah, rook and then queen f6 after queen h3.
Yes.
I mean, this is everything Jan-Henrik wanted in creating an event like this, right? An opportunity for young players like Hans Niemann to show us their stuff in the format of freestyle chess.
That's a beautiful move by Hans right there. Hits the queen, lines up a battery on the F line next. Hans knows it. He's got this in the bag. And that power move that, David, you talk about.
Leaning back, taking a sip of water. Normally the top players, that is a sign of confidence. They know the game is about to end. And
it's just about putting the finishing touches on it here.
Yeah, rook h4 just settles it.
This is clutch performance by Hans.
Yes, 4 attacking pieces. The black queen, black rook, black bishop, black knight. They're all corralling the king.
He has played excellent this game, we must say.
Yeah.
Like, when he got a chance, he just played really well.
A near masterclass, especially considering the speed.
He was better on move 4, move 5, and never let up.
And for Fabi, he has to know this, right? This is the end of the road.
He absolutely does. He's taking a look at the board with 5 seconds left to make a decision. He is going to look to fight on.
There's no move to make.
Made it with 1 second left on his clock, Fabiano. Giving up his rook for a bishop. It might not even be captured.
He's offering pieces. Trying to find any out available to him, and you've got to appreciate that. The tenacity, the fight of a guy who's been so close to that #1 spot so many times. But right now, it's Hans Niemann who's looking to steal that opportunity away from him.
Putting the finishing touches. The last few moves of the semi-finals. And Hans knows it as he leans closer. Fabiano Caruana knows it, making that move with just a second on the clock. It's got to be heartbreaking for Fabi after that big win against Prague. In an epic duel, Hans, he's about to reach out. As he does, the knight comes in with a check.
Yep. Has to be taken. It's opposite color bishops, but with queens and rooks on the board, that does not mean safety. No fortresses here. The white king's so open. This is just over.
Yeah, it's a desperate situation. Fabi continues to offer pieces, but now the queen slides over for a check.
I think this is the last move.
There's a mate and 9 on the board.
Yeah, the rooks are disappearing. The black queen is coming in.
Yeah, I think it's lost.
He's about to resign. Fabiano Caruana.
Takes and queen g3.
That's it. You hit the bishop. You're coming in with a checkmating idea, and Hans has seen it all the way through. And that's it, handshakes.
There it is. Hans Niemann on his first time here live on the stage. He's been calling his shots the entire way through from the group stage, surprising so many. And then, of course, to fight through the upper bracket time and time again, he takes down top opponents. And Fabiano Caruana, as strong as he may be, could not take down the likes of Hans Niemann.
Just incredible stuff. Hans Niemann beat the world #3 on the biggest stage of his life. He's bold, he's fearless, and he's through to the finals. Sets up an epic Vegas showdown. It's going to be Levon Aronian versus Hans Niemann.
And you will see that on Sunday. In the meantime, one game still ongoing. It looks like Wesley So about to wrap up his match against Nodibek Abdusattorov with a big advantage and with the win in the first game too. We see the black bishop, black queen, rook. Yeah, it's just a material, well, it feels like a material advantage for black, although it looks like there was a winning move a moment ago. Okay, this one's turned slightly. The bar was lying to me.
You're playing against Hans. How are you looking forward to this final? What are your reactions to what we just saw?
Well, they play so well. I mean, it's an opportunity for me to learn, and, you know, I love to play against young players. So it's wonderful. I couldn't dream of anything better.
You know, you said if you were in his corner, you'd tell Hans, don't play like an idiot, like you did in that game 1. Did he impress you with that performance in game 2?
It was a really beautiful way he played. Yeah. Very classy, very composed, very, you know, it looked easy.
It absolutely did. And for Fabi, unfortunate not to get that so desired top position or shot at it at the very least. Of course, as we arrive at this lower bracket bout here, it was looking good for Wesley So, and just like that, all of a sudden, Noterbeck has some winning chances in this one.
This looks winning for White, yeah.
Yeah, it could be looking to extend the day.
I think takes on c5 and queen
then
a5.
queen comes back.
Queen a5, queen d2.
Yeah.
Just finding a way back for the white queen onto any square that checks the black king should be decisive. Yeah, this one, Wesley was in full control just a few moves ago, but he's let it slip. Dropping some pawns on the way, and now this check. And this idea of getting the white queen back should be deadly. Noterbeck with 30 seconds, though. Must-win situation.
Yeah, takes on c5 is...
Yeah, it looks deadly.
I think he'll find it.
And you can even...
Rook c7. This is a strange move.
Brings his rook across.
I think Noterbeck has been a bit off from recent times.
Hans there, putting his jacket back on. Hot pink jacket for him.
Hot pink jacket to match the hot streak that he's had on display here in Las Vegas.
Yeah, now a rook trade offered by Wesley So, covering the 7th rank. Makes a lot of sense. If you can trade pieces, Wesley should be safe enough.
Well, it's still extremely dangerous for black.
Yeah, but if all the rooks...
So much anymore, actually.
No?
Just now keep attacking, yeah?
Bishop takes pawn played. He's going to pawn up Wesley So. Yeah, the black rooks will defend their king. Still looks scary.
They will? I'm scared of queen b8, guys. Unlike you, I'm...
Queen d4.
Oh, now queen d4.
Oh,
wow,
that's a beautiful
amazing move.
Ooh. Hitting the white rook, and then, only then, taking the white bishop next move.
With your own rook. Is that the only move? Because queen takes bishop, and Levon's idea now looks extremely powerful, no? Line up the queen and the rook against the black king.
But maybe rook e8, yeah, not a big deal.
No panic.
No panic. Need to learn that from Lev.
No panic, but not much time. Look at those clocks. 20 seconds apiece. So neither guy playing with a time advantage here.
But now even something like rook f6 could be possible.
Yeah. There is one stable move
Rook
here.
comes...
Oof. Yeah, I think Wesley is surviving this for sure.
Apparently there's only one way not to lose on the spot for
Queen
white.
comes back to b2, and that's the only way, but...
Yeah, that's a draw.
That's... You never play it in...
What a
b2.
turn of events. Wow.
Rook e2 resigns.
You would never play queen b2 there?
I
would
mean,
never
in the
play
match
it.
situation, you cannot.
Oh, because he has to play for the win.
Yeah.
I understand. Sorry.
No, if I see it, no, d5. And
I think Wesley's going to take on c5.
No, d5. No, you go for mate.
You know Wesley. Get the queens off.
No, d5. Push the pawn.
Yeah, there we go. He cuts the diagonal. Wesley So. There we go. And rook's coming off. The white king is going to be cornered, mated.
It's too winning for Wesley to not play it.
And the black queen is beautiful. She covers the corner square, so no checks from the white rook. And she will aid the attack on the white king as well. Wesley So about to move on.
1 second, and he resigns.
There it is, the resignation, Wesley So. I mean, we had pegged him as somebody that you should keep an eye on as he entered the freestyle chess world, being the first ever world Fischer random champion. And while he did get knocked down to the lower bracket, he has definitely stepped up his game, and he will move on for a chance at 3rd place.
Yeah, he looked relatively in control for most of the match today. Yes, it went to tie breaks, but never in too much danger. Took his chance when it came in the previous round. And yeah, congratulations to Wesley. We say goodbye to Noterbeck.
Yeah. And kudos to the 2 players who once again had to fight through tiebreakers. Some exhaustive days, of course, not quite as long today as yesterday's day of play. But there you have it, Hans Niemann, your 2nd grand finalist, going up against Levon Aronian. And Wesley So will keep his tournament hopes alive for a 3rd place finish.
Yeah, and what a story this has been for Hans Niemann, right? Missing out in Paris, nobody still knows the reasons. They're still mysterious. At the end of it, you know, qualifying, earning his spot to come into Vegas through the play-ins as Hans Niemann did, and then fought his way all the way. You know, he's brash, he's bold, he's fearless, and then finally taking down Fabiano Caruana to book his ticket, punches his ticket for that grand final. Hans Niemann, chess in Vegas speaks for itself.
And here's the final moments of those tiebreaker scenarios. Once again, with the handshakes, Fabiano unfortunately falls down into the lower bracket. But here's the picture of the top dogs, Hans Niemann and Levon Aronian. They move on to the grand final by themselves, a day off tomorrow so that they can play spectators to the rest who are duking it out in the lower bracket. Let's hop there, because I'll remind everybody that today we say goodbye to 4 more of our players. The 4 losers of our lower bracket intermediate round will exit the tournament in 9th through 8th place. And then, as you can see, we are going to have the likes of Carlsen, Wesley So, Hikaru Nakamura, and Pragnananda moving on to that intermediate matches stage 2. I do want to make a quick note to everybody at home that the matchups are not necessarily certain here. Just as we did for the lower bracket matchups last night, opponents will be drawn tonight at dinner. This is just a representation of who moved on, not the matches you will see tomorrow.
Absolutely. So that should be fun to find out which player picks who. But I've also got to point out that tomorrow our finalists, they get an off day. They get to rest and get ready for the action that's coming up. We've got one of them here with us. Levon, big grand final coming up against your good friend, Hans Niemann. How are you going to get ready for this match?
We're already winners. We're in the final, so just got to enjoy it and, you know, play without much pressure.
Makes sense.
Is that easier said than done, though?
I was going to say, how do you do that?
Really?
But
no?
I mean, I'm already in the final. I already made more than I can chew, so I'm happy.
When you came in, what were your expectations from this tournament?
My expectations, taking into account how I played against VE, they were not too high. I thought that this might be a disaster, but, you know, then once I think I won a couple of games and lost a couple of games from good positions, I got optimistic.
You know, you've had only one draw in this tournament so far, and it was against Hikaru. I believe every other game, David, has been a decisive one.
A win or a
for
loss.
It's really been a roller coaster. Did you feel like you were on a roller coaster while the whole tournament's progressed?
You don't really feel you're in a whole. If it's a real roller coaster, you don't feel you're in a roller coaster. It just happens. If it's a theme park, then you know. But this is not a theme park. This is not a simulation. This is the real thing. So no, I didn't feel.
So many decisive games. Were you finding it that your creative sort of style of play was really coming forward?
No, I was finding that my stupidity was coming out. I had good positions and I was just blundering from them. And it was, yeah.
Well, for as many blunders as you may have made, you seem to have made one more better move to get yourself into that grand finals
Yeah,
position.
this is like you have this percentage, right? In the end of the game, like the 85 is good. I think my most of the games were maybe 60, 65.
Well, and it was so kismet because it was winning with black in all cases for you and losing with white. But then overcoming Magnus, right, was winning from the white side. So, you know, kind of how poetic it was that you would have to finally get that win with the white pieces, you know, to kind of kickstart this journey to the grand finals. I do want to take an opportunity to put a question to the fans at home, and then maybe I'll turn it to these two in the studio as well. We want to know who your vote is for MVP of the day. I might have an inkling of who it would be, but even still, I'm curious from the two of you, a top performer out there on the stage today.
Did Lev just raise his hand? Are you voting for yourself?
You're allowed to. I'll accept
you
it.
You should.
No, I think definitely Hans is the MVP. Yeah, he has beaten Fabi, who's tremendous in this game. I mean, with all due respect to Arjun, who's a very talented, great player, he doesn't have that experience in chess, freestyle chess. So to beat Fabi, of course, is the MVP kind of ordeal.
Well, I'm going to say Hans might be the MVP of the day, but for our chat, and we've been talking about this in the studio, so far you've been the MVP of the tournament, because getting to the finals, you know, having a win in your tiebreaker against Magnus, then the match against Hikaru, and then how you played today with Arjun, especially in that second game, that was amazing to watch.
Thank you. Thank you. I agree with you.
And I'm just going to give a separate MVP award, and it goes to the two of you for tag teaming and help us out here on the commentary desk. Again, I know that the chat has been absolutely popping off at the idea that the two of you have been here for as long as you have, providing your insights and us plenty of laughs.
MVC, most valued commentator.
There you go. There you go. See, I've never won that. You come in and win it on your first. I just received word that it will be Hans Niemann who gets MVP of the day. So congrats to him. A very much deserved title as he moves in to that grand final. Now I'm putting the screws to you, my friend. Move of the day. David Howe, what do you got for us?
Yeah, it was a tough pick today. It felt like games were quite cohesive. It wasn't necessarily about one specific move, standout moments, but since you're here in the studio with us, Levon, I'm going to give it to you. And it was for finding the winning sequence against Arjun Erigaisi. And you'd set it up by this point, and here in this position, with your rook under fire, finding the only move that wins, the only check that wins. It was this one, hitting the white king. This one's all important because if the white king steps up, the black queen drops back with a check, hitting the white bishop too, and this check would soon win the game with a series of future checks. What happened over the next few moves was also decisive, with a further check in the corner and then stepping back into the center, double attack, winning you the match.
Absolutely stellar display of chess.
And that required a lot of precision. Lev, were you feeling the nerves at this point, knowing how close the match victory is, also playing with little time on the clock?
No, not really. I mean, I came back from such a difficult position, and already to be sure that I'm the one who's pressing, it was relaxing.
Relaxing.
Mm-hmm. A relaxing finish to the day then, a relaxing day tomorrow, but then things get tough.
The day was not relaxing at all.
Just that moment?
Just that very moment. But the second game was very stressful, you know, because it's not in my nature to play for a draw, generally.
I can imagine.
And every time I do it, it just drains me. Yeah.
It hurts your soul, right? Like
you have to fight yourself. Yes. Every move. That's not easy.
Yeah, of course.
But you know, Lev, you're here in Vegas with your whole family. Do you think that's also been an inspiring, motivating factor for you, especially having your little girl here?
Absolutely. You know, to see her root for me and be happy, and to see my in-laws and my wife be here. No, it's amazing. I'm very grateful for the opportunity.
It's special when you play this kind of chess in front of them.
Yeah, absolutely.
Well, doing it in front of the home crowd. Man of the hour, just off camera. Come on in here, Hans. Join us on the couch. Congratulations on qualifying to the grand final, my friend. Beautiful display of chess today. There's your opponent in Levon Aronian. As you sit down, I mean,
Tanya should be in between us.
I thought you guys are best friends.
Before you go lunging at him.
For now. No, I'm just...
I mean, how about that, right? This was, in some ways, the man, you know, that had to get something done to put you, to put you in a position. And here you are, now about to challenge him for the title in just 2 days' time. But you've been calling your shots the whole way through. You've been waiting for this moment to show the world your stuff, and so far you're living up to all of it.
I didn't hear a question. I'm sorry, is there a question? Or just,
I'm just...
oh, no, yeah, no, great match. Levon's been playing really well, so he made it through without tiebreaks, so he's probably a bit more rested than me, but I'm looking forward to it. I'm really enjoying this experience. I think I've just secured more prize money than I've won in the last 3 years.
Guaranteed 100K?
Yeah, I suppose, or whatever second is.
You have more money to play blitz matches.
Exactly, exactly. Yeah, no, it's more so that, you know, sometimes, you know, I've been waiting for this opportunity for so long, and you know, I'm just very, very happy that I made the most of it. Because before the tournament, I want to have no regrets with how I prepared, with how I played, and although things have been sort of up and down, I'm very, very pleased.
Hans, big final coming up against Lev, but do you think with your performance so far, especially your match today, you know, beating Fabiano Caruana today on this stage, do you think you've proved a point?
Yes, the chess proves many things, but you need to be able to play to prove it. So hopefully I can play more chess, and that this is a message to
the chess mafia.
Exactly, which is ironic, but should, although it can be taken in jest, the damage should not be. So I feel like I've been capable of this for a very long time. I'm just glad that it materialized, and I don't think that there is anything that can stop me now. And unfortunately, once escape velocity is reached, it's quite difficult to destroy someone's life.
And Hans, specifically your match against Fabiano today, what do you feel the kind of key turning points were?
I think the first two games, obviously, a bit of nerves in the first game, struggling to. Bishop c6 was a bit too creative. Should have been a bit more practical in the opening, but I think I defended well. The main thing was that I maintained a lot of pressure on the clock in all the games, and perhaps his nerves weren't up to the task of converting or let's say capitalizing off of some advantages that he had. And then I think in the last game it was just a culmination of all that pressure of me getting a good opening position and then just dominating on the clock and the board, and probably some fatigue helped. So yeah.
And speaking of that clock pressure, obviously that second tiebreaker for you was in your masterclass of a game in advantage from about move 4, and you kind of carried it all the way to the end. But I'm curious your thoughts on the first tiebreaker game, because it was you who was a little bit on the back foot, but as it came down towards the end, we could sort of feel some of the panic in Fabi's moves, and ultimately he's the one who kind of reaches for the draw. Were you a bit surprised that that draw even was presented?
No, I think that my nerves when there's low time are clearly better than his. I play a lot more blitz. I'm younger. I feel I also play much faster, so I also kind of have the advantage of I don't have as much to lose as they do. If I came here and things didn't go my way, people would just say, okay, yeah, this is what we expected. But for them to lose to me, considering the history and context, it adds, I feel, a layer of pressure, right? You know, obviously, the history with Fabi, it's, you know, he's probably not someone I hold contempt for, but I don't think that like how I've been treated as an American has been that great, and I would have hoped that other players would have supported me. So to me, this is not just a statement of winning. This is a statement sort of to the American chess establishment, to karma for let's say ignoring me for so long.
So you feel Fabi should have been supporting you a bit more in the past? Is that?
Well, I just received no support from my own country the entire time, so I don't understand how it was necessary to abandon the top junior talent, right? And my talent was obvious and my potential was obvious, yet not only, it's not about not even support, it's actual attacks. So for me, it's quite a travesty, and in comparison to how much other countries support their players, you know, it's also like you would never see something like that happen in India or Uzbekistan or Armenia.
But I never attacked you, Hans. You know that.
Yes, but you know, you don't think that 3 years of invitations is no invitations? Like I'm beating the best players in the world. I've been capable of this for a long time. So anyways, I don't want to make such a positive moment negative, but to me, it is an absolute statement that you know, if you want to, there's nothing that can be done to me the chess will simply speak for itself.
You came to prove a point. That point is being proven actively. You have one more battle ahead of you. I just want to reframe it to that as one final bit, because I think stylistically this is a very different opponent than who you faced in Fabiano Caruana. Levon, we were talking earlier about how sometimes fighting your own urge to make things messy. Is this the exact kind of opponent you think makes for the most exciting grand final between the two of you?
He's asking you, no?
Oh, I'm kind of asking the two of you. For you to look at Levon, and come up against him as opposed to Fabi, who we looked at, as
I can
a draw.
answer
Okay, yeah,
first.
perfect.
Yeah, I think what Hans showed in this tournament, he is clearly playing the best out of everybody. I mean, for me, it's obvious. And it's a pleasure to see him play so well and to chat with him, so it's very exciting for me to play against him and learn from Professor.
I mean, I'm going to say, last time Hans was here, he was rooting for you. I think he was your biggest cheerleader. He's been throughout the tournament, and tomorrow you guys have, the biggest face-off in Vegas.
Not tomorrow.
Not tomorrow. 2 days' time.
I think we're both happier that we have a rest day. That's the real victory.
How will you be spending it the rest day, the two of you?
Sleeping?
Yeah.
Sleep and sleep?
I concur.
That's a reasonable way to spend that rest day, and you very much earned it. Congratulations to the both of you. We wait on bated breath to see you two do battle in just a couple days' time. I don't want to take any more of your time. Go celebrate, go rest up, and we'll see you for that grand final.
Awesome. Thank you.
Cheers to these two. Appreciating everybody who stepped into the arena today to watch our players do battle. There are only a couple of days left to go. We've got that grand final in 2 days' time, but tomorrow it's all about the lower bracket. We'll first have those who moved on from the lower bracket face today, and then the losers of the upper bracket will slot in midway through the day tomorrow to see if they can fight for a top 3 finish. For now, we're going to shut the studio down. We'll be back here same time, same place tomorrow, and we hope to see you there. Until then, stay healthy, stay safe, and be good to each other. Good night.
Are you curious to play freestyle chess but don't know how to? No opening theory, no memorized moves, just pure strategic creativity. But how do you navigate 960 possible starting positions with confidence? That's exactly what I'll teach you in my Freestyle Chess Masterclass. You'll learn how to develop your pieces effectively, recognize key positional patterns, and avoid early disasters. I'll break down some of the best freestyle chess games ever played, featuring Magnus Carlsen, Alireza Firouzja, and Fabiano Caruana. Freestyle chess is still in its early days. This is your chance to get ahead of the competition. Sign up now and let's take your freestyle game to the next level. Join my Freestyle Chess Masterclass today and save 20% only during the Grand Slam.
This is the start of something new. Taking my steps only forward. A change in the air, can you feel it too? This world is so big around the corner. So many possibilities. No dream can be too big. 'Cause this is the start possibilities. No drink can be too big, 'cause this is the start of something new. 'Cause now I know this is my time. Time to just be me. Time to hold my key. 'Cause this is my time. Time for me to choose what I wanna do. My time. 'Cause this is my time. What I wanna do. My time is meant to be all mine. All I bring with me in life is my time is mine. And now I know this is my time. Time to just be